Amit, are you there? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
ಯಾ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ಸರ್ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು.
PALL. ಬರೀ ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಪಲ್ಲವಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
I think I have admitted now.
ಓಕೆ ಫೈನ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
No.
Sir, this Subbalakshmi has to, you have to be in unmute only because she has to host it.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ದೂರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇದಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬೌನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Okay.
I have made Pallavi as the host. Hello? Hello? Amit, are you able to manage it? Hello, Amit?
Sridhar sir, welcome. Hello, Sridhar sir, welcome. ಅದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್
Good morning, Dr. Stenai. Good morning, Dr. Stenai.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
We request Dr. Srinivas sir to join, please. We request Dr. Srinivas sir to join, please.
ಆರಾಮ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ರ ಓಕೆ ಹಂಗೇನಿದ್ರೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
Mute your. Good morning, everyone. I request all of you to mute your audio. Govt Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru, as a part of Karma Naipunyam, Ayurveda Skill Development Program, article writing made easy, an opportunity to publish and flourish. Inauguration by Srinivasulu IFSR, Honorable Commissioner, Department of Ayush, Bengaluru, will be joining soon. Keynote address. Today's chief guest, Dr. M.A. Shekhar, Vice Chancellor, Adichunchanagiri Medical University, and Joint Director, Dr. B.A. Sridhar, Department of Ayush, Bengaluru. Today we will have 4 sessions. First session will be Scope and Challenges in Publishing Ayurveda-related articles in mainstream impact factor journals by Dr. Somit Kumar. And second session will be Methodology of Article Writing, including reference and software plagiarism by Dr. Hanumantacha Joshi sir. And afternoon session will be experience sharing and presentation of model article and challenges of international publication in an index journal. And last session will be biostatistics and usage of software in analysis of data. And then at last we will have panel discussion. Moderator will be Dr. Srivastava sir, HOD of Samhita Department, Government Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru. I request everyone to join as soon as possible. We'll start this article writing made easy program sharp at 10 o'clock. Inauguration by Dr. Srinivasulu, IFS, Sir, Honorable Commissioner, Department of Ayush, Bengaluru. Keynote address by Dr. M.A. Shekhar, Vice Chancellor. Then we will have 4 sessions. The first session will be Scope and Challenges in Publishing Ayurveda related articles in mainstream impact factor journals by Somit Kumar. And second session will be Methodology of Article Writing including reference and software plagiarism. And afternoon session will be experience sharing and presentation of model article and challenges of international publication in an index journal. And fourth session will be biostatistics and usage of software in analysis of data. Then finally we will have panel discussion. Om Shri Dhanvantariye Namaha. A very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Shubhalakshmi, first year PG scholar from the Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Mysuru, Karnataka. I am Dr. Shubhalakshmi, first year PG scholar from the Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Mysuru. On the behalf of Government of Karnataka, Department of Ayush, Government Ayurveda Research Center, Mysuru, as a part of Karmanait Punyam, Ayurveda Skill Development Program, article writing made easy, an opportunity to publish and flourish. Without further delay, let's start the program with prayer. It is an incredible expression of faith and humble gesture of surrender towards the divine. Now I would request Dr. Pallavi to start the prayer song.
नमामि धन्वन्तरिमादिदेवं सुरासुरैर्वन्दितपादपद्मं लोके जरारुक भयमृत्युनाशं दातारमीशं विविधौषधीनां शङ्खं चक्रं जलौकां ददत अमृतघटं चारुदोर्भिश्चतुर्भिः सूक्ष्मस्वच्छातिरुद्यम् अंशुकपरिविलसन मौलिमं भोजनेत्रम् कालाम्बोधोज्ज्वलाङ्गं कटितटविलसच्चारुपिताम्बराढ्यम् वन्दे धन्वन्तरिं तं निखिलगदवन प्रौढदावाग्निनीलं प्रौढदावाग्निनीलम् प्रौढदावाग्निमीडम्. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi. May this prayer not just be words that we listen to, but let them resonate within each one of us, giving us peace, strength, and courage to handle what lies ahead. It is an immense pleasure to welcoming all of you in this beautiful morning. Now I request Dr. Lakshminaran Chennai sir, Assistant Director, Government Ayurvedic Research Center, Mysuru, to address the welcome note.
So good morning to all of you. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all dignitaries on this dais, and it's a great era has started because we have started the article writing workshop along with this initiation has taken place because of the initiation of our honorable commissioner, because he insisted us to do article writing workshop today. It's a great honor for me to welcome our Honorable Commissioner, Srinivasalu sir, IFS. He is a researcher. He is an MSc, PhD graduate, rank holder in PhD. I'm really happy that sir is along with us and he is supporting us, blessing us, and he is giving all his inputs for our journal. So I welcome Srinivasalu sir for this inauguration program. Sir, welcome you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Such a wonderful place to be here. Thank you.
Yes, I too welcome our teacher, our guru, Sri M.A. Shekhar, Vice Chancellor, Chunchurgiri Institute of Medical Science. He is a great researcher. He was an endocrinologist in KR Hospital. He was a director for Karnataka Institute of Diabetology. Now, currently, he is working as a Vice Chancellor, Chunchurgiri Medical College and University. So, today he will give his keynote address because he is having a vast experience in international publications, and he has many international publications in his credits, and one of the greatest orator we have seen in Karnataka. Sir, we welcome you, sir. So we welcome M.A. Shekhar sir for this gathering.
Jai Shri Gurudev.
I too welcome our Joint Director Sridhar sir because he has given us support and he has given his inputs to us. So Sridhar sir, we welcome you, sir. So I also welcome all the principals of Ayush colleges, Yoga College Principal, Gajan Hegde sir, Radhakrishna sir, Government Ayurvedic College Principal, Surekha Madikeri Madam, Fatima Madam, Guru Prasad sir, Unani Madam, Manjula Madam, all the principals and all DDs and all DAOs, because we are on the platform, more than about 700 people are there. From Kalabhairaveshwara, 160 students have joined. From Government Ayurvedic College, more than about 150 students have joined. They are in the classrooms. So we have asked many of the colleges to share this link through the classroom. So I am expecting more than about 750. And in the YouTube channel also, we are having more than about 350 participants. So it's a great opportunity for all of us to hear the great scholars today. And we are having Hanumantajar Joshi sir. He is the principal of Sharda Vilas College, and he has given all the help for us, his students. More than about 35 students are also from Sharda Vilas College. Joshi sir, we welcome you, sir. So he is also our resource person today. Then Sumit Kumar sir has joined. He is a director, EVP Coimbatore, one of the international reputed publisher, and he is also researcher and director of Ayurveda, EVP Coimbatore. Today he is also with us. So Sumit sir, we are welcoming you. So I welcome all of you for this great article writing workshop. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. It is traditional and symbolic to start this program with the lighting of a lamp. It's our honor to invite respected Dr. Srinivasalu, IFS, sir, Honorable Commissioner, Department of Ayush, Bengaluru, to light the lamp through online mode.
Hegama, I think you go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
We express our profound gratitude to the eminent person, Dr. Srinivasalu sir, and all the respected dignitaries who have contributed to this auspicious beginning. Now, inaugural address by Dr. Srinivasulu Sir, Commissioner, Department of Ayush, Government of Karnataka, Bengaluru. CV. Sir has completed graduation in BSc Agriculture.
Not audible. Somewhere the audio link is not connected.
Ranked at All India level in IFS exam in the year 1997. Sir has published many research articles and publications, conducted research on tiger population behavior in tourism zone of Nagarhole National Park, and published an article titled Dynamics of Tiger Sighting in Nagarhole National Park, published in journal In My Forest. Conducted research on tiger population behavior in core zone Nagarhole National Park, and published an article titled Roadside Monitoring for Population Distribution of Major Herbivores in Nagarhole National Park, published in journal In My Forest, and many more. Sir has been awarded with State Environment Award and many more. So we will welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir, to address the program. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I sincerely thank Government Ayurveda Medical College, Dr. Shanang, Dr. Shekhar, Dr. Sridhar, and all the dignitaries who has joined online for this workshop. ಇವತ್ತು ರಜಾ ಇದ್ರು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟರ್ಡೆ ಇದ್ರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಜಾಯಿನಿಂಗ್. ದಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಶೋಸ್ the importance and then that eagerness that Ayush community is looking for to express themselves. I'm very happy that it's a small thought, in one of the meeting in our head office, this thought came, why not, when we have such a big academic, people that are in the organization, why we are not having our own journal on that. So it's a small thought that came to me, and then when I translated that thought to my team, immediately they took up the task and then made this happen in such short time. That shows the capacity of Ayush family in delivering, things if we really want. ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಯುಷ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾನ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದ್ 15 ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಟೂಲ್. ನಾನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ನಮ್ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸಾವಿರಾರಲ್ಲ ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. The literature of Charaka, Sushruta, such great, such in ancient language, our heritage is really a proud feeling, at least for me. Okay. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹದುದ್ದೇಶ. In fact, if you ask me as commissioner, what will be my task number 1 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is simply, I need not have to do anything. Simply promote, simply tell people what is Ayush, what is the strength of Ayush, and how people can make use of this beautiful, wonderful, heritage science for well-being of everybody. Health, right to health is fundamental right of public. Okay. And we are in such a wonderful time and then wonderful era in wonderful field which can and which should provide this health service to people. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾವು ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಲಾಭ ಸಿಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ವಿಷಯ. ಒಂದು, ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸವಲತ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಅದ್ರ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಂಬರ್ 1. ನಂಬರ್ 2, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಮಗು ಅಳದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ತಾಯಿ ಹಾಲು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೇಡಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಗೌರವ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಮತ್ತು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ರಿಕಗ್ನಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಇದ್ಯಾವುದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. So there are 2 important things, at least in my administration, if I'm looking at. 1, tell what are we to public. Second, tell public what is required for Ayush. Point number 1 ಬಂದಾಗ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 1000 ಜನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಂದ್ 3000 ಜನ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ 4000 ಜನ ಆಯ್ತು. ಬರೀ ನಾನು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಈ 4000 ಜನ, if we become mouthpiece of Ayush, if we 4000 people become mouthpiece of Ayush, one word from 4000 people, if it is ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ರು ಒಂದು 10-15 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ, ಒಂದು 100 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಥ್ರೂ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್, ನಾನು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋನ, ಒಂದು ಆಡಿಯೋನ ಈ 4000 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. I will ask only one thing. I am asking only one thing from all of you here and then in this community. ನಾವು ಆಯುಷ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ರು BIMS ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, BIMS ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯುಷ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು. ನಾವು ಆಯುಷ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಆಯುಷ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಆಯುಷ್ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು, ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ default we are in this sector, that means we believe in Ayush. You need not convince me, I need not convince you about the potential of Ayush. But collectively we all should do only one thing: communicate the power of Ayush outside Ayush community. Outside Ayush community in public. Who has to do that? Only we have to do that. Nobody else will do for us. So ಈ 4000 ಜನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರಾದ್ರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ರು ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು 100 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲೋ, ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲೋ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೋ, ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರೆ, ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಲೈಯರ್ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಒಂದ್ 2 ನಿಮಿಷದ್ದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇರಬಹುದು, 4000 into 100 ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? 4 ಲಕ್ಷ. That means prati dina I can reach 4 lakh people informing about strength of Ayush. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ 4 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ರೀಚ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, imagine how much time we made to reach out whole Karnataka. Within 1 month we can reach. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿನ, at least every day or alternate day, something on Ayush, positive thing should go out of Ayush community to public. ನಾವು ರೇಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್. ರೇಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ಡ್ ರೇಡಿಯೋ. ಎವ್ರಿ ಅದರ್ ಡೇ ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಮ್. ಒಂದ್ 3 ನಿಮಿಷ ರೇಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಟಾಕ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್. ಕ್ಯಾಶುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಯುಷ್ನ ನೀವು ಸ್ಪಾಗೆ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಆಯುಷ್ನ ನೀವು ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಆಯುಷ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿತ್ತಲ ಮನೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀಸೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಗೆ, ಕಿಚನ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ಗೆ. ಆಯುಷ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೋರ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್. ದಟ್ ಲಿಟರೇಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ರಿಚ್. ಸೊ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಯುಷ್ನ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಒಂದೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ರೇಡಿಯೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುನಾನಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಇದು. ನಾನು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಇದೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಾನೇ ಆಯುಷ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 20 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬೆಗ್ಗರ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬೆಗ್ಗರ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ NIUM ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ? ನೀವು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರಿಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವಿವಿಧ ವಿವಿಧ ಅಂಗಗಳು, ವಿವಿಧ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಹುಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ರೇಡಿಯೋ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಟೂಲ್. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, 1 ನಿಮಿಷ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆದ್ರೆ 3 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಅನ್ನ, ನೀವು ರಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಸ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಶೆನಾಯ್, collect those videos. We have kept department head office has put some digital promoting team. ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಓವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದನ್ನ ಬ್ರಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ವರದಿ, ಟೆಲಿಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ವರದಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ನೋಡಿ, ನೋಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಂತ ಈ ಒಂದು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ತುಣುಕನ್ನ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಕಣ್ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್, ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್, ಬಹಳ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ, ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಣ್ ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ನೀವು ನೋಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾನ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆಸ್ಟಿಯೋಪೊರೋಸಿಸ್ ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪಾಠ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಳ್ಸಿರ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸಿಂಪ್ಲಿ ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಆರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. 100 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. 4,000 ಜನ ಇಂಟು 100 ಇದು 4 ಲಕ್ಷ. ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿನ ನಾನು 4 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ, 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ನಾನು ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾನು ಬರೀ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ಸ್ ವೈರಲ್. ಈ ತರನಾದ ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ನ ನಾನು ಬಿಲ್ಡಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಿಲ್ಡಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೋರ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ನಾನು ಈ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ರೀಸನ್ನೇ ಇದು. ನಮಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೋರ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಕು, ಕ್ಯಾಶುವಲ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಾಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್, ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ prescription that is prescribed in your Charaka Shushruta, and public validated opinions. Those public validated opinions should be converted into a document. Research ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಆದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ನ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಆಗಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಗಿ, ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಅಬ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ನ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡೋದು 40% ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು 60%. ಸೊ ಮೆನಿ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟುಡೇ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಲ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಟು ಎಜುಕೇಟ್ ಯು ಹೌ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ data. ಬೇಗ ನಂಬೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ people believe statistics, people believe data. So only whatever we speak, we have to speak with data analytics. ಆ ಡೇಟಾ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು this whole day workshop, I am really serious on this workshop because ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ನ ನೀವೇನೇ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು Agle, there are scientific experts here who they will tell you, guide you. And collect ಮಾಡಿ ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನೀವೊಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ then Ayush department will want to have its exclusive journal. Today I am thinking of digital journal. Maybe if we get so much of information, so much of content, why not we will convert it into a printable and hardcore. This will become the first in the country where ಆಯುಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಇದು ಅಜರಾಮರ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಇವತ್ತಿದ್ದು ನಾಳೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ದಿ ಪವರ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟೇಶನ್, ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಶುಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್, ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ fundamental difference is this documentation. Modern system of medicine allow ಏನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು they will document. ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, the next fellow will take over from there. ನಮ್ ಹಿಂದಿನವ್ರು ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಿಲ್ಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಗೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಇಂಚ್ ಬೈ ಇಂಚ್, ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್, the generation of modern has come to this stage because of their disciplined documentation of what they do. Fundamental lacuna that I see in our Ayush system of medicine, our Indian system of medicine, is we are very poor in documenting. We are very poor in communicating. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬಾರ್ದು, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. I don't know, this is in our psyche, this is in our genes. But ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ದೂರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ರೇ ನಡೆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೂರ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಗುಂಪಾಗಿ ನಡೆದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ದೂರ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಯುಷ್ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಉಳಿಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ದೂರ ನಡಿಬೇಕು. ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳ ದೂರ ಹೋಗಕ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಯುಷ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ, ಯೋಗ, ಯುನಾನಿ, ಸಿದ್ಧ, ಹೋಮಿಯೋಪತಿ 5 ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಸ್ ಬೇರೆ, 5ರಲ್ಲಿ 5 ತರನಾದ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಬೇರೆ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಕಾಲ ಕಳಿತಿದೀವಿ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಜನರಿಂದ ಆಯುಷ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ದಿಸ್ I need not make you doctors, I need not make you technocrats, but then it's my responsibility to make you good human beings, and it's my responsibility to make you good people that societies really want. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ at least my agenda number 1 as Commissioner Ayush is make people speak about Ayush every day. We need to have a powerful lobby like allopathy, and powerful lobby will come only when we are all united, when we all speak one language, when we all speak for Ayush, not for me and you. Okay, then only this will grow. ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೇರಿದಾಗ, ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ, ಮತ್ತು ನಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅವೆರಡನ್ನ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಮುಂದೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾಗ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಅವಶ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ this kind of mass media campaign, it could be radio, it could be TV, it could be YouTube, and now this is one mass media, that is journal. In fact, my dream is our content should be permanently displayed in airports. ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆಯುಷ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ this creamy section of the society, affluent section of the society, and everybody looking for what is there in Ayush. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. Okay, that is why this I'm seriously looking for this group of digital journal, because this will throw up enormous content. ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯುಷ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೀನಿ, ಒಂದು 700 ಜನ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಾರೆ ಅಂದು ನನಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 5 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಜರ್ನಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ monthly, we can bring quarterly, we can bring annually, depending on how much of content. ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಬಿಗ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಸೇರಿರೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಶನೈ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ದಟ್ even we can bring out fortnightly journal. So much of information is there, and then imagine fortnightly digital journal with so much of digital content for so many treatments, that kind of a thing. If it is going to public, in no time we reach whole Karnataka. Why only Karnataka? We can reach whole country, and then that is the power, and then that is really required for Ayush in 21st century and this digital era. And Karnataka should champion this initiative of taking Ayush to masses, taking our health of medicine to public, because right to health is fundamental right, and it is our fundamental duty to ensure fundamental right of public is ensured. And then we are in such a wonderful sector, wonderful time, and I am among wonderful people, and I am really happy because one small thought of mine can make it so big. I congratulate government Ayurveda research team, Shanai, and all other doctors, both government and private. In fact, today we are only, maybe to a large extent, we are targeting government sector. We can easily escalate it from government sector to private medical college, private doctors here and there, and then this can go viral. And I'm very happy, and I wish this workshop grand success. And I want everybody to take this workshop seriously with scientific bent of mind, and let valuable input be given to everybody, and all our doctors, all our researchers make best use of it and take Ayush Karnataka to next level. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir, for this informative inaugural address on article writing made easy. Now I request today's respected chief guest, Dr. M.A. Shekhar, sir, for his keynote address. Dr. M.A. Shekhar, sir, is an accomplished professional in the medical field, holding the position of Vice Chancellor at Adichunchanagiri University. His education background includes an MBBS degree from 1981 and an MD Internal Medicine from 1985, both from Government Medical College, Mysuru. Sir is founder and diabetologist at Apuro Diabetes Foundation, director at Karnataka Institute of Endocrinology and Research, and dean at Government Dental College and Research Institute. His tenure as Director of Medical Education and Director and Dean at Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute is notable. As Head of the Department of Endocrinology at Mysuru Medical College and Research Institute, he has contributed significantly to the field. Formerly Inspector Medical Council of India, Member National Assessment and Accreditation Council India, Selection Committee Member UPSC India, Member Academic Council RGHS Bangalore, Governing Council Member Yuvaraja College Mysuru, Chairperson Scientific Advisory Committee Bengaluru. Awards and honors: Dr. B.C. Roy Award, invited guest lecture at various CMEs at state and national conferences. Best Teacher in Faculty of Medicine, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bengaluru. Lifetime achievement in the field of diabetology. I welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜೈ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುದೇವ್. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಕಾಲಭೈರವೇಶ್ವರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯ ಕೃಪೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಜಗದ್ಗುರುಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ 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 ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಲಗಂಗಾಧರನಾಥ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರ ದಿವ್ಯ ಚೇತನಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಘನತೆವೆತ್ತ ಗುಲಾಧಿಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಜಗದ್ಗುರು ಶ್ರೀ 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 ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಿರ್ಮಲಾನಂದನಾಥ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ದಿನದಂದು ಒಂದು ಶುಭಕಾಮನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತೇನೆ. ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಬ್ಬಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಅವರು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಯೋಡೇಟಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬೈದ್ರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮರ್ತರು, ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವಿಸಬಹುದು. ಯು ಮೇ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವೈ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಇನ್ವೈಟೆಡ್ when I am on the other side of medical practice. I am from so-called allopathy or modern medicine. But let me tell you, for the last 2.5 decades, I have been a proponent of every medical practice, not just modern medicine or Ayurveda or naturopathy or whatever it is. Why? I'll just tell you one, she missed out on that. In 2021, I was requested to be the member of multidisciplinary task force to draft operational guidelines for NPCDCS, that is our domain, and Ayush implementation at ABHWC. I hope you people understand. Our Honorable Prime Minister, with his advisors, decided it is time to bring all the medical practitioners and practices at the primary grassroots level of delivering health system to Indians. So he started this program of putting together allopathy or modern medicine, Ayush together and bringing it at the periphery. And what came out was yoga as the top level, and certain things happened down the road. Now, the second thing before I start my keynote address is so-called allopathy or modern medicine focused on why people become diseased. Why human beings develop disease. That was the focus of so-called allopathy in the 500, 600 years ago, and modern medicine for the last 200 years ago. And we call it as pathogenesis. Why there is disease in human beings. But my dear friends, have you wondered what is the tagline, as we call today, of Ayurveda, which I understood many years ago, 25, 30 years ago? It states, in spite of disease-forming environment, bad weather, bad water, bad food, bad thoughts, why people live healthily. Not everybody develop cancer. Not everybody gets heart attacks. Many still live happily in spite of disease forming, which the West called it as salutogenesis. Pathogenesis, why we are diseased. Salutogenesis, why we are healthy. That is the focus of Ayurveda. And what did Ayurveda say, as I have understood? Achara, Vichara, Vihara. What do the modern medicine say? Stress, thinking process, exercise, and diet. We are all in the same page, my dear friends. With this small introduction, let me start my keynote address. Can I be allowed to share my screen, please? Hello? The host
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Share my
Hello. Sir, you are audible, sir. Sir, you are audible.
Please
You are
allow
audible.
Please allow me to put my slides on. You have disabled my screen sharing.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Let me keep you interested. Otherwise, half of us will go on to sleep because it's post-breakfast time. And your brain will be getting a little bit less blood than the stomach. Why do you need to publish? I remember when I was a postgraduate and I became a lecturer and an assistant professor, the concept was publish or perish. If you don't publish in the modern medicine era, you will not flourish. Today, in the turn of the 21st century, it is not getting ourselves perished, it is publish and flourish. Flourish in what way? First is make a name, become famous, and probably money at the end of the day. So flourishing is not just about making money. This is the
Now
path.
you can share the screen, sir.
Okay, let me. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me start. Now, I'm very, very, very happy to be invited to be a part of this extraordinary journey, which is going to continue for all our lives. It's not just for next 5 years, 10 years, next till you get your master's degree or PhD and all that, it's for life. And Dr. Shanai, as usual, troubles me by saying you should be a part of all our scientific activities. Sometimes I feel tired, fatigued mentally, but he is a font of energy. I have never seen so much of energy in one particular person. He keeps telling me you should be a part of it, and I love to be a part of it. And today, I would probably talk to you and take you through about how to write a scientific article or a paper or whatever you want to talk about. Anyway, you can always ask me any questions or any suggestions you have. He has given me about 40-45 minutes. I'll try to finish it within 28 minutes. That's what I've run. And we can have a discussion if you want. Okay? Now, can you read this? The great Dalai Lama, he said, when you talk, you are only repeating what you already know. But if you listen, you may learn something new. What a great statement. When I talk, what happens? I can only talk about what I know. What I don't know, I don't think I can ever share with you. But you people, in this large number, when you listen to me, not just hearing, when you listen to me, you may learn something new which you did not know. So can you imagine? There is a statement, best way to reach immortality, the best way to reach immortality to share knowledge. Whatever knowledge you share, you will be remembered. I remember my primary school teachers even today. I remember my MBBS and MD teachers even today because they shaped our future and they have reached immortality through their sharing the knowledge. Okay? So keep this in mind. Every time you go and listen to people, listen to them. Don't just hear and move away. You may learn something new and it will make you richer. Now, the introduction to this is scientific article writing is a specialized form of communication. It's not just a form of communication. Verbal, non-verbal, written, reading, whatever it is, specialized form of communication aimed at informing the academic community about new research, not old research, insights and discoveries. Keep this in mind. It's not just about research. It's also discoveries that come with your thought and insights you develop having seen thousands and thousands of patients in your lifetime. But it requires clear and concise language to convey complex ideas. It is a specialized form of communication, requires clear and concise language. It should be clear for people to understand, and it should be concise. You cannot write 25 pages or 30 pages of a journal. Okay? Now, what is the importance of this clear and concise writing? I've broken it into 3 concepts. Clarity facilitates understanding. Who should have the clarity? The person who writes should have the clarity of he or she wants to put this idea, put these insights into written concept. This leads to understanding who? Both the reader as well as the writer. Clarity, clear writing is very important. Keep this in mind. Enhances credibility. When you are clear and the person who reads your paper understands what you have written, there is credibility. Oh, Dr. Shanai, Dr. So-and-so, Dr. Shekhar, very good in their field. Ensures efficient communication. If you're very clear and very concise, efficient communication. Imagine if there is 600 pages to read, we don't have time. Right. The next concept is, every one of you, I'm sure every one of you have read some paper, some journal, something like that and all that. You already have an unconscious level, or what I call a spinal cord reflex activity of what a journal should have: abstract, introduction, etc., etc. But I want you to understand the structure and components in a different way. Okay? Abstract, whatever you have put in concise manner, you put the whole thing in one paragraph, or what we call as half page. Then what's important is the methodology. I'll give you a little bit more when I go further. The results, very, very clear concept of what are the results of your research. What are the sections? I told you, introduction, methods, etc. and all that. But I've divided the section, it should have been here, but deliberately I put it section because abstract, methodology and results, if you are very clear, I'm sure your journal, your so-called scientific article writing will be very, very successful. Figures and tables, references, and all these things you should understand in a proper manner. Finally, discussion and conclusion. Deliberately, I have not written anything below this. Let's see. Okay? So, to understand the structure, sections, figures, tables, fine. But important is abstract, methodology, and results. They are what we call as the heart and brain and the soul of your scientific writing. Discussion and conclusion, probably at the end, we will discuss a little bit more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues, what is missing in the structure and component of this slide? Anybody? There is something missing, which is the most important one, is the research question.
Statistical.
Research statistics is fine. I told you, I'm sorry. I always take statistics with a pinch of salt, because I remember when I was in post-graduation second year, my professor, Professor M. Ramshetty, said, statistics is defined like this. You put foot end in ice, head end in fire. Foot end in ice, head end in fire, the gluteal region is in comfort zone. Can you imagine? You can do anything with statistics, but I'm not going to, deliberately I've taken it away, because to understand statistical analysis and statistics, it is not my cup of tea. Neither is a cup of tea for most of the researchers. Please take the help of a statistician. But anyway, the most important structure of your clinical activity, or the so-called research, clinical research, is research question. Understand? We'll come to it later. Now, writing an introduction, stating the research question, that is the most important component, or the first step you take in your scientific article writing. Introduction, captivating opening. I told you, salutogenesis. This concept is to see why people are healthy in a disease environment, not why people are becoming diseased with all these components. That is the second component. So start the introduction with the captivating opening, what we call as concept note. When you want to convince the funding agency or your boss or your guide or whatever, the opening should be captivating. Narrowing down the focus. Don't say diabetes is global, there are so many million people and all that. After the fourth line, people will lose interest, because everybody talks about how important diabetes is. Narrow down the focus to what diabetes? Diet in diabetes, exercise in diabetes, certain drugs in diabetes, lifestyle in diabetes. So narrow down the focus. That's important in introduction. Don't give, in India, so many millions, out of that, males or females and all that. You will lose your audience very fast. You can give it as, just put a slide, bar diagram or whatever, pie diagram and all that to do that. So start with captivating opening, for which every one of you should have a good command on the language you want to write. Doesn't matter if it's Kannada, Hindi, Sanskrita, English, and all that. The scientific article writing, you're writing in a medium, be good, have a command over that. And crafting the research question, that's what I'm trying to, captivating. Be very focused about what you want to talk about your research. Let's look at research question, okay? I was talking to my postgraduates. I'm no more a good teacher. I hope I'm being a good teacher today. A good research question should be finers. Anybody can tell me what is finers? It was actually finer. Deliberately, I have added finers in the last 10, 15 years. When it comes to, developing a research question, finer is the one that I used to teach. And it is not my originality. It has been there forever. Deliberately, I've added, yes, let's look at what is finers. Is it feasible? I want to look at Icelanders in India. You don't find even one or two Icelanders. It should be feasible where you are doing that study. Feasibility is very important. Is it interesting to you first, the researcher first, the peer group next, and the people who are going to read? Novel, is it something new? Research is about researching the same stupid thing. No more holds water. It should be novel. Ethical, that's most important. I'll spend a little bit more time on this ethicality, but let me tell you here, there are two words we were taught in middle school, in our moral classes or civic classes and all that. Do you remember? I'm sure many of you, when we had moral classes, were not born. Some of those who are as old, as ancient as I am, will remember there were two words or phrases used. One is called as morals. The other one is called as ethics. Ethikos and morals. Very simply, morals is good thinking people in a particular geographical area decide how a person should live in a community. Morals. The morals in Karnataka may not be the same morals in New Delhi, may not be the same morals in New Guinea, may not be the same morals in South America, South Africa, America. Morals differ because good thinking people decide this is the way a person should live in community. But ethics is how you treat a person you do not know. How you treat a person you know. Your family people, your brothers, sisters, parents, neighbors, friends, community people is morals. How you treat the people you know is morals. How you treat the people you do not know is ethics. Ethics cannot change across the geographical borders. It can be only one. So it should be ethical. Keep it in mind. Relevant. You want to look at cancer in Caucasians, skin cancers in Caucasians. No problem. You can do it. You can go to America, take a funding agency and say, Ayurveda helps preventing cancer. Yes, but let it be relevant to your own people. Start with your own people. Your director was talking about this, right? It is time. You don't have to say, look, we are here. Look, we are the best. That confidence you should develop. And the last one is scalable. I told you, when you look at vaccination, for example, you vaccinate 1,000 people, it is scalable to millions of people. You look at 100 people in Mysuru, it should be scalable to whole of Mysuru. It should be scalable to whole of Karnataka. So keep in mind, when you write a research question, please sit down, put all your efforts, feasible, interesting, novel, ethical, relevant, and scalable. But when it comes to clinical research, where a doctor directly talks to patients called as subjects in a research, clinical research, it is called as PICO. P-I-C-O. PICA, you all know? PICA. Pregnancy PICA. They want to eat mud. All those funny things, let's not say that. I've added one more called as TS. So today, framing your clinical research question after it's passed through finers is PICOTS. What does it stand for? Sorry. Let me go back. P stands for the population you are going to study. I stand for intervention you want to. placebo versus or active comparator versus a new drug, etc. Comparison. Compare case control study, population, male, female, children, all groups, etc. All these funny things. It's just an introduction keynote I'm giving you. And outcomes. So PICO, look at the population. What intervention you want to do, what is the comparison you want to study, and what is the outcome. PICO. If you satisfy PICO, your clinical research question is very good. You put them into time frame of the study. I want to look at cancer genesis and Ayurvedic drug for the next 20 years. At the 21st year, when you put your paper into publication, so much of water has flown under the bridge. Don't go there. Time frame. Be very, very careful. Minimum 6 months, up to 1 year or 2 years. 6 months to 2 years is a good clinical research activity. Study design. That I told you, statisticians will tell you. So, what do you do now? Finers. Satisfy your research question with finers. And if it is a clinical research, go with PICOs. Okay? Good. Now, effective literature review. What are the certain tips I will give you? First one is ethical consideration. Before you start the research review and research methodology, drawing research methodology, ethical considerations. Primum non nocere. The Latin primum non nocere. Do not harm. First, do not harm. Ethical consideration. When you look at literature review, don't go in search of what this drug will do on kidney, liver, etc. Like that comes a little bit later. Can this drug be very safe? Then comes, can this intervention, can this test be effective? Safety, effective. Both put together. Priority in ethical consideration is safety. Then comes effectiveness. Okay? So that's the first way you should look at meticulous research design. I'm sure down the day, there will be other resource persons talking more about research designs. Maybe some other time I will give my email to Dr. Shana has my email, also probably WhatsApp. Identify yourself and you can ask me questions. I have time. I'll definitely help you to solve your doubts. Through literature search. This is something I am very, 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 how do I say, not confident, because 60 to 70% of literature that are available online, there is no credibility. I would like to tell your director, all those people, when you develop a content which is consumed by human beings, consumption, mental consumption, physical consumption, or whatever level, there should be an ethical clearance for that. I just want to add to whatever he has said. It is time Ayush becomes a primary focus of prevention and primary care in India. But before putting it on the so-called social media or whatever handles or all those funny things that they talk about, I request all of you to have an ethical consideration, ethical clearance that whatever the content of this video or audio is ethically correct. Okay? Please take my emotion in the right sense. Critical thinking and synthesis of ideas. These two do not come so easily. Please don't be discouraged, youngsters, young people. I was 30 years ago or 40 years ago, also a young person, strong physically, probably maturing in mental faculties. Critical thinking and synthesis of idea comes with age, comes with experience, comes with burning your hands, comes with the pain that you go through in clinical research. Okay? Now, methods and material section, clarity in procedures, reproducibility, transparency. I will not talk much about methods because it keeps changing, whether it is descriptive research, analytical research, case control, all those pyramidal concepts and all that. The methods and material sections differ for each clinical trial that you pick up. But three major things that you should keep in the back of your mind is clarity in procedure, reproducibility, and transparency. Reproducibility is most important. Otherwise, there will be no credibility that comes your way. Whatever you put in your results and discussion, should be reproduced by many people all around the globe in the world. Only then it happens. So be very careful about writing the methods. Now, presenting and analyzing data in the results section. This is an art of science. Scientific writing, the presentation and analyzing is more of an art, should be very, very important. First one is you visualize the data that you have had in your mind on the slides and figures and charts and whatever that you put. You visualize it in a proper manner and be very, very careful when you put it across. Interpretation of the findings, it's very important. I keep telling most of the researchers, young researchers, interpretation differs. So you give the, what you call, disclosure. This is my interpretation. It is open to your interpretation. It is open to everybody's interpretation. After I visualize the data that I have got from material and methods and doing the results, this is my interpretation. So give that disclosure. Interpretation is not for you to accept it. It's my interpretation. This is the best that I can do. Welcome to give your interpretation suggestions. Want to say yes? Good. Want to say no? Agree to disagree. Okay? Highlighting the key patterns, I've already told you. This comes with practice. I just wanted to put certain things in your mind. Interpretation, don't ever think that whatever you interpret, everybody will accept it. It may not happen. That's why it should be reproducible. The methods that you use should be reproducible. Then interpretation becomes easy. Okay? Now, this is a simple concept, data interpretation, visualization techniques. There are certain techniques which I'm not going to talk much about it. There are techniques, you write a text, it's very difficult to understand. You put a picture, you put a graph, you put a, whatever you want to talk about it. A picture speaks 1,000 words. So it's better to put your data interpretation visualization through certain pictures. I leave it to you. Now, the last part of my talk will be best practices for submitting article. You have understood what is the topography or the general picture of an article that you are going to write. These are the components: research question, introduction, methods, results, etc., etc. But certain best practices, thorough editing. Who should edit? I'm sorry. Who should edit? Not only you, your supervisor, your friend, edit. But most important, editing is not the tests, results, and all that, but the syntax and semantics of the language you have used. It should be accurate and there should be some coherence. When I read, I should understand. So keep it simple. The syntax, the emotions, and the semantics of what you're writing should be proper. So do a thorough editing. 10 times you edit. There will be certain blind spots. You have a blind spot, your friend has a blind spot, your guide has a blind spot. Put all of them together, you may clear the whole damn thing. Precise proofreading. This needs a lot of experience. Proofreading. Who can proofread your syntax? The best fellow is a printer. Every day they do all this printing. You can ask a printer to read about what you have done. He will tell you about how the letter should be, how the word should be, what's the distance between two sentences, etc., etc. Proofreading, over the days, over the years, you will become an expert in that. And timely submission. Mind you, timely submission. There is a request for a research in 2021. When should you submit? In 3 months, they will not accept it. In 6 months, they will look at it suspiciously. In 2 years, they think the people who have requested for that research activity, oh, they have done some work. In 3 years, so adhere to submission deadlines by the request for application or request for research and stick to it very, very strictly, very, very diligently. And compelling discussion is the last one. I've just put crafting a compelling. It could have been just discussion and conclusion. which is tasteless. I told you, when you write, it should have syntax. The grammar should be right, lettering, words, and all these things. That is called the syntax of your text. Semantics, the feeling. If you had written discussion and conclusion, it is syntactical. But crafting a compelling discussion makes semantics. Oh, this fellow is writing. He's crafted, he's made a beautiful picture out of a compelling discussion and conclusion. Like that, you have to decide. Interpreting the results, identifying limitations, purpose of future research. Invariably, people write about 1.5 to 2 pages of discussion, half 3 or 4 or 5 lines of conclusion, and forget about proposing future research. What was the limitation that happened? I should know what I did. There were some blind spots. Interpreting results is fine. This is what we invariably focus on, and write some conclusion, thinking that it is very good that I have done. Keep in mind what were the limitations of study and what future research or future direction my research for others and myself and my group will go on. Okay? You got an idea, I think. Successful publication strategies, it is just, lighter vein. Yesterday night, I put it across. Ethical consideration. I strongly believe in this. If your ethics of your study is very strong, successful publication is a automatic given. Collaborative review. You should have collaborative review. Don't worry about others doing it. You have your own people giving feedback to what you are doing. Forget about other people. If you are afraid that they will take away all your research activity, be a little bit careful, or put it on domain that I have done this research, I'm doing this research, so that nobody can steal it. Targeted journal selection. This, it needs a little bit more. I hope there will be some resource person talking about journals, predatory journals and Web of Sciences, all those things. Okay, so be careful. These are the strategies that you should have so that it will be successfully published. Finally, to put all of them together, I tell, when you write a protocol in research, let it be a 5-page. One sheet is 2 pages. So you should have 2 sheets. 2 sheets, 1 sheet, 2 sheets, probably 3 sheets maximum. Finish in 5-page protocol, or 3 to 4 pages is still better. Page 1 is about the title or research question, specific objectives of what you want to do, and significance section. I'll come to significance section, which is the most important, the heart of your clinical research. And page 2 to 5 should describe designs, subject, variables, statistical issue, timetable, ethics consideration, references, appendix. Ethical consideration is ethical committee clearance, human ethics committee clearance, and also your ethical practices. 2 to 5. Important, first page when I open your protocol or a submission, the title, specific objectives, and significance section, I'll come to it later, should be very clear. 2 to 5, when this is clear, the rest will follow. And the significance section is 4, magnitude of the problem. What is the magnitude of the problem? I was telling you, this is where you write type 2 diabetes, so many, pre-diabetes, so many, hypertension, so many, asthma, so, number of individuals afflicted, cost to the society, direct and indirect cost, and it's not just the money, financial cost, also the stressful cost to the caregivers, the family people and the neighbors in the hospital. What is known about your research proposal? What is not known, which is very, very important. Probably it is controversial, but doesn't matter. What is not known? I told you, a speaker can speak only what he or she knows, but a listener probably gets more knowledge. So what is not known, you may not know. You ask your friends, peer reviews, then you get an idea. Previous studies, experts, etc. Finally, how will it contribute to answering what is not? What is known, there is no point doing research except to fine-tune it. Probably you come across certain what is known concepts and how your research will contribute to make what is not known known. This is it. Okay. So summary, Start with 5-page or 4-page, 3-page, it doesn't matter. Page 1, let it be very clear. The rest, you know the story. Significant section is the one that catches everybody's mind. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. The result of a study released today confirmed that living is the #1 cause of death. Do you think it's a good conclusion or a good research question? The conclusion is good because if somebody is not living, they are not going to die. So, taken, isn't it? But living sedentarily, living obesely, living with cigarette smoking, alcohol and all is the most important cause of death. You know, the concept of how to write all these things is very important. Finally, my dear friends, anything is possible if you have the right people to support. What? If you have the right people to support. Who is this right people? It's not your teachers, it's not just your friends, it's not your experts. It is the right people in and around you, your friends, your family people, everybody. Have the right people in and around you, anything is possible. Finally, we don't learn from those who know the most. This is a very important statement. We don't learn from those who know the most. My primary school teacher did not know much, but I learned a lot. Do you know why? My, how do I say, professor of medicine knew a lot, but not most. I learned more from my postgraduates and my lecturers than my professor. You know why? Can anybody tell me why? We learn from those who we connect with the best. You should be the best when you put your ideas, verbally, non-verbally, written statements. The people who are reading you, listening to you, connect best. I hope you're connected with me because I'm one of the best. Thank you. Jai Shri Guru.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there are questions in chat box. What are the challenges for publishing an international journal? Can you please share your experience, sir?
Okay, let me, where did I go? 1 second.
I want me to repeat, sir.
Yeah, challenges
For publishing an international journal.
Okay.
Your experience, sir.
Now, let me tell you, anyway, I will answer for the person who is talking about this. What is this international journal? This is where we make a mistake. A journal from America is an international journal. A journal from Sri Lanka, oh, probably not international. No. So please get an idea of what is this journal. It doesn't matter, you know, when you want to help the community you live in, what's the point in putting your study through an international journal? It only brings personal accolades. It only brings personal recognition. It may not help your people. So be a little bit careful. So let me tell you certain challenges of publishing. What are the certain challenges of publishing? The first challenge is to come up with a good research question or a research topic. Okay, this is the first one. The second one is resources that are around you. First challenge is to come up with a research question properly. Methods, methodologies, and statistical analysis, they follow. It's not a challenge at all. There are plenty of people, plenty of experts who can help you out. But to draw an original research question, an original research topic, is the first challenge that you should go about. The second one is resources. What are the resources that are available? You should look around for collaboration and then look at your research question, the next concept. Okay, that's the second challenge. The third one is the population. You know, you are a good researcher, but you are not a famous doctor. You are not a famous person. You have not established yourself as a person who can help people. You may know a lot, but the person sitting in front of you, patient, needs some relief, needs cure. So the third one is people. You should develop this attitude of having trust in people and people having trust and faith in you. Third challenge. The fourth challenge is finances. You need finance to do the research, and at the end of a good research with fantastic outcome, you also can get some finances. So funding or finances lastly, research question first, the so-called resources or sources available, the faith and trust the people in and around you have, and the finances. Now, challenges in international publications. So you decide, nowadays, most of the regulatory bodies, for us, NMC, for somebody else, AICTE, etc., they put a list of journals where you should publish so that you get an officiality of your publication. So that is the first challenge. You should identify these journals which are accepted by the scientific community and by the regulatory bodies, without which you can't go further. The other challenge is you finish your research in 3 years, but for it to be published, it takes months and years on. You should have patience to wait for. That has some other things. This is not the place to talk about. Ethicality comes into picture. But many times, you heard about open source, right? Open source activity, open access activity. To put your, after all these measures that you have taken, it is accepted by a reputed international journal. For you to publish in it, you have to pay a huge amount of few $1,000s per page. If there are 6 pages, you may land up paying $10,000–15,000, which is a very big challenge. No funding agency will give you money to publish. So open source, everybody can see it, because when you see a journal, to download this article, 30 pounds, 20 pounds, 40 pounds, because they have paid so much to put it into publication. Open sources, anybody can get it freely, but the person who has to publish has to pay a lot of money. This is another challenge in international publications. But I hope it is not a deterrent for a young researcher to think of challenges. Don't bother. Think of the strengths you have. Think of the opportunities that is created for you. Then you think of weaknesses and challenges. The SWOT analysis or whatever you do. I hope it is understandable.
Thank you for sharing your experience, sir. One more question, sir. Publishing in index journal is expense. Is another way to overcome from this heavy publishing fee?
Yeah, this is something I have not been able to answer. Individual researchers may have difficulty doing this, but an institution and university can always help these individual researchers if these researchers come out with a very good topic. Now, I should tell you, I do not sit as the vice chancellor of a medical university. I sit as the vice chancellor of a multi-faculty university. Medical college is one. We have engineering, we have pharmacy, we have nursing, we have natural sciences. It is a multi-faculty. A very extraordinary situation to do research, multi-faculty. You can do collaborative, trans-disciplinary, all those funny things can happen. So university can take up. But what does university see? There are 3 levels of research, that outcomes that come with. The first level of research is to make yourself known, make your university known to the scientific field. That will be an expensive proposal. The second one is to get patenting. Whatever research that you do is to get patenting and commercialize it so that money comes back to you, which can be plowed back into the research. That way you can help researchers for the amount of money that's indexed. The third level is the research that you do should reach the community and improve their life standards, for which you cannot put a price tag. Oh, my research is going to cost this thing. Doesn't matter. The intangible advantages, it's going to help millions of people. It's going to help water conservation. It's going to help air pollution. Money should not be a factor. That can be always, when you write a community-based research, there are many agencies who can fund you for all this. So, my dear young researchers, do not think of challenges. Think of the strengths you have. Think of the opportunities you have to do research. Then we'll worry about challenges. about the finance part of it, you can always overcome this, what you call mindset block of I do not have money, I cannot do this, etc. Research need not have a lot of money to start with. But publication, this is it. You please request your institution, please request Ayush, please request the university you are affiliated to or things like that. They will come up. I'm sure they will fund it. Okay.
Thank you, sir. One more question, sir. What type of research can we do in diabetes in the field of Ayurveda as you are expert in endocrinology?
You know, I should bow my head to people who have been practicing Ayurveda because they have more solutions for diabetes than us. We think, the so-called present science thinks we know a lot about diabetes, but not so. Unfortunately, we focus on people who develop diabetes and try to do all sorts of things to them and say, we are the best, we can take care of their blood glucose, we can prevent kidney failures and all. Ayurveda has been looking at how to stop people from becoming type 2 diabetics. So you can start primordial prevention. In the womb of the mother, Ayurveda has answers to it. You can have primary prevention. When a child is born, before it develops diabetes at the age of 20, 30, 40, for next 30 years, what we should do, Ayurveda has, and of course we also have, we can have transdisciplinary activity. Okay, so you must know most of the drugs in modern medicine practice, for example, metformin is a plant origin drug. Most of the drugs which have stood the test of time for 100, 150 years in modern medicine are plant-based. Then we have come to know what is the structure, and we have synthesizing, semi-synthesizing and things like that. But basically, those which have stood the test, digoxin, metformin, for that matter, aspirin, some anti-inflammatory drugs have plant origin. So you can look at whichever way in type 2 diabetes. Prevention, primary care in the sense mild diabetes, how to take care with food and etc. like that. And then go higher up, try to take out the active principle from the Ayurvedic preparations you have and purify it and do a better job. One thing, when you start your journey, sojourn in the research, Ayurveda and chronic medicine and transdisciplinary research, please, this is my request, please never confuse that Ayurvedic drugs have no side effects. Ayurveda may not have side effects, but Ayurvedic drugs, like modern medicine drugs, can have side effects. Keep this in mind. Safety first, efficacy next. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last question, sir. As many researchers are going in the reversal of diabetes, what is your opinion, sir? Can you please share your opinion?
Okay. See, I'm sorry. I have been a person who is sitting on the fence when it comes to reversal of diabetes. Cannot be reversed. Can be reversed. I am in the middle. 3 words that you should use. This started about a decade and a half ago, saying that cure of type 2 diabetes, not cure of diabetes, specifically type 2 diabetes, curing the type 2 diabetes. Slowly they came to know you cannot cure. They said reversal of diabetes. And now we know reversal is not permanent. It should be called long-term remission. A person who was on 3-4 drugs, a person who was obese with so-called remission of diabetes activity can be drug-free, can have normal blood glucose for many number of years. So my dear friends, talk about remission, long-term remission like in cancer. Probably do not confuse people with reversal. They mistake it as complete cure. But reversal of diabetes is very simple. Reversal of diabetes is very simple. How? We'll discuss it later. Yes, I'm sure if you do transdisciplinary, I have been guiding many of our people, many of the researchers from botany, from biochemistry and from medicine and from Ayurveda. In Bangalore, I was an external, expert, whatever you want to call it as, for NADRI. They used to talk about diabetes and hypertension in such a big way. So if you can develop transdisciplinary activity, Ayurveda, modern medicine, biochemistry, botany, applied botany, you have a solution for so-called reversal, which I call it as long-term remission. Yes, it can happen.
Thank you, sir, for the informative keynote address about guidelines for writing a successful research paper. Now it's the time to start a session. First session will be scope and challenges in publishing Ayurveda related articles in mainstream impact factor journals by the respected Dr. Somit Kumar sir, Director Research, ABP Research Foundation, Coimbatore. I welcome you, sir. CV. Dr. Somit Kumar sir, MD in IU, PhD, currently is Director Research, AVP Research Foundation, Coimbatore. His primary area of research activity includes clinical research and reverse pharmacology in Ayurveda, having completed his postgraduate degree in Dravya Guna and currently pursuing his doctoral research in the Department of Molecular Biology at University of Latvia to understanding and elucidate molecular mechanism behind Ayurveda-based formulation in the field of chronic diabetic wound healing. He is also involved in researches in the field of rare genetic disorder, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and working as co-investigator in this project with the University of Milan and Ayush. He is also co-investigator for clinical study in association with University of Latvia to evaluate the efficacy of customized Ayurveda therapy in diabetic type 2, working as a principal investigator COVID research on moderate to severe patients along Stanley Medical College, Chennai. Coimbatore, funded by Ayush. He is also part of author team which has translated Ashtanga Hridayam in the Latvian language. Dr. Somit Kumar sir has been an active clinician for past 17 years and specializes in Kerala-based Panchakarma technique. His area of expertise includes the spectrum of diabetes and its complications, other metabolic and neuroendocrine disorders, rheumatologic disorders, skin and autoimmune disorders. Following the whole system approach in Ayurveda, his clinical consultation includes diet and lifestyle suggestions, Ayurveda medication, yoga, and cognitive counseling. He has been invited across the globe to give a presentation at international seminars, academic lectures, and consultation. He is a core faculty member of AVP Training Academy, which conducts regular short-term Ayurveda orientation programs for students from Brazil, Argentina, Japan. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, can I just request you to give me the host rights? Just thank you.
Okay, sir. Just a second, sir.
Thank you. You are able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, at the outset, I would thank Dr. Shenoy and all the organizers to have given me this opportunity to present at this August gathering. I know that most of you are esteemed doctors, research scholars, as well as students of Ayurveda and pursuing excellence. So I am very in depth for being with you and hope that we will have very insightful session. So coming to my topic as to today I have been given is scope and challenges of publishing Ayurveda related articles in high impact factor mainstream journals. Now, I think my previous speaker, our esteemed faculty from himself being endocrinologist, told a very important thing is that if you have a good work, you may not worry about what is the impact factor. But if you have a good work and an impact factor, it makes a great amount of visibility of your good research work and acceptability worldwide, because said and done, when you are published in a good impact factor journal, you get better scientific credentials as well as also good academic credentials if it is published. So I do agree with his approach that the primary criteria should be the merit of that study or the quality of the study. So why I'm here? In fact, is it because I represent just an institution who's been pioneering Ayurveda research since almost 1970s? Now, if you look at the whole mission of AVP Research Foundation, it is to state that make Ayurveda more relevant. So when we are trying to make Ayurveda more relevant in this new age medical practice, which is multidisciplinary, more integrative, how do we make Ayurveda more relevant? And the second challenge is this relevance comes only when we prove Ayurveda scientifically. So that's why AVP Research Foundation has been since 2 decades involved in scientific publication and indexing of Ayurvedic researches. I don't know, many of you may not be aware that Dhara is one of the first indexing facility in Ayurveda fraternity to have collected the number of Ayurvedic articles which are basically published in both mainstream journals as well as journals doing a Ayurvedic publication. Now, why I would like to tell Dhara is an important milestone, because way back in around 2 decades back, our visionary leadership of Krishna Kumarji started a very unique effort where he started publishing first ever scientific journal called Ancient Science of Life, which is one of the most earliest journal which started publishing a peer-reviewed articles in the field of Ayurveda, even almost 30 years back. Now, why this was important milestone? Because it's very important that there's no doubt that Ayurveda works. There's no doubt that the quality practice of Ayurveda is happening. But what is the most important gap is, do we document our practice? And if we don't practice and document our practice in a good GCP, following GCP guidelines, we do not get that adequate recognition of being a good scientific part of good scientific community. Now, I do not see that we should ape the West, but at the same time, we have to be very clear that we need to follow good practices so that we can properly pursue a good research. Now, coming back to Dhara, it is a very unique initiative done by AVP Research Foundation along with Ministry of Ayush, where we started indexing most of the articles which use keyword Ayurveda. Now, why I want to tell you about this is because if you go on this web portal, which is like PubMed. So we all know about PubMed. When some article gets indexed in PubMed, you get a wider recognition and visibility of your article irrespective of the journal, so that people can find you or your research on a public domain. So Dhara is one of the first initiative in Ayurveda fraternity to index all the Ayurvedic articles on almost till date, till today morning, we have 10,346 article indexed in our Dhara online portal, which uses, again, I want to say, which uses keyword Ayurveda. Now, there are many challenges towards it. Many a times, I myself, I will give you certain examples where when you use keyword Ayurveda, many of the mainstream journals do not accept your article because they are in an impression that maybe Ayurveda is still not a scientifically codified medicine. But then, what is very important to note that almost 957 journals do accept Ayurvedic article
online training
having a keyword called as having online keyword called having Ayurveda. Can somebody mute, please? There is a sorry. Hello, can you mute yourself, ma'am? So what we see is, so almost 950 journals are ready to accept your article. It is not that mainstream journals, in that I'll give you an very important where there are 9,643 articles which have a keyword Ayurveda, and out of that 6,265 articles have Ayurveda as a keyword, which is also indexed in PubMed journals. So what is a big scope for us, opportunity for us, that it is possible for us to get indexed in a good quality journal which are PubMed indexed with Ayurveda as a keyword. So let us come to what are the journals where we can go for. Out of 957 journals, purely Ayurveda journals like Journal of Integrative Medicine, Ayurveda Integrative Medicine, or Ancient Science of Life, or IU journal. These are some 17 journals which are of good impact, which is right now published. So there are 17 journals which publishes Ayurveda article, and they are basically run by Ayurvedic institutions, or which has Ayurveda as its primary aim and published they basically publishes Ayurveda related articles as well as yoga and other Ayush system of medicines article. But you have also big opportunity in the complementary and alternative medicine journals. So there are Journal of Complementary and Integrative Medicine by Marianne, or there is evidence-based complementary medicine by Hindave. Many publishers comes with this tagline. When you write Journal of Complementary and Alternative Medicine, you will get almost 18 good impact factor journals where you can publish your article. So they are 18 in number. Almost 616 articles are also published in such article. Now, one of the biggest one of the limitation of our thing is that there are many people who publish Ayurveda articles or Ayurveda related concepts or herb profile where they don't use keywords Ayurveda, they are missed out. So they come in the many ethnopharmacological journals where they write ethnopharmacological study. Because I myself have had many experiences where when I wrote Ayurveda formulation, journals kept rejecting. The moment I changed into a polyherbal formulation, I was accepted. Now, these are certain biases right now in mainstream journals, which slowly is getting resolved. But why this whole challenge is there? Because we still have only 10,000 odd articles in public domain having Ayurveda as a keyword. So what is the very important message behind it is more and more we publish, irrespective whether it is a international journal or a national journal. But yes, it should not be predatory journal. As sir was talking to about you, is the journal which you publish should be definitely at least UGC compliant. So UGC has come out with a list of journals where you can go online and check which are the journals which are complying UGC norm, and they are not classified as predatory journals, because many of us fall prey to such kind of substandard non-peer reviewed journals. Though it comes online, it may also get indexed in Google Scholar or in Google, but then the biggest challenge is you don't get the credit of that publication. And that's why I will tell you, it's very important to first check for these journals, whether they are indexed in Scopus or PubMed or at least Web of Science. Web of Science is one of the most important comprehensive portal where you can know the authenticity of the journal. So in my current presentation, this 957 journals are basically only those journals which are part of Web of Science. So if you ask me what are the opportunities, it's vast. There are almost 1,000 journals which are publishing our Ayurveda related articles. So we always think that mainstream journals do not publish Ayurveda stuff, but to our stark contrary information, the mainstream other medical discipline journals has published almost 3,104 articles across 843 journals. So what I would like to state that there no paucity, there are immense opportunity for us to get published, and there are enough opportunity for us to get into a good impact factor peer reviewed journal. Like I was telling you, it's that when we preach, we should also follow. So at AVP Research Foundation, we have made it very clear that whenever we are trying to create the whole ethos or thought of doing research from end to end. What is end to end? Right from the conceptualizing the kind of research we want to do to executing a research, because that is very important. For publishing a good article in a good peer-reviewed journal, you also require a proper research design. And you need to understand that each research design has to be published in a different format. So that also I'm going to talk to you about is many of us, we start writing an article, just we know IMRAD. Of course, IMRAD format is important. That is introduction, you should have material and methods you need to have. Then you have to have result, then discussion and conclusion. But then when you are even doing this IMRAD format, the way you represent the data, the way you produce or analyze the data or arrange the data in an article is also guided by certain guidelines. If it is a case study, there is a separate guideline. If it is a review article, there is a separate guideline. If this is a preclinical study, there is a separate guideline. So it's very important for us to understand that when we are attempting a publication, we need to first understand what is the kind of study we have conceptualized, what we have executed, and then how to select right kind of journals. Like for example, in Science of Life, we long recognized that we cannot be sectarian, because this particular journal was published almost 2 decades back, started publishing 2 decades back. Now, we need to be encompassing. We cannot just segregate that we are going to only publish research articles only, which is preclinical. So we in this journal have a section for review articles, a section for case study, original articles, whether it can be clinical or non-clinical, as well as book review. So there are ample opportunity when you think from a perspective of Ayurveda publication. It is not that only you, so many of us feel that we need a lot of money to write an article. and some good labs and research to do an article. No, even when you do a review article, it doesn't need a lot of money. Or writing your thoughts about a book, or writing a whole documentation of a seminar and proceedings of a seminar. This is also a good way to start your medical writing initiative. So it's very important that you have to first understand what you are planning to do, and then you need to strategize accordingly. Now, good publication practices. What are a good publication practices? A very practical insight checklist. See, many of us, we get published in Ayurveda, not in Ayurveda journals, but in magazines. So you have to first understand that there is a difference between a popular literature called as magazine and scholarly literature called as a journal. So don't get carried away by publishing in those magazines which is not indexed in at least in UGC website. You need to go through and please see, or there are also if it's good quality journal, it as I told you, Web of Science website is there, which you can know what whether the journal which you are aiming, even in Ayurveda, like IU, you go and search in Web Science, it is there. If you go and Ancient Science of Life or Journal of Ayurveda Integrative Medicine, such kind of journals are already being indexed in Web of Science. Then perception that only few good scholarly journals willing to publish Ayurveda research are there. No, as I told you, almost 1,000 journals are ready to publish your Ayurveda article if you properly plan your manuscript. Now, manuscript can be what? It can be, as I told you, it's not always important that only when you have done a clinical trial or you have done a complex in vitro, in vivo study, animal study, this and that. No, you can, even if you are a practitioner and you have treated a unique case. For example, you have treated a fistula and case, which was very unique. You handled it well, and you have a pre-post photos. So you can publish that itself. And today, Ayush is running a special, All India Institute of Ayurveda is, running a special journal of Ayurveda case studies. So you can publish there. Now, not only that, all mainstream journals are open to case studies. So there is, if you just go online and say journals publishing case studies, there is a series of case studies journals in different specialty. You have diabetology, endocrinology, neurology, all these. But yes, you should have, it cannot be a just one type 2 diabetes patient you treat and then you publish. No, there should be uniqueness. There should be nobility, which is not known. There should be a certain degree of insight, which is very exploratory and new to know. So you should choose such case studies which will be unique and insightful. Then only your reviewers will accept. Otherwise, even in editors would reject at the first stage, because as you know, there is the initial check of the quality of article. Once editorial decks feels that yes, it is good enough for going peer reviewed, that many scholars in that particular area are ready to be reviewed by this article, then you give those articles to those reviewers and then they comment on them. So the whole process of publishing a good quality article is little time taking and sometimes very also learning. Why? Because when you start this process, only you know that what are your lacunas and what are your strengths also. So always be open to criticisms, always be open to having a positive opinion towards what reviewers are taking. Because in my personal as much I have published, definitely I've been publishing for last 5 years only, but then what we have seen that more and more we have studied the reviewer's comment, amended our manuscript according to reviewer's comment, it has become better. So any criticism has to be taken in right speed, and we have found out extremely helpful to improve and improvise our quality of the paper. Now, it can be a review article, it can be discussion or a debate, a life profile, a great physician around your area, something about them. You can also, or researcher, or an interaction with the expert, or some initiative of institutions or industry, or letter to the editor, a product review, a book review, practice guidelines. Like, for example, in your college, you have been working on a particular management of Katishula by XYZ methods and protocol if you have developed. That can also become a part of your whole initiative for writing a good research article. So that is where to understand that, or the one important key message is that please don't wait for labs and research, clinical research to happen to write an article. It is always important to understand that these are also areas where you can start writing articles and getting trained in medical writing. Perception that negative results are not publishable, it's wrong. See, unless and until you don't publish what is not working, you will not think. So see, many a times in Ayurveda community, if you don't get a desired result, your hypothesis is not proven, we don't publish. This is not the right method to approach even a negative results. I was day before yesterday, I was with ministry and with Secretary Ayush. I was so impressed with his one comment which we had with our honorable principal investigator, which I am doing a multicentric trial on rheumatoid arthritis, Dr. Daniel first. He's a famous rheumatologist, and we have already done an NIH study with him. Now, what Secretary Ayush told us, that we are not worried about whether success or failure of any study. What is important is first that research aptitude, ability to conduct a good international level research and publishing it. Whether it is a positive or negative, we don't want. So what we see is the intention of the policy makers and regulators in this whole India is not just to prove Ayurveda because it's work, also to know if it didn't work, what is the next way to go forward where it will work? Because it's very important, as my previous speaker also talking about, we are so obsessed with that Ayurveda never has a side effect. It is not right. So anything which has an effect will have a side effect, provided you have not given in right dosage time. If you don't follow the Ayurvedic principles in dosing, there will be some side effects. So let us be open-minded. So then perception that no good research is possible without good laboratory and research infrastructure, as I told you, it's not correct. Not being aware of various guidelines available at different research designs. This is a very important thing, which I'll come to next slide, that we do not structure an article according to different guidelines, and you have to go through the website to learn about it. Lack of research literacy and scientific pursuit. I'm very happy that Dr. Shenoy has taken this very important, initiative, that practice and training is a very important cornerstone of good scientific writing. So we need to train. These skills are not inborn. It is inculcated and trained. So that's why we need to talk about practice and training, and not being aware of criteria to be followed while selecting a scholarly journal. So we end up, many a times submitting an article in a journal, so you have to, whenever you are selecting a journal, please look into what are the aims and objectives of the journal, what it publishes. Now, how to choose a journal. This is a very important, problematic area for we Ayurveda scholars. So choosing the right research question first, plan and execute the study methodologically. After that, you have to also choose the right peer-reviewed journal. So first of all, peer-reviewed journal, minimum criteria is UGC, but best is go for Web of Science. Is journal indexed with standard indexing database? PubMed is the most common, at least in Google Scholar. Google Scholar, you get many spurious journals also, but then at least PubMed and Scopus should be your criteria along with Web of Science. What is the status of journal according to accepted journal matrix? So Web of Science publishes a journal matrix about its regularity of publication, about its impact factor. We talk about as to how many times this journal has been, the articles of this journal has been cited. Based on that citation index, they get that means a good study would be also cited by other authors, because if your study is genuine and replicable, if you do a study on management of low back pain, and if somebody read and then they repeated the same thing, they again publish their own article referring your article. That means whatever work you have done is repeatable. So it's very important that you at least go for some basic impact factor. If not, it's not that all the journals who does not have impact factor does not have credibility, but at least peer reviewing should be there. What is the status of like journal, whether journal is a member of COPE guidelines, ICGME? ICGME is a very important word. You have to remember that who should be given the credit of the authorship. If you are not compliant with ICGME guidelines, none of the journals will properly publish, because today we gift authorship. We gift it to somebody who has just obliged us or helped us. No, there are specific criteria who should be part of the authors, and every good journal or a sign of good journal is that they will ask you, each person who is in the author list, what they have done for the study, and you have to give the in fact, many a times if you do malpractices, even the journals retract the article. If they find a foul play or non-ethical publication, they retract articles. They take the article off from their a good peer-reviewed journal. Then, does the journal make false or misleading claims? Does the journal charge processing fee? Now, it's not wrong to pay processing fee, but you have an option. So this was asked also in the previous kind of a deliberation, that if you have a good article which you want to have an open source that everybody can read without paying a fee, and if you have a facility for that, so most of the journals which we have been seeing, that it's around fees between 1.5 lakhs to 3 lakhs generally. And if we are doing an Ayush research, so these days one of the best thing is that Ayush EMR research or any research, now the Ayush is also encouraging us to factor in the budget for the publication cost. So you can plan well so that you can factor in this cost. If you are a PG student, another thing, there are a lot of Ayurveda journals which are peer-reviewed, indexed, which gives discounts for students, or they don't charge you, or they charge nominal 3,000 to 12,000 rupees fee for open access. But anyhow, even if it is not an open access, you will be published. It's only that there are journals which will give you, like, only on paid access, you can download this article. So there are definitely not, these are not the bottlenecks. It's if your article is good, work is good, you can go ahead with that. Is that journal, if it is an open access and online, is professionally managed or not? There are a lot of malpractices. I myself has been, I submitted to a journal, and for almost 7 months, I was really taken for a ride. And ultimately I understood that the journal which was running, and it's a good impact factor journal, and it was undergoing a transition from one publication house to another. There were so many bugs, so many people were playing with our article, and then finally after 7 months I had to retract that article, and for 7 months my article was not published. So you have to be very clear that when you submit an article, article and you see that they are professionally managed, otherwise just retract the article. Do not publish. Then one of the biggest challenge which we face is we use a lot of Sanskrit word. If it is a hardcore 17 journal which are basically primarily focused at Ayurveda, definitely the Sanskrit word will go well. But other 800 journals, you need to understand that they don't know Sanskrit. There are linguistic barriers, cultural barriers. So the reviewers may not even know about all these words. So one of the biggest challenge, and it has been solved now. I am very thankful to Government of India at large, is because the Ayush Ministry and WHO took a very important decision of this WHO standard terminologies project for Ayurveda related terminologies. I would request all of you that whoever is now writing in mainstream journal, please use these standard terminologies. In bracket, you can give, so you can still write Vata, but in bracket, write whatever the standard terminology of Vata has been given, translated in contemporary language. Please write that so that people understand there is a reference. So this is an excellent step which Government of India has taken. Please use this. Not only that, the next step is International Classification of Disease. There is a 11th edition of ICD. If you are doing a publication on, suppose, Gulma, or in Gulma also you talk about what Gulma. Now, very good important development has taken that Government of India has come out with second module where Ayurveda diagnosis has been integrated in ICD 11. So use all these standard terminologies, because this will allow you to be in the mainstream journals. That's why I was telling, it's not just about getting published in mainstream journal. It's about also developing this flair for, writing at the world-class level. These are very important websites you should go through. There is the Equator Network, which I will talk to you about, ICGME, publicationethics.org. These are very important. Thomson and Reuters, which publishes the impact factor. All these websites are very important for you to be updated. Now, this is a very important, as I was telling you, Equator Network. You should go to this website and download the format for each guidelines for reporting different studies. If it is randomized clinical trial you have done, then consort guidelines. So if you arrange the data in the consort, just IMRAT is not going to work if you don't arrange the data based on consort guidelines. If you don't have a consort tree, if you have not given those things, they will not accept. Most of the mainstream journal will not accept. If it is observational study, which we generally do in our PhD or MD, strobe guidelines, systematic reviews, PRISMA, study protocols, SPIRIT guidelines, then case studies, CARE guidelines, then clinical practice guidelines, AGRI guidelines. So preclinical, ARRIVE. So preclinical studies we do a lot. Now, please go to this website and kindly download the structure of how to present these data, how to approach these kind of studies, align the data in this format. Then only we are going to get published in good. Even I am very aware about that. All our Ayurveda journals who are PubMed index now follow as a mandatory guidelines, ICGME and these strobe guidelines or consort guidelines or PRISMA guidelines, all are followed very importantly. Now, I want to shed light on why I am talking about it, because we have done and walked the talk. That means we did first ever scientific research in 1977, and it was with ICMR and WHO. And you'll be surprised, it only got published in way back in 2000s. Like, when the till then it was not published by any good impact factor journal, or it was not allowed to be impacted. It took us to publish almost, we did 30 years to get published. Now, why? Because first of all, data was not properly analyzed, and there were a lot of issues which was not scientific, which were put into it, and it was somewhere the data were kept. It was Krishna Kumarji's very unique initiative. Even after 30 years, the enthusiasm that once All India Institute of Ayurveda started publishing Journal of Ayurveda, then we got published in this first time. So the whole desire for publication or scientificity should be ongoing. It may be time, it takes time, but one day it happens. But before the 1977 WHO study would have published, we published already the NIH study. Now, it was very unique that, there is a very very known scholar called as Ernest Ernst. He wrote this very, critical article that Ayurveda medicine for rheumatoid arthritis, there's no strong evidence. He did a systematic review that there's no strong evidence that Ayurveda works in this. And he went through all the trials and finally he said that right now there is no evidence. The team at AVP Research Foundation and AVP, we took this as a challenge and we designed a RCT, randomized double dummy control trial. Now the same study we are doing with Ayush at multicentric with CCRAS, 2 centers, Amrita and our place. We could prove, and this particular article was published in 2011 in a peer-reviewed journal and Journal of Clinical Rheumatology, which is a mainstream impact factor journal. Almost now it's an impact factor of 3.9. Now, this we proved that a proper RCTs can be done if properly planned. Now, guess what happened? I really commend Ernest Ernst. He publicly acknowledged that this particular research paper, which was published in this journal, he says that this study might therefore be used as a blueprint for testing the efficacy of similar complex Ayurvedic intervention. So the best thing about scientific community is that if we properly design a clinical study or design any scientific pursuit, they are ready to accept and publish and also acknowledge that you have done a good job. And the same guy who in 2005 wrote that there is no evidence writes that now I find some hope that it can be scientifically answered in this way. And this study got a European Excellence in Integrative Medicine Research Award in 2012. Now, our pursuit continues, whether it is our product or a process so we have seen that whatever we have done, we have gone through. See, recently we have got published for one of our antiviral product, Febrojit, also properly published in Journal of Ethnopharmacology. Then we do a lot of reverse pharmacology. Now we were talking about diabetic foot ulcers. We very categorically put how Jatyadi works in a molecularly on molecular markers like cytokines and chemokines. We have published these in vitro studies in impact factor journals. Now this the last article I told you, this particular article was not getting published in the journal unless and until, though it is an evidence-based complementary and alternative medicine, they had real issue in saying Ayurvedic formulation. So I had to, sometimes, because it's not that in the body it is Ayurvedic formulation, but in the sometimes title there will be very, authors, reviewers may sometimes be very difficult to handle. They wanted it to be changed. So once this polyhorrible formulation was done, so these are the biases I'm trying to tell you happen. But then at some point of time, it gets published. So if your quality, and it starts getting cited, it's already cited almost by 12 different other articles. Now, same way, now there's only one formulation, but we have tried to elucidate many mechanisms of activity. That Jatyadi has multi drug kind of component. So first we understood on genetic expressions from fibroblasts, then we talked about how it's antimicrobial activities. The best thing is it is the bahugunam is very important, that it is also anti-inflammatory as well as anti-bacterial. So we have proved through different reverse pharmacological way to prove one. Now for one formulation we have four articles to prove the mechanism as well as scientificity of this thing, and each part is able to highlight, each publication is highlighting one component of the activity of diabetic foot ulcer and the effect of Jatyadi in diabetic foot ulcers. So see, what I would like to say, that there is immense opportunity for us to do a preclinical, a proper devised and a properly planned study can be possible. Now, recently, after 2 years, COVID is gone, but it took us 2 years to even get published in a proper index factor journal, because there's a lot of questions, queries, which is, so we got recently published on a prospective study. Because see, in Ayurveda, one of the major challenge which we will face, or we are already facing, is we are all used to one medicine and one disease. But the reality is we use many medicines for one disease, like personalized healthcare. So as if you want to stick to personalized healthcare protocol, one of the biggest challenge which we face is addressing the causality behind multi-drug strategy, or giving the rationality. Why did we use multiple drugs in particular case, in a particular population? And outcome is the same. Like, if for suppose we studied this COVID and we studied that IL-6 was inflammatory cytokine storm, we talked about IL-6 is one of the cytokine. So it worked, that in Ayurveda group, it worked better than only allopathy group. But then you used many drugs. So how do you, so for us in this article, since we use 16 medicines to address type 2 diabetics with COVID who were on oxygen dependent, we had to go through a lot of exercise. And that's where what helped us was today's WHO's standard terminology. We started quoting the exact terminologies there and giving reference that, Jwara can be Sannipatika, and Sannipatika there can be again Vatija Pradhana, Pitta Pradhana, Kapha Pradhana, all those. And then we started. And then finally, after 7 rejection, see, we got 7 rejection by good impact fact journals. But finally we got published. But issue is, it's the way forward is difficult. Yes, if we want to, get published in a good impact fact journal, as Ayurvedic scholars, we have to have a lot of patience and willpower to thrive. But it's not impossible. There are thousands of journals which can publish us, and provided we properly strategize it. So this is something which I wanted to, share with you with our own experience, because it's very important that we should have our own experience to share. And this was one of the thing which I wanted to highlight today, and hope that, my presentation would have given you some clues as to on this topic, and open for any questions you have now or anytime.
Yes, sir. There are a few questions in chat box. Sir, according to you, which is best feasible journal to publish articles of Ayurveda? Can you please share your experience, sir?
So let's start with the Indian journal. So a journal of Ayurveda Integrative Medicine is a very, now it has got almost good impact factor. Otherwise, sorry, but I would say that even ASL, we have a good legacy and good thing. Then we have IUHU. So please go to Web of Science and then select articles which is publishing Ayurveda articles. So you can have this Journal of Complementary and Alternative Medicine, Marianne, or Integrative Medicine. Now they have so there are, as I told you, please go on Dhara. You can go through all these. So in Dhara, if you go on like PubMed, it's a search engine. You can go and see the names of journals we have indexed there, which are accepting Ayurvedic articles, and you can based on that you can choose any one of them.
Thank you, sir. One more question, sir. How to identify the journals are good for publication?
So as I told you, first, Web of Science, you should have that journal's name, and they are publishing articles related to either herbal or complementary medicine or integrative medicine or alternative medicine. These all words should be there in journal's main aim. And then you should try to publish in that. Otherwise, at least go to the UGC website, and in UGC website, there are name of journals which are recognized by UGC website, and they can publish your article. But yes, each journal has its own guidelines. Follow those guidelines, as well as the guidelines of, as I have told you about stroke guidelines, consort guidelines, which type of studies, whether clinical, preclinical study or case study. Follow those guidelines, and then follow the guidelines of the journal in the format, and then submit it. So that's but yes, you have to do a little bit of homework. Here also a little bit of training is required. I think definitely I would request Dr. Shenoy and your team also to do a proper a kind of an in-depth kind of a workshop on this. That will help us to practically also see how to search for the right journal for your article.
Thank you, sir. Last question. Can you share your opinion about predatory journals?
Yes, I think I've seen many good articles or good genuine articles getting published in predatory journals, which lose all its credibility. Once it is published by a predatory journal, even if you want, you cannot republish in a good impact factor or a good mainstream journal. So before you decide a journal, please go and search in UGC blacklisted predatory journals. There is a list. If that journal exists there, definitely don't publish. There is a list of predatory journals or blacklisted journals by UGC. First, at least you do that. And second, take that journal name and also search on Web of Science database. If the journal name is not in Web of Science, don't submit. Okay, so if you want very good quality journal, international standards, if you want to say, then Web of Science is a must. But sometimes also just UGC journal, if it is also there, is okay, because many of the UGC journals are not in Web of Science. So that doesn't mean that it's not credible, but at least in Indian context, at least it should be UGC compliant.
Thank you, sir, for giving insights to good publication practices, journal guidelines, and highlighting the publication problems. Now we will move on to session second. I would like to welcome Dr. Joshi Hanmantachar, sir. Now the session will be methodology of article writing, including reference and software plagiarism. Sir is Professor and Principal, Sharada Vilas College of Pharmacy, Mysuru, Karnataka. Completed his doctorate from Division of Pharma Sciences, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Haryana. His research interests are neurosciences, behavioral psychopharmacology, herbal psychotropics, standardization of phytopharmaceutics. Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Has more than 20 years of experience in teaching and research. Sir has published more than 227 research and review papers in scientific journals and presented papers at various national and international conferences. Sir has received Samshodhana Dikshit Award, Young Scientist Award, Young Investigator Scholarship Award. His biography is published in Marquis. Adarsha Seva Sangha, Mysuru has awarded him with prestigious Adarsha Pratibha Ratna Award. Also awarded with Mother Teresa Award in the year 2018. Best Principal Award in the year 2020 from Indian Institute of Scholars. Outstanding Excellence Award in Neurological Research, Pharmaceutical Royal International Society, Namma Hemmeya Sampanmoola Vyakti, citation from Mysuru Science Foundation. Recently, Rotary Center awarded him with Rotary Datta Eminent Teacher Award in the year 2022. He is regularly invited as a speaker for most of the international conferences on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease across the world. I welcome you to this program, sir. Over to you, sir.
ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೌದೌದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕಂಡಪಟ್ಟೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿ ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ
Please everyone unmute your audio. We are facing some technical issues. Wait for 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Entry ಹೊಡೀರಿ sir.
Sorry, sir will be joining in a few minutes. Afternoon session will be experience sharing and presentation of model article and challenges of international publications. And last session will be biostatistics and usage of software in analysis of data. Finally, we are having panel discussion. Moderator is Dr. Srivastava sir. Now the session will be methodology of article writing, including reference and software plagiarism by Dr. Joshi Hanumantachar sir, Principal of Sharada Vilas College, Mysuru. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Joshi Hanumantachar sir for the session. Over to you, sir.
First of all, thanks to Dr. Shanai for the opportunity. And I am very sure you would have benefited with wonderful presentations by other people also. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. You can share, sir.
Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
My apologies. There had been a small issue. So let me start directly with the few information about how to write a research paper. I think my earlier speaker would have already had thrown some light on how do you prepare for a paper for a journal. But I will be telling you from a different angle. Can you see the full screen here of the paper? Should I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What about it now?
Sir, you can maximize your screen.
Yeah, that's what I must. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Very fine. So directly I've started because by now you would have understood that what is a research paper, what is a review paper, and what do you mean by a letter, letter to the editor, short communication. And I presume that most of the delegates today who are attending this workshop are majorly students. So I will be discussing about the document of scientific proceedings. And first of all, what is a research paper? We know very well it's a documentation of the findings of the scientific work. And we know very well scientific papers are the heart of the scientific community because they are very important. And in another way, what is a research paper? It is an expanded essay that presents one's interpretation or evaluation or an argument We don't call it as an argument. We can say a scientific contribution. And when anyone writes research paper, they build upon what they know about the subject and what other experts want to know. I think this has already been explained by other speaker, but I'm just repeating it. And a research paper involves surveying a field of knowledge in order to find the best possible information in the field. That is, the exact definition of the research paper. And what are the areas we know very well? It is mainly, it need not be only health sciences, it can be science, arts, humanities, language, everywhere research is possible. And why do we need a publication? I was just listening to the talk of Dr. M.A. Shekhar. He was telling about, what is the importance of scientific publication. And then other speaker, I couldn't listen to him full, but he was mentioning, what can be a good paper as far as Ayurvedic science is concerned. Why do we publish it? Number one, it is for public. We have to make it public. The objectives have to be met. What is the productive one, the reproducible one, systematic one, and cumulative one. That's why it is called as science. And publication makes it possible, right? And without publication, we'll not be able to tell what work we have done and what are the exact, the findings of our research work. And what is this publication? Why it is important? Because it is a final step in discovery of the thing. And let me come to the biomedical research. Example I'm giving for biomedical research. I'm not going to into the aspects of other types of research. Today we are talking about biomedical because Ayurveda is the field of medical sciences, and let us talk about it. And first of all, we should know how to read a research paper. Before writing a research paper, we should know how to write a research paper. So let us try to understand the other aspects of research paper to find out whether to use a diagnostic test or treatment. For example, I had to read it, right? And learn the clinical course and prognosis of a disease and treatment, and to determine etiology and causation, and distinguish it, the usefulness from useless, what is required and what is not required. Then only we can further proceed with the future aspects of the research. Next one is the interpretation. What are the various parts of the research paper? I think you would have already gone through it. Number one is introduction. Other one is materials and methods. Next is results, and final is discussion. That is the interpretation, right? And what are the other parts of the paper? We have a title. We need to have the authors and affiliation. See, my talk is not giving. I'm not telling only what is the research paper, because you can get this information from any search engine. You just Google ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸುಮಾರು information ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. But I will be telling from my experience, and as well as what is expected by a journal. Being a chief editor of few journals, what is the expected thing, and how we can prepare ourselves for the research paper. What are those? Number one is the title. Title plays a very, very important information. I will be telling about it in next slides. Authors are very much important. Why authors are important? We will also understand that. Affiliations, that's also very important. Abstract, subsection, tables and figures, references, acknowledgement if at all there. Any disclosures like conflict or the financial disclosure. Appendices are nothing but the other appendices, like you can attach something, and electronic supplements if at all your paper is having some kind of the images. And how do I read a research paper? Okay, because we keep on talking about how to write a research paper, but before that I should know how to read a research paper. At least those people who are new to the research here in the audience, first of all, we should read a paper, maybe 2 times, 3 times, or 5 times. I'm talking to single paper, not different papers, single paper. Number one, understand the problem, right? So we have to read a scientific paper like a critic, right? Vimarsha ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, critic ಅಂತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ತರ ಓದಬೇಕು. Second one is understanding the proposed solution. What was the problem? What solution they are proposing? And what are the approaches to be followed to understand it? And what are the various designs of research? And how we have to evaluate the paper, that we can ignore because we are just beginning. And we should also understand what is peer review, right? Peer review is very important in scientific publishing process, because only after the review, the paper will be published. Okay. And we have read the paper. For example, the effect of Brahmi Rasayana in the management of Alzheimer's disease. Let us think this is the title of the paper. Okay. So we have gone through the paper, because my earlier slide was about the paper. We have gone through the paper. We have, read the title. We have read, the methods there, introduction there, and how it is relevant, and how it is, comparable with the existing information. Then references, and finally, how do you evaluate? Okay, evaluating not like a reviewer, but as a reader. What is number one? Is it important? Number one. Now, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು important. ಈ paper important ಇದೆಯಾ ನನಗೆ? Number one. Is it relevant? If it is important and relevant, why? Why it is so? That we have to question ourselves. And second one is, what is the prior work in this area? ಮೊದಲು ಏನೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? For example, if you want to plan a work in Alzheimer's or dementia, or ಮೇಧ್ಯಾದಿ ವರ್ಗ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಮೇಧ ರಸಾಯನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ, so we have to understand what earlier work has already been done. That's what we do in the review of literature, isn't it? While we prepare a synopsis. Okay. And is the proposed solution is clever? Cleverness is orthogonal to importance. Clever, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So that is why we have to be very clever in that aspect. Are the assumptions and model reasonable? We cannot have an unreasonable model. Okay. Having the lecture rise for checking its activity in dementia. Is it really reasonable in our area? Is it really possible? Right? Are we competent enough as financially? We have to think about it. And what is the impact? Right? It is easier to evaluate very old papers rather than the latest one. Okay. Does other work build on it? Can we build on it? That is also a question. Do other papers use techniques and solutions proposed in this paper? Whether earlier people have already done it, or what exactly is happening in the current scenario? Okay. How do we do that? Number one, read slowly. Okay. See, first of all, any researcher or any medical doctor should learn to read slowly and understand it. And best thing is to make a notes there only. Okay. Take the research paper, make, use a reference marker and write it there only. And question the assumption. Can be the assumption. For example, hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Fantastic. Yeah. So we have to question the assumption. See, the assumption is, one example is, Alzheimer's is not reversible. In the morning, I heard Dr. Shekhar talking, diabetes is not reversible. We can say that, reminiscence is possible. Okay. So similarly here, whether dementia can be reversible, because, there are some formulations as far as Ayurveda is concerned, they say that it can be reversed. So is it an assumption? Or do we have any scientific documentation on that? So we have to question ourselves by reading. Importance of the problem. We have to understand. Write the questions to track on what you don't understand. Also, you have to write. You have to write what you have understood and what you have not understood by the side of the paper. That's the way we read the paper. Sometimes what is not in the paper is more important than what is in it. Try to understand that. We can't expect everything will be in one paper. There may be things which may not be in the paper, so that we can inculcate that thing in our paper. We can introduce such points in our new paper, which was not there in the earlier papers, right? So whether the authors we had published the paper which I am reading very critically, whether they have overlooked madidara, adana ನಾವು observe ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. Don't let ideas or design details pass until you understand them, and do not keep on talking to other people without understanding the designs, what have been used and what have been planning to incorporate. What are the ground rules? Number one, try to understand. Number one important is you have to read and read, then you can understand. And don't be afraid to ask. Whom do you ask? Your guide. You can ask Dr. Shanai, or maybe your PG guide, maybe the co-guide. We have to be very open in this case. Be constructive, be polite, and don't be afraid to criticize. Constructive criticism is always very essential in the research process. Okay. And we know very well there are mainly two types of papers, but we can further classify them also into different. One is a review article, other one is primary research articles. What is a review article? People think the review article is very easy. Actually, it is very difficult actually, because we have to get the latest information of what exactly has happened. Especially, for example, if I am reading a review paper, my latest reference should be of month of minimum January 2024, not 2020 or 2015, 19 like that. So we need to have the latest papers there which we can use. And research papers are our own papers because we have worked on it and we have the original findings and original the data we have, and the conclusion is purely our own conclusion or our group's conclusion. Nobody can do that. Only we can do that. So that is a major difference between the review and the research paper. Okay. Now, when we start preparing the paper, what exactly we are going to study? What normally people go through? Number one is the abstract. Abstract is very, very important. And I remember when we had attended the previous meeting in GRC, Dr. Shana had invited, and your commissioner, Dr. Srinivas, I was telling, make a very small abstract, then the number of pages. Same thing applicable to the research and review papers also. Abstract is the face of your paper, right? Which is not only a summary, but it indicates and as well as it inspires the person to read it. So our work has to be a readable one, and it should be easy for a person to read and understand. Do not use any complicated English, because in research, as far as the medical science and science is concerned, we need not be a very what I can say, a strong person in vocabulary in English, right? Simple English is very much essential, and it's okay, because we do not know who are the readers. They can be from different background, they can be different races or different countries altogether. So it clarifies whether you have enough background to appreciate the paper, right? So background plays a very, very important role, and it refreshes your memory about the topic, okay? And it helps you as a reader to integrate the new information. So that's why we have to read the abstract very carefully and technically, right? And introduction can be skimmed. Sometimes what will happen, people want to increase the bulk of the paper. They make introduction 4 pages, 5 pages. I think it is absolutely not essential. Okay, we can just skim it. We can make it short, right? Of course, we can give the references wherever it is relevant, but there is no need to have a very long introduction. And the logical flow of papers goes straight from the introduction to the results, right? We have to keep out of our mind that all earlier work has to be in the introduction only. No need to, right? We can even write in the discussion also, right? And we can interpret, the findings with the work, what has been done earlier. That could be definitely possible, right? And how to read the results, right? Many people read the abstract very clearly and carefully. They read the introduction. They also critically read the, the review of literature. But when it comes to the results, somehow, they take a back seat. But this is very, very important. Okay. Number one, examine the figure. Please understand each figures, each number, what exactly it is reflecting, whether statistical analysis has been done very clearly, systematically, and what method they have followed. That's also important. And write down there only. We should have, a small, a habit of writing there only, because we have to ink it immediately. Otherwise, what will happen? Some other new thinking will come, and it will evade our memory. That could be very really possible. And then with each experiment figure, we should be able to explain the basic procedure. Whenever we, talk about a method, it should be a basic procedure. The question it's sought to answer, it should give an answer. And then the results and conclusion criticism should be referred very critically. Okay. And how do you read a discussion? Right? Take the notes and answer these questions. What conclusions did the authors draw? It is not only a final conclusion. The formulation, Brahmic Ruta was found to be a very good, a drug for the mild cognitive impairment. That is only 2 lines of conclusion. But when we go for discussion, it is compared and as well as analyzed with the earlier work done by the other researchers. So how do we draw to the conclusion? That is, the discussion. Okay. And ask yourself, why is this data significant? Right? The data what has been given by the researcher, the author, how it is significant, you should be able to understand it. Does it contribute to the knowledge or correct answers, to the correct errors? That is also very essential, right? Every work should be able to improve scientific knowledge, right? By now we have understood, right? We would have tried the paper, but we cannot relax just now. We have to save the energy, and we have to, be open for reflection and criticism, right? And what is that? Do you agree with the author's rationale for setting up the experiment as they did? Isn't it? See, whenever you do work on human, there will always be a question. Is it very rational behind selecting, the geriatric individual for this work? Okay, I'm giving an example of work on dementia or Alzheimer. Here, the subjects will be predominantly senior citizens, geriatrics. So there can be a question, but we should be able to answer in a proper way. Did they perform the experiments appropriately? Right? So that should reflect. And where were whether there were enough experiments? When you do a test called a neuropsychological examination, like mini mental state examination for identifying the preliminary symptom of Alzheimer, whether the test is quite enough preliminarily, And do you see the trends or patterns in the data? Okay, that is also very much required. Do you agree with the author's conclusion? If we are not able to agree, we can definitely put a letter to the editor that I am not happy with the conclusion, number one. Or number two, at least you can discuss among your group and which you can improve upon during your research paper. And what are the further questions do you have? Do you have any other question? Right? Questions are very, very important in research. Right? When we understand the question and when we are trying to answer those questions, our paper will become a very fantastic paper. And what might you suggest to do the next? Future plan and all. And future plan should not become a vague planning. It should be very, very systematic and a reliable future plan. Right? Now, reading a scientific paper, the struggle with the paper. Active, not passive reading. See, when we read and write, both of them are interconnected, very well, right? Whenever we write a paper, it should be always in, the active reading, and it should be, in the past tense, not present tense or future tense. It should be always in past tense because we have conducted this one. Okay. Then use highlighter, underline it. I have already told you that. And only thing is read and reread. And keeping it on, marking it very clear. Okay. Sorry. Can you please mute your Praveen? Praveen is there. Please mute. Okay. Yeah. What are this? The medical writer says. The best method is, to write papers as a time and lifetime priority. We should always think whenever we are writing a paper, we should think that, it is for life. Okay. See, for example, Ellman et al. Okay, 1961. So he has did that work in 61, but even in 2024 also we use the same method for estimation of acetylcholinesterase enzyme in the, the brain homogenate to test, the biomarkers. When we tell that our drug is very useful for Alzheimer's and dementia, and we know that ACHE, that is acetylcholinesterase enzyme, is more, in the sample. What method we are following? The method of Ellman. So 1961. So we never know how whenever the papers are going to be very, very useful. That's why we have to make it as a very priority. And respond responsibly for reference review of your paper. Okay. Whenever a reviewer sends some comments, normally there will be three types of comments. One is a major comment, other one is the minor comments, other one is the what I can say, some information to the author. What can be the major comments, right? We have to understand it very, very carefully with open mind, and we should be able to answer. Even the minor also. Typographical errors can be easily checked by using the Grammarly and other softwares wherever it is possible. But we have to be very careful because even that software also can do a mistake. Okay. And referee papers, right? This is where the other step. Become a reviewer, editorial board member, maybe an editor. That is the next step. Once we understand, once we properly read a paper, write a paper, at least few papers, when we understand it, very soon we will be able to review the papers of other authors also. Right? Why do the doctors write? Right? Because the doctor's responsibility is only examining the patient and giving some drugs to the patient. That's it? No, not at all. The doctor's responsibility is also to make other fellow doctors to understand what's the problem, because there is a possibility that a doctor can always get a very new case, which other people would have not got it, and document it. Okay. Now, writing a scientific paper like you would take care of a patient having a procedure. You understand what is the meaning? As if you are taking care of another patient. It should be like that. What is that? Pre-procedure preparation, goals, patient care plan, sequence of procedure, post-procedure care. So these points you have to remember when you are writing, as a doctor. Right? What is the best preparation? I have already mentioned a few in the earlier slide. A good protocol for study in the first place. My protocol should be very, very clear. What exactly I am writing? What is the expected thing? Whether other people will be able to understand and accept. When the doctors are not able to understand, our own fellows who are qualified people, then how other people will understand also should be kept in mind. Number one, what are the important questions, right, that we have to prepare? For example, whenever you write a protocol for your Rajiv Gandhi University, dissertation, we write the objectives, isn't it? So when we start writing the objective, before that we have to question ourselves, right? And then we have to bifurcate them depending upon the time available, right? And clear set of objectives to answer the question, right? So objective should have an answer also. And analyze, right? Organized by these objectives, right? It is required. And see the reporting template, how it is. Writing order. What is number one is preparation, right? When we start preparing, number one, what are the review materials I have? What are the methods? What are the results? The results that do not bother, but we can have to plan about it. Okay. And what are the goals? What is my goal in writing this paper? To get an increment or to get, have a citation index is very important critically. But at the same time, what is my goal future, right? Establish paper's message and audience, because audience are also very important. Okay, if you're writing an open paper for an open access journal, maybe in neurosciences, predominant people will be in neurosciences only. They may be Ayurvedic doctors or medical doctors who are, the pharmaceutical scientists, whoever is there. Then normally they'll be working in that area. Diabetic, the people who are working in, diabetes, they may not be very interested in neurosciences. So we have to be very, very clear to which journal we have to communicate and, who are our readers. And select the purposes tied to the message. Okay, and the sequence are finish the methods and results, discussion, introduction, references, definitive title and authors. Okay, and the title should be very definitive, not a very vague title. There is something called as a running title and short title. Some journals expect some kind of the titles also. And post writing, out to co-authors and revise. Once you have written your paper, a draft, you can just give it to the co-authors and ask them to revise it, right? So you should not put anyone's name just like that. Okay, if you think that this person is working in that area, by mentioning, or by putting that author's name in your paper, it will be helping, your paper, right? Number one, and the author can contribute for the paper. If not, they would have not done the work actually completely, but they will be able to revise and give some advices. Revise seriously after the journal review, right? All these are very important in that. Now let us get down to the business, right? What is title? What do you mean by title? What this paper is about is the title, right? It should not have more than maximum maximum 50 words. Even 50 words are also very more. Okay, and what does it indicate? It introduces the work. First thing to read. Usually it is the only thing to read because nobody reads the entire work, isn't it? No one has got time, right? First, read the title. Title is very, very important. Okay, serves to entice intended readers, right? It should be self-explanatory and it should encourage the person to read. How do you evaluate a title? How do you evaluate is also very important. I think due to scarcity of time, I'm not able to explain in detail. Characterize a good title. So what we should do is we should write at least 10 to 15 titles, probable titles, right? And we should ask our co-authors also to give some titles. Then we can sit together, can concise it, and then we can come to a final title for our paper. Okay, and what are different characteristics of it? Number one, short, I mentioned already, but specific, right? Truly represents content, very important. Brief, provocative, or controversial. It can be no problem at all. Ask a question. You can ask a question. Is Brahmi Rasayana improves memory? That can be a question. That can be a title, isn't it? Very, very catchy. Make statement of conclusion. Okay, Brahmi Rasayana improves, improves memory. Brahmi Rasayana is a good nototropic agent. So, like that, you can have a statement in a form of a conclusion. It should be indexable, right? That is also very important. And what we have to avoid, the qualifiers, abbreviations, and fillers. There should be no comma. There should be no inverted commas in a title. We have to understand. And how do you evaluate the title? Does title tell you what paper is about? Does it overstate the contents? Is it too bland to entice the readers? Or is it too cute to for the readers? Does it mislead? Right? This is also very important. For example, when I heard about today's keynote address regarding the reversal of diabetes, many people have different versions on that. So whether it is misleading, whether it is leading, right? And what is not, what inconclusive, that we have to keep it in mind. Authors. Who should be the authors? Which is very important. Who wrote this is also important, isn't it? And why the authors are important? Right? Why authors are important? Because they are the people who have spent the time, who have done the research work. That's why they are important. Who should write the paper? I got a group of 5 people. Who should write the paper? That is also a question. Because all 5 people cannot write a paper, isn't it? Somebody can do the work, somebody can collect the literature. But so we have to identify such a person among our own group who has got a good, what I can say, command over writing, and who can type it first of all. The person should be good with softwares. The person should be good with the computer and all. And who should be in the author list? Very important, isn't it? How many? Can we have 10 authors? Why not? That is a question. What order? That is also a question. And what role they have? That we have to understand. So all these are important for identifying an author. Why important? Like it or not, it is an issue of authority or expertise or experience. All people cannot be the authors for it. The person should have an expertise, right? When you want to put Joshi's name, the person must have an experience in that area, expertise in that area, and the person must be able to evaluate and help in the publication process. Where the work was done, it reflects on the authors. Author is from the Government Ayurvedic Medical College. It improves the credibility of the college also. Generalizability, assets evaluating the apparent of negative results, right? See, for example, any institution or maybe a research a laboratory, they're always publishing we can say not very dependable results. That also add to the acceptance and rejecting of the paper also. Controversies. Some authors are highly controversial. That may add to publish the paper. That may also be an opposite to that. So who should be an author? Number of authors, author's order, what are the conflict of interest they have? All that have to be understood. And that's why we give a disclosure. Normally it is called as the copyright transfer, right? Subject on its note. Okay. And evaluate. This paper suffer from the lack of input, guidance, and expertise from the senior authors. Right? A person who has worked in diabetes for 35 years, right? He can definitely write a paper on neurosciences. But what is his contribution? That is also very much essential. I'm not questioning that, but what I'm trying to say, what is their contribution to the paper? That is also very, very important. And ultra mini abstract, some journals asks it, right? I know there can be a mini abstract also. Okay, that I will skip. I'll come to the abstract. Should I read the article? That is a question. Abstract ಏನ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದ್ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ? ಫುಲ್ ಓದ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಂತೂ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. It is not possible at all. So that's what the abstract reflects. So ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು? Purpose ಬೇಕು, right? And summary ಇರಬೇಕು. It should give a conclusion also, and it should be contained. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ not even a single word in the abstract should be borrowed. I cannot say copied. It should not be borrowed from our own paper also. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಸ್ವಂತ ಬರಿಬೇಕು. Even we would have published 100 papers, we cannot just copy and paste our own abstract and make some changes in them. That is not correct. Okay. And for most readers, reading selectively and strategically is very, very essential. Skim the first line to understand the problem to be understood. Oh, I hope you understand your understanding. The first line itself should be skimmed. It should be very, very explanatory, and skim the last line for conclusion. First line and last line are very important because that's what every person is going to read. Even there are people do not have much patience to go through the entire the abstract, but the first 2 lines and the last 1 or 2 lines are very, very important. No sense concluding by merely again summarizing results. Why do you want to summarize in the abstract? It is not required. If a person is interested in the result, he will read the result section. But we have to give a conclusion which can be very, very simple. And what is the abstract? Right? If it is not structured, read it in structured fashion. Our purposes clearly stated is very important. And what is the conclusion? Purpose of study should be 1:1. It should be equal. And is there any supporting data? Right? That is very important. And next point is introduction. And please let me know if I'm exceeding the time. I request the moderator to let me know if it is exceeding so that I can cut it short.
You can continue, sir.
Yeah. Introduction. You know very well what I like, what I hate, what should it accomplish. That should be the part of the introduction. ನನಗೇನ್ ಬೇಕು, ನನಗೇನ್ ಇಷ್ಟ, ನನಗೇನ್ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಈ 3 ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್. ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಆಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ತುಂಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ನೋಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ. If they do not know what is Ayurveda, they'll put it in Google and they will check it out. So Ayurveda introduction bari avashyakate illa. Nanige ಏನು ಬೇಕು ಅದು we have to mention in the introduction. So what are the other parts? What is the problem? Problem ಏನಾಗಿದೆ? There are the number of Alzheimer's disease patients are increasing, right? And why it is important? It is important because there are no drugs available in the market. There are food drugs in the market, from allopathic origin, but all of them are having very serious side effects. That is why we need some Ayurvedic preparations or the herbal preparations. It does not mean that they do not have side effects, but they can be very much useful. Comparatively, it is better, right? And what is the approach? What we are going to do here? What methods I am going to follow? What are the designs I am going to follow? That should be in the introduction. How do we do that? The 4 short segments are important. I'll be sharing my presentation with anybody interested. You can go through in your free time also. We have to understand it. What is that? The problem statement. It does not review the field. We need not tell about the field. Why is it important? What is the context and purpose of the study? It sets roadmap of the paper. How do I reach my goal at the end of this work? That's the introduction health. And slavishly followed in order and with same words for the rest of the paper. Okay. And in the introduction, in the bracket, we can mention, for example, if there is a big term, we can shorten it and we can write it in the bracket. Okay. And what readers read? First sentence or 2, last sentence or 2. But that's the reality. Nobody reads the entire introduction. Nobody has time. And who reads it? The person working in that area, the researcher in the area. Ellaru ella odlikke avarige kandita time irodilla. Okay. So again, we have to be very, very careful when we write the first 2 sentences and last 2 sentences. Okay. And evaluating. Does it rapidly tell me whether the paper is headed? Can it be better focused? Does it make the case for itself? Are we talking people or animals? That's very important, isn't it? We're talking to the people. And are we what is the purpose clearly laid? That should be the part of the introduction. So when the introduction is over, what's the next one? Materials and methods. And here also it should be very, very simple, right? There is no need to keep on adding the unwanted thing. What are the materials we are using and what are the methods we are using? For example, I need to prepare Brahmi Rasayana. Okay, material required is Brahmi Rasayana. And what's the method? Are we preparing in our own laboratory? In Dravaguna Vignana laboratory or Shastra Vignana laboratory? Or am I getting from a company? Right? That should be very clearly mentioned. And more than that, first of all, should I believe the study? That also should be very, very critical. And that's why whenever you write a method, there should be a proper referencing for it. Okay, until unless it is a very new method which you are inventing. And for selective strategic readers, it's required. Rarely read an entirely if at all. For example, when we talk about amnesic activity, memory improving activity, isn't it? What are the models? Elevated plus mesh model. Everyone will be knowing about it. Water maze model, they will be knowing about it. So they are not going to read the entire method. Okay, but they will read the title of the method, but we have to write the entire procedure for the people and for the benefit of the new researchers. So that is also very important. And for reviewers, whether it is adequate or inadequate, please understand it. For the readers, it may not be very, very important like that, right? But for the reviewer, this is very, very important, right? Materials and methods are very important. On that basis only, they are going to accept or reject the paper. For science, whether the study is valid, whether it is replicable, whether it can be repeated, right? Whether this method has got the ethical committee approval. All these are the questions which are asked by researchers themselves, right? And what was done if there is a patient, where it was done, in which hospital it was done, time frame, whether it is a long-term study or a short-term study, for how many days, context, what is the context behind that, what is the inclusion criteria, what's the exclusion criteria, depending upon the gender, depending upon the age, there will be so many criteria available, isn't it? How many, right? And what are the characteristics of the patients? All this should be mentioned in the materials and methods. And I'm repeating once again, it should be concise, right? And now, how was study a group assembled, right? The best thing is to have a diagram. Instead of writing in sentences, 1.5 page or half a page, where people sparingly read it, this is better to have a good diagram so that people can easily understand by looking at the diagram. Okay, and what was the intervention? What was the study protocol? It should be a part of the method. And what are the endpoints, right? See about the mortality, isn't it? And the patient follow-up, passive or active, systematic, opportunist, they have to write it. And anniversary or cross-sectional. And what is the completeness? Whether we have conducted the completely conducted, the study or not, that should be mentioned. And very important then is data analysis or statistical methods of analysis. I think about this, other speaker will be speaking about it, but it should be very statistically significant. Okay, presentation, right? How do we present it are also essential here. Evaluation, right? What are the old methods? What are the unfamiliar methods? What are the complex methods? All that should be kept in the mind while we design the materials and methods. And please understand, all these material methods should be planned before our paper. We are doing nothing new in this, because whatever we are mentioning in our synopsis and the protocol, the same thing can reflect here, right? That we have to keep it in mind. Results, very simple. What is found? What was found from our research work and what we are representing. Okay, so what are the questions here? What do you look for? What exactly you are looking at? We have Brahmi Rasayana, we have the amnesic patients, and what exactly I am looking? I am looking forward whether my formulation, which is prepared on the basis of the Ayurvedic texts, is useful for memory loss or not. Okay, what should be there? What should be there? Right, there should be some kind of improvement should be there. When I conduct mini mental state examination, it's a neuropsychological examination apart from other parameters. Now it should have a good score, right? That is a normal expectation. But does it mean that it should be definitely having? No, need not be. The results can be positive or it can be negative. What should not be there? There should be no toxicity. There should be no mortality. There should be no exiting of the patient, right? That should be that should not be there. Okay, if it is there, we have to mention it. Okay, and often read selectively and strategically, right? Figures are very important, and this is the brain, or we can say heart of the paper. Results are the core of the paper, and it can never be reflect. It can never reflect results of another person. Okay, and what results should be shown? Selected, well digested data and the findings. And whenever we talk about the research design and all, it should have standard error mean. It should have a standard deviation. It should be properly tested with the statistical tools, right? Whether we are using the student test followed by ANOVA, right? Or it is direct test, or it is Tukey Kramer. We are very, very clear in that post ANOVA tests whether it is they are using. That is also very essential. Okay, and it relates directly to the purpose of the paper. Organized according to purposes using the identical words. No interpretation required here in the results. No repetition of text, tables and figures. Please remember that, right? Do not do such a mistake. Not even a part of the text can be repeated in your own paper or in future papers also. Okay, what are results? It's a truth. Whether Brahmi Rasayana has efficacy to at least marginally increase memory, or it is not having any effect. Let us tell the truth. Okay, if we get a negative result, what will happen? Right? There can be a question in the mind. If the negative ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಇದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಆಗದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಗೈಡ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ನನಗೆ ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ರಾಂಗ್. ಈ ತರ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. See, our research work need not be always positive. If it is negative also, it's a very good contribution. ಬೇರೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ. Right? So where do we publish it then? There are so many journals which accept it, and no journal says that only positive results should be published. Okay, and specifically, I want to publish in a very, very, very good journal. There is a journal called as Journal of Negative Results with a very good impact factor. There you can also publish. Okay, so my point is the result can be anything, positive or negative. Let us not bother. Let us complete the work. Let us have the result, and we'll just put the results before the scientific community. Themes, accuracy and clarity is very essential here. Okay, and what is the future? Repository of raw data for reanalysis. You should never throw away your data, right? Whatever raw data you are getting, right? That you have to always keep it with you. You should always preserve it. Evaluation, whether we have done it logically, whether results are accurate, that we have to remember that. And evaluation tables, whether tables are appropriate, complete for that purpose, statistically sound. So, see, when we are writing a paper, result section we have to spend more time. Ella table nave kotkondu hakbeku. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಹಿಸ್ಟೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ನಾವೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು, ಕಾಪಿ ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು. Because even though your own work, it will is always lead to some kind of the issues there. Figures, appropriate information of content, complete legend, readable. This is very much essential. Snip chart, what do you call, something is there in the computer, adanella use madkobaru. Okay, directly take it from the software. And discussion, and so many people what they do, they'll write it like an essay, right? 1.5 pages, 2 pages. It is absolutely, even we had done it when we started that, but it's not correct, right? What is discussion? What I like, what I hate, what is the purpose, what order, right? Like introduction. Okay, ನನಗೇನು ಇಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ, ನನಗೇನು ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, ಯಾವ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. Okay, so what, who cares, right? Discussion is important, right? So what is a failure? If the reader finishes discussion and wonders, so what? Discussion ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು, ಅವನು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. What do results mean in the discussion? Interpretation, relation, generalization, and theoretical implication should be there in the discussion. Okay, it should support or it can contradict the earlier work. It should be completely new. That is the meaning of the discussion. And how should I use them? It should be a practical application. That is the meaning of the discussion. Okay, and how do you evaluate? Is it concise? Once again, it should be concise one. Are the new results presented? Is it a promising the finding what we have done? That will reflect. And finally, references. Ella ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು references ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಎಡವುತ್ತಾರೆ. And nowadays references is very, very easy. Earlier we were taking hours together to prepare it. Now it has become very easy. In the end, I will be sharing that. Referencing can be done in different ways. There is something called as bibliography. There is something called as references. Bibliography is an alphabetical order. Okay, A, B, C, D like. And what is references? It is, there are two types of referencing style. One is Vancouver, the other one is Harvard. Okay, see what should be the arrangement of the author. Where the year of publication should be mentioned. Where the volume of the journal should be mentioned. Whether the name of the, what should be the abbreviation of the journal. Whether it should be in italics. All that is already been completely hypothesized. If you look at the Harvard or Vancouver style and understand it, depending upon the journal, you can select it. Can I verify claims and arguments? References andreno, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಕೆಲಸನ ನಾನು ಕ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ? ಯಾರು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬಹುದಾ? ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ? These are called as references. And when you write a reference, at least 5 references among your entire references should be latest. Should be latest means not 10 years old, 20 years old, minimum 3 months. And reference should not be very exhaustive. 30 or less is sufficient. But if your work is a little, what you can say, if you want more reference, you can write it also, but 30 should be okay. Not just recent literature, I'm telling you. Not only recent, it should be very, very useful also. Okay, contextual and cited accurately, right? What is NLM? National Library of Medicine has a problem if it is not cited accurately. Because a journal, especially a medical journal, should be indexed in NLM. We have a journal called as International Journal of Community Pharmacy, which is referenced in NLM, National Library of Medicine, which is a part of National Institute of Health USA. If a journal is having a indexing in NLM, it is understood to be a very good journal. So they take it very seriously. So citation is very, very important. Okay, let me come to the endnotes. For example, how do I prepare my 50 references? It is taking a lot of time. Simple. Take a help of the EndNote software. There are so many softwares nowadays, but this is the easiest software. This software you can definitely use it for the arrangement of the references. Okay, and very important last word. What is important finally is plagiarism. What is plagiarism? Copying some other's papers as it is, right? Or using a part of a paper as it is a crime, right? Today you may think that nobody is questioning you. But tomorrow, after 10 years, 20 years, if you have found that you have done the plagiarism, your entire credibility will be in a problem, right? You may lose your job, isn't it? You may lose your, what you can say, increments and promotions. Or more than that, reputation will be under banner, right? It will be always, under an issue. So how do we do that? Nowadays, plagiarism checkers are available. It's free of cost. You can use them. And all of them are, what you can say, for 1 month and like that, right? You can just see that. Let me try one here. All of it, hope you are able to see that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. One is, the plagiarism checker. Okay, I'll just mention it here. Just give me a moment. I'll just check it.
Okay, sir.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, now I have copied something from my own paper, and I would like to check, whether it comes under plagiarism or not.
Sir, we are not able to see the plagiarism screen, sir.
Okay, one second. Let's come. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Website we are not able to see, sir. Screen is seen.
Yeah, screen is okay. I'll give the website also. Are you able to see how it is being done?
No, sir.
No. Okay. I think I should share the screen, right? Are you able to see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it is only asking 25 words, 50 words. It is checking. Okay, otherwise we'll try another one.
Yes, sir. We are able to see the screens.
Yeah. Are you able to read the paper? I mean, see it.
No, sir.
Okay. Can I see this now?
Yes, sir. It is showing processing.
It's processing. Let us give a moment. It
Okay,
will
sir.
give us the plagiarism output. So what I'm trying to say is that it is easy to check the plagiarism. It is not like earlier that we need to keep on checking the CDs and all. It is definitely possible. It's a big paper, so it's taking more time. Okay, fine then. I think it's taking more time, but this is a procedure you have to follow. You can just check, these plagiarism free softwares. Since I have uploaded, a paper which is an exhaustive one, it is taking more time. Okay, let me come back to the presentation. It's almost 57% now. Give me a moment. You will have an
Okay,
idea
sir.
how exactly it looks. Can you read this? See the screen now.
Yes, sir.
See, almost every what can sentence is is having plagiarism. See the cure of cognitive disorders such as amnesia, attention deficit, and all. Because I have uploaded a paper which is published by myself only. Okay, I have published it already. Maybe around 16 years ago. When I take the abstract of it and I put it in the plagiarism software, it clearly shows this is having plagiarism. The red line indicates it is plagiarism. Right? Means somebody has already published the same thing. So we have to check it on that, and then we have to correct it. However it is possible. So the intention of this is to show you the meaning is I cannot check my own. I cannot copy my own paper. You got my point. So every the abstract you are preparing, every your the paper. Can you see this now? Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir. We are able to see the screen.
Are you able to see the scan report? No.
Yes, sir. We are able to see.
Scan report.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you see here? 100% plagiarism. 0% unique. Right? See, this I had copied. Can you see this? Jetamansi improves learning and memory. It is published in so and so, so and so, so and so. All right. So this is published in, it's already. So you cannot have the same paper. So this is a report we get, and this is the further part of it. And total words are 137. Total characters are 920. Plagiar sentences are 7. Uniqueness is 0. So this is possible before you submit your paper. So this is what I wanted to share with you. And yeah, you can easily check it by using, the softwares which are free. So finally, to summarize, yeah, see what we understood, right? Science is nothing but publication, right? The format should be stereotyped, okay, and readers should be selective and strategic rather than the general audience, because we are not talking to the general audience, okay, and they rely on the reviewers to get the scientific validity, and conclusion should be they are the keys for any research paper or review paper, and they can have the life and death implications and more, right? And impact of the unstudied can be easily assessed here. So I hope I have delivered my point here, and I wish you a good scientific writing. And if there are one or two questions, I can take it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. There are few questions. How important grammar while writing research article?
Yeah, grammar is very important because I told you in the beginning only. We should always use the past tense rather than the present tense. Number one, and nowadays it has become very easier because grammar is a problem with everyone, not only the Indian writers but everyone. So the best thing is to use the Grammarly or any other softwares which can be definitely used. Grammar is very important.
Thank you, sir. The one more question, sir. Utility of software while writing research articles.
Can you come again?
Utility of software while writing research article.
No, there is no single software nowadays available to structure the entire research paper. But as I mentioned, EndNote software can be very much essential and useful for reference styling. Okay, and this plagiarism can be definitely helpful. A plagiarism checker to check the plagiarism, because every good journal asks you to give the plagiarism report or they check it themselves. So the best thing is take your entire paper, either copy paste or I showed you in the I showed as an example. You can upload the what I can say the file. You can check the plagiarism. So the softwares will be very much useful. And if at all you are mentioning about ChatGPT, no, it is not possible. It is not possible to write what I can say a research paper because if at all it is doing also, it is a plagiarism because it cannot give anything new which is not there in the Google. Whatever is there in the Google, the artificial intelligence gives it in a different manner. So it is very much essential and useful.
Thank you, sir. One more question. How significantly plagiarism can be avoided while research article writing by using artificial intelligence?
See, plagiarism, number one, it can be avoided by checking it yourselves. Most of the word should be your own. And if at all using some words, the bridging the words are also important. So when you are bridging with two words, if you can make a different one, it can be avoided. But introduction, plagiarism is fine. There is no problem at all. Around 13 to 15% of plagiarism is okay in introduction. But it should not be there in abstract, should not be there, in the discussion and also in the results. Okay. So it's totally choice with.
No, okay.
I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Sir, what about the herbal monographs? Can you share your experience?
Herbal monographs, it will take a lot of time to speak about it, but yeah, you can develop the herbal monographs, which will be very much essential. It's very much essential because to have your own monograph, because China is coming in a very big way. They're having their own papers. They are having their own monographs. Unfortunately, in Ayurveda, new monographs are not being registered. They are not being published. So I call upon all the the researchers here to at least from your group, you must have at least one or two monographs should be published in the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia.
Thank you, sir. Last question. Should we give the explanation for the tables while writing research articles?
What kind of explanation you are talking about?
Or means while we are putting tables in research articles, again we should give the explanations.
No, explanation is not required. You can just mention, what is significant, what is not significant, and you can in the bracket you can write, to refer, the table. There is no need to write a lot about it, but you have to mention in the result section. It is required where it is significant, where it is not significant, where it has to be, where it has been found to be profoundly active. That can be definitely mentioned, but not very. We should not exaggerate it much because nobody reads, the words of sentences in the result section. Rather, they would prefer to see the results, in the form of table or maybe in the form of, the histogram. That could be possible.
Thank you, sir, for giving good insights for how to read and write a research article. Now we came to the end of morning session. We will rejoin for afternoon session at sharp 2 p.m. after the lunch break. Thank you all. In the afternoon session, Honorable Commissioner of Department of Ayush, Srinivasulu IFS sir, will also be joining. Thank you one and all. We'll meet at sharp 2 o'clock. A very good afternoon to all of you. We'll start our afternoon session. Many have started watching through YouTube platforms. Now the session starts, that is experience sharing and presentation of model, article and challenges of international publications in an index journal by Professor Dr. S.N. Omkar Sir, Senior Scientist, Department of Aerospace Engineering, Bengaluru. Sir has completed BE in Mechanical Engineering, Bangalore University, and also MSc and PhD in Aerospace Engineering, Indian Institute of Science. His experience: founder, member, treasurer, Automated Control and Dynamic Optimization Society, affiliated to IFAC. Member, Indian Society for Advancement of Materials and Process Engineering. Research advisor, Tata Consultancy Services. Other professional recognitions: organizing committee member for Global Conference on Physiotherapy in the year 2018. Best Project Award from Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology in the year 2005. Sir has participated in Yoga for Sports International Conference on Yoga and Naturopathy, Bengaluru, and secured second Best Paper Award. Awards in the field of yoga: Kempegowda Award from Bangalore Mahanagara Palike in the year 2001. Karnataka State Rajyosava Award in the year 2002. Sir has published many books, to name a few: Surya Namaskara in Kannada, Yoga in Pregnancy, Patanjali Yoga Sutra and Personality Development, Yoga for a Pain-Free Back. Online yoga classes: 120 free online yoga classes performed by Sir are published. I would like to welcome you, sir, for this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaste to all the participants. Welcome you all for this talk, and I think I'll share my presentation. I think
Yes,
you
sir.
have to enable me.
Yes, sir.
No, I think it is still not allowing me to share the presentation.
Yes, sir. We will allow, sir.
Okay.
We have enabled, sir.
No, it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Enabled, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Students are in the classroom, sir. So we are getting only 30, 35, but totally we are having more than 250 participants, sir. Because they have joined with one link and they are in the classrooms.
Now, am I audible and the PPT is visible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. You are audible.
PPT is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So, namaste to all the participants. Thank
about
you.
35, but there are more than about 200 students are there in the classrooms, sir.
Wonderful.
In my chamber only, we are having about 60.
Okay, okay. Namaste to one and all. Thank you, Dr. Shanai, for inviting me to give a talk on how to write an article. So I have given the caption as why and how to write. First of all, why to write. And well, to inspire confidence, I should tell something about myself. So I had 3 labs at Indian Institute of Science. One is on yoga and biomechanics. Another lab is on the UAVs, that is drones, what you call as. Another lab is on computational intelligence. So these are the three labs that I had. I also happened to chair the advanced air mobility division. Then in the country, there is a committee for drone standardization from Bureau of Indian Standards. I chair that also. And I am also an honorary professor at Vedic Wellness University. Apart from my research and teaching at Department of Aerospace Engineering, Indian Institute of Science. Well, just to tell you, because you should know what is your authority to tell us how to write, why to write. Just to make it clear, I am flashing this. Otherwise, this slide I don't use anywhere except in my resume. But you can just glance through that. Yes, in the field of yoga, image processing, well, we have done fairly well, and there's only a partial list of the papers for which we have got awards. In fact, recently we got 3 more best paper awards, which I have not included. But anyway, I have not included, I think, one of our papers on violence activity detection using drones. That was very well received. It was published in one of the very, very high profile conference, the conference on image processing. And we were interviewed on BBC for that, British Broadcast Corporation. So you can see that, you can Google my name and find out. And another work on disguised face identification that also came on BBC. So that honor is there for our lab. Apart from that, you can see our publication strength. My H index now is about 36. This is old data, and I10 index. I'm sure most of you are aware of what is all these things. They show how much you have published. So any H index greater than 10 is supposed to be quite good for in the field of research. Apart from these scientific things, I also author a lot of books on yoga. You can see them in leading bookshops. A lot of DVDs I have done. And I have a big channel on YouTube. If you go to YouTube and look for yoga with Omkar, you will get more than 1,500 videos of yoga practice and other lectures, etc. So I have also a reviewer for many journals which I've been doing, and I'm also a reviewer for many conferences. Just to tell you, okay, my competence to talk to you about this. Okay, so we do a lot of other things, and of course on radio, television, I have done a lot of programs. This just to give you a glimpse of, what all the activities that I do, and also I happen to teach yoga to the Indian cricket team. I have conducted more than 15 camps for the Indian cricket team, spanning over more than about 20 years. So I have taught the legendary Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid, Anil Kumble, MS Dhoni, John Wright, Greg Chappell, and most of the star players in the Indian cricket team. So these are some of the books, DVDs, etc., which I've seen multiple editions. So this is about it. Now we will, some certificate laurels that I have obtained. Yeah. So yeah, these are some of the awards. In fact, our UAV lab, if you look at the bottom second row middle, the Ratan Tata, he inaugurated our UAV lab. You can see a small aircraft also. I have not included any of those things here because I want to focus straight on the topic. And top left is where I received the Satish Dhawan Lifetime Award for my contributions in the field of image processing. And that's it. So several great people like Kasturi Rangan, UR Rao, they have all visited our lab, and we do a lot of other activities. We go to a lot of schools to educate them in flying. You can also see Sri Ravi Shankar in one of the photos. And we do a lot of experiments. And in our lab, there are at least on an average about 100 interns every year. So I work with many youngsters, which is being continuing even today. So it's been happening for nearly 20 years. Once we established our lab, we have opened it for many people to come and learn. So that is things. With regard to the yoga in specific, we have established a 8-camera motion capture system and a set of EMG sensors, IMUs, etc. for a lot of postural analysis. Of course, ours is one of the oldest and highly reputed UAV lab in the country, in the academic circles. And of course, computational intelligence, we have done a lot of work. You can Google and find out. These are some of the yoga activities we do across the state and the country. Okay, this is just a glimpse of what I said. Teaching the cricketers. And yeah, on radio and television, many programs. Okay, now I'll come straight into the topic because generally, please excuse me for showing all these things because normally I don't do these things, but this topic is such a topic, why to write, then the doubt that who are you to tell us should be removed. Therefore, I had to stretch a bit to tell about myself. That is all the intention and nothing else. Well, why to write a paper? It's very important that we should get into that culture of writing. Many times we don't do that. So to establish yourself, you have to write. Otherwise, you are limited. You only know few people who come to you. You want to be known even to people who don't come to you, you must actually write. And you are writing, through writing, you are also contributing to your field of work. It can be some new finding, and if you are an Ayurvedic doctor, you can create a case study file and publish. So that really helps. And if you can publish in leading international conferences, international journals in particular, people elsewhere in the world will read about your paper, and anybody who appreciates whatever is there in the paper will definitely see who are the authors. There, some name will be there, so and so, from India. That is very important. And this is a service to the nation. Because whatever work we are doing, whatever we are today, it is because of the support that our country has given to us. Direct, indirect, whatever you call. And we have to give something back. The way researchers can give back is by doing good research and by publishing them in reputed journals and conferences. I should really warn here because there are these days a lot of journals which are meant only to, publish without review and all those things. So don't get into such things. Look at the origin of the journal, look at the impact factor of the journal, and whether it is Scopus indexed, it is on the PubMed, etc. Please check and then try to publish in such journals. And this has a side effect, you will get publicity. This is one of the most important things. Publicity not only to you, but to your institute, wherever you are from, and indirectly to the nation also. Of course, the other side effect is you get the degree if you are doing PhD, or if you have already done, promotional chances will increase. Suppose you are a self-employed entrepreneur kind of thing in your field, even then you can use it as a good marketing coin, because any good publication will give you a better light. Therefore, we should write. It's very, very important. Whatever it could be, an article or in some, even for example, in newspapers, best is journals, international journals. That is number one. Number two, you want to educate people. That can be done through writing articles in newspapers or magazines in your native language, as well as, of course, English or any other language you are proficient. It takes some time. That is why most people don't write. Because once you start writing, you will get into that habit. That's why I put this. Difficulty in writing a paper. Most difficult thing is to start writing. This is what I have seen. We don't start at all. We desist from writing. We do work. Several good findings, good experiences. Somehow we have a sort of diffidence in documenting them, in putting them in the form of a readable format. First, we should avoid that. We should overcome that. So I have seen, in fact, many youngsters also have seen, you give them some work, they will do. They will come out with the result. But ask them to document, publish, they will say, okay, let me do something more because this is interesting. And you want to get more results, and you fail to document. And once you fail, actually things will fade. So you should remember that once you delay, procrastination, postpone, then you will not do it. Then it will go away, it will go waste. In fact, even in my lab, it has happened. We have lost a lot of our work because I get students short term, 3 months, 4 months, like that. Some of them write, some of them, they will say, we'll write, and keep postponing. Then I also lose track, and many such works have gone waste. So that should not happen. If that should not happen, we should start writing. We should make it a habit. Whatever in your experience, you treat someone and document it. The records are available. Today is very easy. All of us have laptops. You can punch in something, scan the records, keep them, and then follow it up. So this will go a long way. That is how, you see, today, if you look at, especially in the field of yoga, I don't know about Ayurveda, in the field of yoga, you see, Westerners are publishing more than ourselves. In high quality journals they publish, because there the funding opportunity is also amazing and they document it very well. That's what something we should learn. Their presentation skills are amazing. Even small work, they present it so very well. In fact, we do much deeper work, but we fail to project them. Because of that, you can see there is a lot of tendency in the publications abroad. And if this, now you will ask what happens? Okay, no doubt we appreciate their publications. We are happy. What about what they are doing? It is not out of any jealousy that I am saying this, but the worry is that if this trend continues, then when they refer any writing on yoga, down the line, maybe after a decade, the references will only be to the work they have done there. For example, we may not find a reference in the name of Patanjali. So that is the danger. Similar things should not happen for Charaka and others. So if that has to be done, then we should gain upper hand in projecting ourselves. Ayurveda in our country is very popular, but are we, in terms of publications, also becoming stronger? This is something I personally don't know, because that's not my area, but something that we should all wake up and we should start writing. And things are far, far easier today. Far, far easier today to do those things, to document and write. The steps involved are fairly straightforward. First is the preparation. You should have a problem statement and you should have some results. May not be the final results, but you will get a hint of whether this is good enough or is it really coming up well. Once it is so, then you should get on to writing. Then literature review. This is a very significant thing. We must look at what in this area of our problem that we have chosen, what is the work that is done state of the art in the world, not just in our country. So this is where we get to know how to write and how other people have presented and how we can present. So literature review is a very, very important thing. In fact, even for us to write a good introduction, a literature review is very, very critical in order to write the motivation for our work, the objectives of our work, all those things. The literature review is the most important thing. Then you have to establish what a targeted journal and audience. Which journal you want to target. That journal has to be fixed because each journal has its own approach, style of writing, and general thing is, if you choose a journal, then you should choose some of the earlier work done in that journal. That's a good strategy. So that the editor knows that, okay, you are with this journal from quite some time. And the audience whom you are addressing. A good literature review will help you to establish a good motivation and objectives. Then the sequence is finish methods and results. First, come to your methodology, results, document properly. Then do the discussion. Then introduction. Now that will be very, very useful step. You cannot finish the introduction, although introduction is the first thing that we write, but I suggest that after you write your methodology and results, because you know the methodology the best, you know the results the best, then discussions, then come to introduction, then references, what all you have referred, then definitive title and authors. Title is very important. Please remember, many times, lot of things go by your title. And authors. For all the authors, the sequence of authors also matter. You know that first author is the, he will have the highest hold on the paper. And that, then the second, third, etc. authors. So that is also you should carefully choose. Then you make the first draft of the paper. You cannot say that I will do everything in one shot. That won't happen. So, in fact, we make about at least 8 to 9 versions before we submit to a journal. In fact, we name them as, some title of the paper, version 1.0. If you have made some small correction, we will make version 1.1. If there is some major correction, we will make it version 2.0. That's how we keep track. So first draft of the paper, you make, discuss with co-authors and revise. The co-authors also very important. You should take them into confidence. Then document the versions till the final draft. So this is, you see, earlier days it was very difficult. Now we have fantastic computing systems. Our laptops we all carry everywhere. The Word or LaTeX, whatever you use. I'm sure most of you use Microsoft Word. There is something called a LaTeX, which is also good. But LaTeX is fairly involved. For technical papers, it is very good, but you need to know certain things. It is not as straightforward as Microsoft Word, but Microsoft Word will do a good job. So you can do that. Then what we have always seen, especially when we send the paper to leading journals abroad, one thing they will say, at least for me and many of my colleagues, is that English, they comment, your English, your grammar. Earlier, we used to have a lot of problems. In fact, in many lead institutions, there used to be a separate division which would help us in setting right our English. But now things has changed. You don't have to depend on anybody. The chat GPT is very, very, very good for rephrasing our English. Very simple. You write in your own way. I'm not, please don't mistake me stating that, oh, what do you mean? We don't know English. That's not my intention. I'll tell you my personal experience from many journals. I've got these brickbats. Technically, they would not object, but they say your English is this way, that way, grammar, a lot of problems are there. But now, most of us use ChatGPT. You write your paragraphs and tell ChatGPT that please rephrase the following and just cut and paste there. It will beautifully rephrase. And I have done. I am also using. I am very happy with it. So I strongly recommend. So no longer we need to greatly worry about our language and grammar. That is beautifully solved by ChatGPT. But don't take it just like that. Generally, yes, it will do a very good job. If there are exceptions, I do not know, because these are all large language models which still can have some loopholes. But generally, in my experience, I've seen that you can, but don't take it as it is. Once it rephrases, you have to read and maybe tweak it a bit, but it will make it really better. Then check for plagiarism. This is a very, very important thing because of the, again, our laptops and the facilities that come with it. The cut and paste culture is very, very common. Especially students, they cut and paste. And if you don't check for plagiarism, if you send it to some journal, today you send it to any journal, first thing they do is to check for plagiarism. For example, that turn in or turn it on, something is there which we use very commonly to check the plagiarism. And if the plagiarism is beyond some percentage, like greater than 25%, etc., it's going to be terrible. Terrible means you can get a very, very bad comment from the reviewer. And it can go as a red mark in our name. Therefore, we must be very, very careful, because today, lot of things we can do on the computing platforms. So you must be careful. Please check for plagiarism before you submit. And today there are sophisticated softwares which will give you what is the percentage of things that is there, whether it is safe, etc. It will tell you. It will generate a certificate for you about the plagiarism status. Then you can confidently publish, be it or submit, be it a book or any article or journal. Of course, this is English. With regard to Kannada, I have not at least seen any such sophisticated things, although some of the people are trying to develop. Then submit it to the chosen journal. You have to submit. Today, most of the journals are online submission. You can submit. Then take the comments in the right spirit. When the comments come, sometimes it can be disturbing. You should take it in the right spirit. Sometimes there could be bias. Please be mindful. Although things are correct, the reviewer may have his own way of looking at it. There could be bias. In fact, we have faced ourselves a lot of bias, especially foreign journals. Sometimes some of them can be biased. Nowadays it is reducing, because now there are a lot of competent publications that are coming from our country. So they are also aware, but comments will come. Take it in the right spirit. And if they say that, okay, you revise, whether it is major or minor revision, make the revision and submit. There are methodologies to revise and answer them. When you revise, you must take each comment and say what is your response to the comment. Then say what is the action taken. Whether you have corrected whatever you have said. There you can also refute. You can say, okay, so-and-so correction. If they have said in this paragraph, this has to be corrected. Then in your response, you can say, this may not be necessary because of these reasons. Always say, thanks for the reviewer for pointing out this, but this correction is not really necessary because of dash reason. If it is necessary, then say, yes, we accept the correction suggested and the correction has been done in the following way. Then you write action taken. There you write, in the revised manuscript, in this paragraph, this change has been done. So that is the way. Okay, so you have to revise and submit. Sometimes it can go for multiple revisions, 3-4 revisions it can go. But we have to have patience and do it. That's the thing. Then this is one very important, most of you know what is a sutra. This is the definition from Vayu Purana. Whatever you write, we must write this way. Alpaksharam asandigdam saravat vishvato mukham attobam anavadyancha sutram sutra vido viduhu. While writing especially abstract and things like that, we must remember this. Introduction is okay. Abstract, conclusions, these are the very, very critical things. Anybody who will read your paper first will read the abstract. If abstract is not good, he will not go through other things. Alpaksharam, concise. Economy of words is very, very important. That's why we should think and write. Asandigdham, without any doubt, unambiguous, should have a singular meaning that is conveyed. Saravat, it should be very, very meaningful and should not be gibberish. Vishwato Mukham, properly applicable. Astobam, divide of stoba, kind of fillers, just unnecessarily adding some cliches, such things should go. Anavadyam, irrefutable. It should, if anybody reads, oh, yes, yes. That's what we should do. So this thing we should remember. Just using unnecessary, superfluous words will not make it any better. It's just like writing answers in the exams. You might have taken 20 additional sheets. That does not mean you will get marks. You must be concise, precise. The same thing applies here also. Title of the paper, we'll just look at things little closely now. Title, well, this is the face. This is the first thing anyone would read. It is the face of your work. It should entice the readers, make it attractive, don't make it pale. You must use a lot of thinking here. Neither you should make it unnecessarily, trying to boost it beyond what you are presenting. That's also wrong. And generally it should be short but specific. Then it should truly reflect your content. And the general thing is avoid qualifiers, jargons, abbreviations, filler. Abbreviations are allowed when they become, well-known, ubiquitous abbreviation. For example, in our field of drones, UAV, we use it in title because most of the readers know that UAV means unmanned aerial vehicles. But don't put something that is not well known. Okay, so, and don't put unnecessary fillers. That's the first thing. Then the next comes is the authors, co-authors. Then acknowledge. This is very important. So weigh the contributions and arrange the order of the authors. Who has contributed most is the first author. Similarly, you have to decide on the second author, third author. This you can look at from various perspectives, like in the keeping the concept of the paper, whose idea is that, and what is his contribution. So that is how we should do. That's how we should decide as to the contribution. Then only you should arrange the authors according to their contribution. Please remember, it is important and it matters. Very important. First author is the most significant. If you have 4 authors, fourth author cannot get as much significance and as much light as the first author. Very important. Whom to acknowledge? See, everybody, just because he has done some measurement, you cannot make him as an author. You can, if suppose you are doing some clinical trials, if somebody has helped you in some blood chemistry, for example, or saliva, or taking blood pressure, etc., you can acknowledge them, but they cannot be author. You must remember. And don't carry passengers. This is the important thing. Even in acknowledgements, don't simply acknowledge someone just to please someone. It is not ethical. Even in authors, just because he is your higher officer, you should not put unless he has some contribution. Because in many places it happens. Once you write a paper, the scientist had to send it to his higher authorities to get it approved. This is, I don't know, that is in some sense okay, stating that whatever they are publishing should be permitted, because if some confidential things are there, it should not be allowed. To see that it goes to higher officers is something understandable. But many times what happens, every officer will add his name. And generally they add their names to the left, not to the right. So the person who had done main work will keep on going, shifting his authorship to second author, third author, fourth author. That's not ethical. That should not be done. So please remember, it is important and matters. Abstract is the main gate of your work, because this is what anybody would read in the first place. We all do that as researchers. We read the abstract because it is about 15-20 lines. And if there is something interesting, only then we keep that paper to read further. Otherwise, we don't. And here you have to summarize your IMRD. What is your IMRD? I stands for introduction, M stands for methodology, R stands for results, D for discussions. So this you must have. That is why the last thing we write is abstract, because it is you should not neglect. You must summarize your abstract. And you should remember, this is an art, because many times some of the conferences, they ask for abstract. They don't really look for your final paper to begin with. Your abstract is, if it is pale and does not actually reflect your work, then they will not even ask your final paper, they may reject it. Therefore, you must be careful in writing the abstract, and abstract should be self-contained. Once you read the abstract, they should get the overall idea, oh, what he has done, what is his motivation, methodology, this is the result, this is what it is. Then there should be clarity and brevity. Please remember the definition of sutra, especially when writing abstract. And remember, reader's time is precious. Very, very important. Today's world, you cannot capture reader's attention for more than 2 minutes. We all know that. If the video is more than 2 minutes, people don't see. They will go to the next one. And if your whatever you write is too longish, they don't read. So we should honor the reader's time. And if you know that trick, you will write it well. Introduction, problem statement, and context. You must be very, very crystal clear. Then importance in the light of literature. The literature review, that is what is important. You must say, okay, these papers, the authors have done this, but they have not explained this, or we are making it better by dash, dash, dash. So that way, in the light of the existing literature or the existing state of the art, what is your contribution that you should write? Then purpose of the study, motivation. Why you are doing this? Then objectives. All cannot be done. So objectives. In this paper, we address only the following towards this. Then complete roadmap of the paper. What are you are doing? And towards the end of the introduction, you say, this paper has so many sections. In this section, this is done, this is done. In the next section, this is done. And then in the last section, we are concluding something like that. So introduction should be self-containing. Then methodology. This is, I would consider as the easiest thing, because here This is your work. You know the methodology best. So much easier to write. Effectively, you should convey equations, flowcharts, figures, diagrams. That visual effect is more than any amount of text writing. Wherever possible, give that visual effect. Then articulate the steps properly. You should not, because you should know that although many things are implied to you, a general reader, it may not be so appealing. Either you have to provide proper references or you must look at the, you must elaborate the steps. Results, this happens to the core of the paper. Use proper technique to present the results. Well-structured figures and tables. Selected, well-digested data and findings. Very important. Because many times I have seen because I keep reviewing a lot of papers. So people, they use unnecessarily some graph they use. And again, that same result they explain in some tables. So this will put off. Then we know that this person has not actually thought much about presenting the results. So some sort of subconsciously we think that, oh, these people have not really shown much interest in writing. So then the rating, we put it down. Therefore, it is very important. Then relate directly to the purposes of the paper. Whatever objectives that you have set, now you have to substantiate. Yes, this is the objective. And to prove that this is the result. So organized according to the purposes using identical words. Whatever in the introduction, whatever you have said, now you have to substantiate. And here in results, there is no interpretation. It is just presentation of whatever results. Then please remember, no repetition of text, tables, figures. Whatever you do, text also you explain, same thing you put it in tables, same thing you put it in figures. Don't do such things. Then discussion. Discussion is the crux of the whole thing. This is where you have to spend more time. Because methodology results is all whatever it has come. That's it. Discussion where we have to actually exercise our intellectual abilities to create a strong defense, interpretation, relationships among results, generalizations, theoretical implications, what are the main or principal findings, then substantiate the objectives. Whatever objectives you said in the beginning, now you have to substantiate. Yes, we have achieved these objectives. Then no study is complete. By itself, it cannot solve all problems. Very clearly talk about limitations. Very openly, we can admit this is the limitation. Then people will like it because we don't expect any solution to be complete by itself. So limitations have to be very clearly delineated. So this discussion is the crux of the things. Introduction and discussions. This is where the authors have to sit tight and do. So writing methodology and all you can just like that do. Even in between some breaks you can get. Breaks means, for example, you are writing results. If some of the colleagues calls you for a coffee, you can afford to take a break, go, come back, write. But introduction and discussions don't happen like that. You have to have that constant, a good window of time, because once the flow of your thinking gets disturbed, you will lose many of the ideas. So this is where you have to really spend a good lot of time. Conclusions, this is also, very important because you will not have too much of words here. Economy of words are very important in abstract and conclusions. You cannot be liberal with the number of words. Discussions, okay, you have that freedom, but in abstract and conclusions, you don't have that freedom. Because many times we read abstract and conclusions. And then if they are interesting only, we go to the details of the paper. In conclusions, how your findings advance the current state of the field, then justification of your findings and future direction. Please remember, it is not a repetition of the abstract. This is completely different. Although, from whatever you have said in abstract, you are trying to give the justification and you are trying to substantiate that here. Then possible applications and extensions. In conclusions, you can say, okay, this tomorrow it can be extended for something else. And this is possible applications or in so many other fields that you can always write. Then you should know the strategic readers may just read this. Because any read generally the papers can have 3,000 to 5,000 words. People will not read all that just like that. They will glance through your abstract and they will immediately come to your conclusion. If in the conclusion they find something exciting, then they will honor your paper. They will go through it in detail. Therefore, you must write this also very, very carefully. Acknowledgements is the last thing that means, last but one that we write. Those who have helped, the funding agencies, the labs and institutes, you have to carefully acknowledge them. That's a good practice to do, and you should do that. References for your literature and results, whatever references you have to include, and follow standards. There are standards. There are many standards for this bibliography. That depends upon the journals. There are IEEE standard is there. There are many other standards. Different journals follow different things. So you must carefully consider the target journal and align with the targeted journal. That's about it, references. And these references keep changing because sometimes you will have reference 1, 2, 3, then you will add something there. Then the next one, which was 4th in your earlier version, becomes 5th. So you must properly do that bookkeeping. In LaTeX, that problem is not there. It will automatically do that. If you are using Microsoft Windows, you must carefully watch out and do those things. I think that is about this paper writing. Again, I warn about the plagiarism. I don't want to read out the whole thing, but you must be really, only last one you please read. The plagiarism is considered as an act of fraud. It involves both stealing someone else's work and lying about it afterward. Therefore, we must be very, very careful. And once we get caught in plagiarism, we actually lose our credibility. Not only we lose our credibility, our lab, and it will also, some sense, bring a bad name to wherever we belong, including our country. So we should be very, very careful. We should not bring bad name. That's where is plagiarism. And thankfully, there are good softwares today, which is universally accepted. Turnitin, something like that is there, which we use generally. And a lot of institutions have taken this subscription. We can just run it through and it will do the job for us. And it will generate a certificate, as I said, and that is nice. Yeah. Some additional things about plagiarism. turning in someone else's work as your own. We should not do copying words or ideas from someone else without giving credit. Very important. We can give credit and write. It's not that we should not take somebody else's work. We should say from this reference, this is what is said. And failing to put quotation in quotation marks. If someone has made some statement, we must say so and so as stated within quotes. Then there is no issue, no problem. Then giving incorrect information about the source of a quotation. Then changing words but copying the sentence structure of a source without giving credit. And copying so many words or ideas from a source that it makes up majority of your work, whether you give credit or not. Because that giving credit does not cover all our defects. Only for small things you can do that. So most cases of plagiarism can be avoided, however, by citing the resources, simply acknowledging that certain material has been borrowed and providing your audience with the information necessary to find that source is usually enough to prevent plagiarism. So we must be honest that this is taken from. So some of the figures, etc., if you want to take, you must be careful. You have to take permission from the authors earlier. So here is some more. International scientific ethics have evolved over centuries and are commonly held throughout the world. Scientific ethics are not considered to have national variants or characteristics. There is a single ethical standard for science. Ethics problems with scientific articles are on the rise globally. So we must be very, very careful. And if a plagiarized article, if you publish and if it is later discovered, then because of publication, you will perish. So let us not get into such problem, because nowadays people are very sensitive to these things. And I think this is just one example of these things can happen. There are softwares which can easily detect. You see, this is just to tell you that the article that was published, this one, which I am showing you, was retracted because later it was discovered it is plagiarized. So this is a disgrace which we should not get in. And international community, they will recklessly do this. That's what we should be mindful. Whoever you are, whatever you are, they simply do it and they publicize. And this is a sort of a disgrace we should be aware of. Okay. Yeah, the article of which the authors committed plagiarism, it won't be removed from the Science Direct. Everybody who downloads it will see the reason of retraction. See, that is the worst thing. It will remain. In whomsoever name, it will remain like that, and it will haunt for lifetime. So that is the problem with plagiarism. So ethics you have to follow. Plagiarism is the first things. And don't do duplicate submission. In the sense you submit for one journal and they take their own time scale. See, and before that, okay, you are tempted to submit to another journal or conference, the same thing. That is non-ethical. Then not including a contributor. Very important. If somebody has contributed, you should, for example, somebody may contribute and in between they may go for some other job, etc. And once you publish, he may find to his shock or her shock that her or his name is not included. That is bad. Including a non-contributor is also non-ethical. But anyway, you must be mindful. P-hacking, that is, P-hacking means, the statistical P, the confidence level. And just to boost your results, you cannot do curve fitting. That's what it means. Then conflict of interest, we all know. We should be mindful of this. Then submission, follow the guidelines, wait for reviews, study the reviewers' comments, discuss and response, take the comments sportively, don't get annoyed. Okay? Don't get annoyed. and resubmit if they ask for another revision. But important, if it is summarily rejected, don't get frustrated. There is always another place, and many times it helps us to know what are the missing things in our work. And in fact, that's why in Indian Institute of Science, we ensure that before a candidate submits his PhD thesis, he will at least publish at least 3 to 4 good journal papers, because that is where we get very good feedback. Even though it is rejected, your thesis will become better. And well, there are multiple journals you can always submit and you can become better. So that's how publication makes our work better, makes us better. The comments you get, you must take it sportively. That will make our work better, our understanding better. So we should be really thankful to those reviewers. Many times they are unknown to us, and very great. So this system we should properly use to become better. So this is what I had to share with you. Jai Bharat. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I can take it right away, but it's up to your schedules. So thank you very much for your patient listening. Namaste to all.
Thank you, sir. There are few questions. What is the limit of minimum and maximum number of words used in writing research article?
Yeah, it depends. There are journals which limit to 2000, 2500 words. There are journals which have no limitations. That's why you should look at the particular journal to which you want to submit. And generally, they would have mentioned the complete detail. There is no ambiguity. If you go to their website, they will completely give you how the structure of the paper should be. Any good journal will indicate even the how the paper should be. Each journal will have some variations. They will all be there in their website.
Thank you, sir. One more question, sir. What is the maximum number of authors that an article can have?
Generally, there is no limit, because I have seen in some experimental work, there are nearly 20 authors. But for example, for a small work, if you put 20 authors, anybody would know that you are adding passengers. So you must be mindful. Whoever has contributed, that is what we should. So journal itself will not put any limit. But if it is a small study, for example, if you have done some heart rate study of a particular medicine on, say, let us as a pilot study, some 10 subjects, and then you want to have 20 authors, I'm sure people would look at it differently. So, but if it is a large scale study done in several places and several ethnicities, etc. is involved, then it's a different issue. So journal by itself does not put any limitation. We have to consciously decide who has contributed.
Thank you, sir. Last question, sir. How to differentiate road mapping in introduction and articulated steps in methodology?
Well, methodology is the easiest thing to write, because it's after all what you have done. Whereas introduction, you have to read several others, what in this field of work, how they have written. An introduction generally is a sort of, your own projection to the world as to how better you are. So there, while deciding the roadmap, you must first, from the literature review, come to the motivation. And then, taking the literature review into consideration, you must say how you are better than the other work, or what additional things you are giving, what was missing in literature, and what is it that you are adding. So that comes from the literature review. That is why this results, everything you write, then go back to introduction and revise. Then it will become better. So after you do your discussions, results one round, then again you have to reiterate on introduction so that you can write it better.
Thank you, sir. One more question, sir, in chat box.
Yeah.
What are the challenges while publishing and research article in international journal?
See, there are no big challenges. The first challenge, as I said, is we don't want to write. We desist. We think that we know how to write. But you must be, first thing is you must be confident about your work. Very important. And you must keep on reading the recent journal articles. If you keep on reading, you will know what is the status of your work. Then you will know what is the strength of your work. Once you feel that your strength of work is good, you should not hesitate. You must spend time. There's no doubt writing takes time, and people are enthusiastic to do more work, newer work. But writing is also important. We don't realize the importance of writing, but we should realize the more you write, your future work will become better, and you will get a lot of recognition because of that. And choose any international journal. Well, once you know that your work has some strength, start putting things right and take care to make it as best as you can. And today there are a lot of facilities like ChatGPT to make the English better. Nobody can discount you on English. Well, on the methodology, on your approach, comments could come. Receive the comments in a sportive way, correct it. And there are multiple journals on similar topics. So if one journal denies, doesn't mean that you are out of the world. There are multiple opportunities are there. And the inputs that we get from reviewers, if it is taken in a proper way, well, it will improve our studies. We should be mindful. Sometimes reviewers, what happens, because anybody would review in the light of their knowledge, their background. So it doesn't mean that they're always just. Many times good papers also get rejected because some reviewer is not happy because his work was not cited. Some ego issues can also come. Please remember, bias in review can be there, but doesn't matter. That's not the only journal in the world. Today there are multiple journals. We must take it sportively and go ahead with another journal. And that grit, patience, perseverance we should have, we can publish. And once you publish, then your confidence level will be high. Then whoever comes to your contact, you will make them publish. That's how our country can make a big impact in the international science scenario.
Sir, we will request you to join for panel discussion at 4 o'clock, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving insights about steps involved in research article writing. Now we have our last session of this program on biostatistics and usage of software in analysis of data by Dr. Lancey D'Souza, sir, Professor, University of Mysuru. I welcome you, sir, for this program. Sir, currently Professor and Head in the Department of Psychology, Maharajas College, University of Mysuru. Qualification: PhD in Psychology, MA in Psychology, BSc in Botany Chemistry, Diploma in Psychology Counseling, Diploma in Biodiversity. Sir has secured second rank in MA. Sir has published many research articles, to name a few: Suicidal Ideation in India and Understanding of the Current Literature, Longitudinal Evaluation of Super Brain Yoga Practice on Academic Performance Among Adolescents. Sir has been awarded with IPA President Gold Medal Award in the year 2016. Best Paper International Award in the year 2006. Sir is teaching PG courses from last 20 years. Recognized PhD guide from the University of Mysuru. Sir has completed many projects, to name a few: pranic energy perception and impact of prana in well-being of adolescents, prevalence of shyness on South India, efficacy of behavioral therapy, allopathic and Indian medicine on the treatment of shyness. Sir has edited many books, to name a few: social psychology, public health and psychology. Sir has presented many papers at national level, namely assessment of occupational stress among medical professionals, shyness treatment by cognitive therapy. Over to you, sir. It's visible, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to put the full screen. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody there. First of all, I thank the Chennai sir for providing me this opportunity and all others there listening to me. So next 1 hour, we are going to talk about biostatistics and usage of software in analysis of data. Of course, I cannot demonstrate the software right today for in 1 hour session because I need to speak some theoretical issues. But I am letting you know at the end what are the softwares can be employed in the analysis of data. So let me begin with the what you call biostatistics, and I don't have to tell much about statistical part, where few of the medical issues where you use statistics to where it contains the 4 processes. When you talk about the statistics, it's a collection, compilation, analysis, and interpretation of the data in a biological setting. So you collect the data. That is on the first step, either primary or secondary data. Then you compile the data as your objectives or hypotheses being framed. Then the third major heading is the analysis of the data. That's where we are going to focus more on that. And last part of the statistics is the interpretation of the data. But many times we think that what you call the data analysis or statistics comes only for data analysis. But please understand, even calculation of sample size, statistics is important, because since it's the article publication part, definitely the index journals, whether it's a Scopus, Web of Science, or PubMed or UGC care list, which are standard journal in nature, definitely they would ask for justification of the sample size, and the justification of the sample size is based on a specific formula as well as the type of study or type of research design you have, because the calculation varies from different types of studies. Your study could be observational or cross-sectional. You have to use a specific formula. If your study is interventional in nature, that's again you have to use a specific formula, or if it's a survey research. So based on the type of study, again statistics enters in. So it is not that statistics will be there just at the analysis level. It starts at the sampling and sample size calculation itself. So once you get a good sample size, because you need to justify, so then at least 10% of your statistical requirement is over by just giving the sample justification having a statistical backdrop. So that's the first part I wanted to tell you. So please use statistics and justify your sample size using different formula depending upon your what you call type of research design or type of study. That's the first part where you are going to talk about the sample size part. But the next part is the most important part is the data analysis. So when you talk about the data analysis, usually we what you call end up with the 2 types of data. Either it could be categorical data or numerical data. So later I'm going to subject or change this nomenclature to categorical data to non-parametric data and numerical data as parametric data. First, having these things in mind, whether it's a categorical or numerical, going back to scales of measurement, because any measurement in statistics comes at 4 levels. The first level is the nominal level, second level is the ordinal level, third one is the interval level, and the fourth level is the ratio scale. So the first two levels are called as categorical because you don't really assign what you call weightage for that. Whatever the numbers you get, it is just for nominal or ordinal sake. But the third and fourth part of scaling, that is interval or ratio scales, are the true scales or true data would come. So the categorical data comes in the first two levels and the numerical data comes in the next two levels. So in research, we can use either of these statistics methods which have been seen on the screen. So starting with the descriptive versus predictive versus inferential statistics. So descriptive statistics are required because I've seen in some of the articles, they directly give a what you call ANOVA test or F test or anything, and just they say it is significant or not significant without even giving the descriptive statistics. So only when you give the descriptive statistics, then we get to know which group is more or which group is less, or whether there's a relationship exists or not, rather than just giving a p-value. So descriptive statistics are must while presenting what you call presenting or publishing an article. That's one thing. Then comes for hypothesis testing. Please remember, for hypothesis testing, we don't use the descriptive statistics. We use predictive or inferential statistics. So in the predictive statistics, basically we talk about correlation, where correlation has not reached the level of inferential statistics, but it's neither called as what you call descriptive statistics. So it is somewhere in between. So that's why it's called as predictive statistics. Whereas in inferential statistics, where we really test the hypothesis, keeping so-called the p-values or the significance levels. So this is basically the idea of what you call analyzing your data. We require both the descriptive as well as inferential statistics. The other way is whether you can use parametric or non-parametric analysis in your data. So the data which is quantitative in form is called as parametric. The data which is qualitative in form called as non-parametric data. Or sometimes you may have a single variable involved, then it's univariate data, and sometimes you involve several variables, then it could be multivariate data. Depending upon the conditions and the what you call nature of your hypothesis or objectives, you may have to either use what you call univariate or multivariate analysis. Sometimes we refer the terminology basic versus applied statistics. So when you talk about the basic versus applied statistics, the what you study right now is called a basic statistics, where when your statistical analysis which is used for public utility, then it could be called as applied statistics. So that's the idea behind different types of statistics. Let us move on the types of descriptive statistics quickly. Just we'll have a round because you may have to have a graphical presentations in your the publication. You may have measures of central tendencies too, and there could be measures of variability. There could be measures of relationship, and sometimes we convert this score into Sten scores or Stenine scores or T scores or Z scores. So we may use the different types of descriptive statistics based on our need. So when we talk about the graphical displays, which are also gives a lot of significance to your article, is basically we use bar diagram, column diagram, or histogram, and sometimes depending upon the nature of data, it could be frequency, polygon, or line diagram. Sometimes we need to have AGI or frequency cumulative percentage graph, where we convert the frequency into percentage, and that percentage is drawn, and against that we can calculate any percentile point. That's why it's called as cumulative frequency graph. Pie chart as such, where a circle is being used, keeping 360 degrees in mind, and accordingly we divide the frequencies into 360 degrees proportionately. Then comes a scatter diagram, where in scatter diagram we put two variables together, x and y, and we see and try to plot a scattergram to see the trend of the data. If x increases by 1 unit, what happens to the y? So that's the idea behind scattergram. Very rarely in what you call vital statistics, we use pictograms, where pictures are used rather than numbers. So they are called as pictograms. Then area graphs, where a kind of what you call cluster analysis, or a kind of analysis which involves a lot of geographical area, we might use area graphs. And there are other types of graphs also available, depending upon the condition, which we may have to use specific softwares. So these are just types of graphical displays which can be used even in your article publication. Then quickly talking about measures of central tendency, we use basically five types of what you call measures of central tendencies: mean, median, mode, and two more are geometric mean and harmonic mean. Remember, most used what you call measure of central tendency is the mean, because you say mean has got a higher center of gravity. Sometimes we use a median, because if you want to divide your group into two equal halves, then we have to use a median point which cuts the distribution into two equal halves. So below the median we say lower side, and above the mean we say higher side. So depending upon the variable which you employed, then you can use what you call the median point. Mode is hardly used in research, but still it is considered as one of the central tendencies. Then geometric mean and harmonic mean, they are used what you call rarely in Ayurvedic research and all, but a few of the engineering sciences and mathematical sciences, geometric mean and harmonic means are used. But basically in Ayurveda we find mean and median as the most used measures of central tendencies. Then measures of variability, one of the important thing in research. If you have seen a series of statistics, please remember why we require measures of variability, because the measures of variability, they do what you call indicate us the homogeneity or the heterogeneity of the data. So it is very important. The more homogeneous data means your data is good. The more heterogeneous data, that means there is some problem in your data, because we require some variation across the data, but too much of variation indicates that okay, there are too many outliers are there, and these outliers can spoil your analysis. So that's the idea. So why you get what you call these variations or variability? Basically for two reasons or three reasons we can say. So the first reason, it could be wrong selection of the sample, because if your sample selected itself is wrong, so the data which you derive or get from them may not be appropriate data one. So that's the one thing is the problem could be with the what you call the sample itself, which may not be apt or right sample for your problem or your topic under study. The second reason could be the tool employed may not be appropriate for the sample you have utilized. It could be underage, it could be that sample which you have taken could be underage than the what you call the intended tool application. So it could be age variation, it could be any variation where the tool appropriateness has not come, it might affect your what you call data quality. So once the data quality is affected, the variation increases. So remember, more variation means that means there are a lot of what you call individual variations, and more individual variations along with the outliers might spoil the significance of your study. So that's the idea. So be careful about that. And the third part is the failure with the apparatus or giving constant values. Sometimes what happens is you subject it to what you call some kind of analysis through apparatus. If the apparatus giving the same value for all the 10 samples, that means there is some problem with your what you call apparatus, and you may have to change the what you call conditions or repeat the experiment. That's the idea. So be careful about that. So with the apparatus working or your sample size and nature of sample and the tool employed should be all appropriate. Otherwise, you are bound to get a lot of variation. So try to avoid extraordinary variations, because that will affect the normality of the data. So to quickly name few of the what you call measures of variability are the ranges, what you call one thing, though it's what you call quick measure of variability, it is just the difference between highest and lowest. So it is a quick measure of variability, but we call it as crude measure of variability. So only for quick succession or quick calculation you can use range, but otherwise you may have to use other what you call measures of variability, like standard deviation is one of the widely used method of variability, or sometimes we use variance, or sometimes we use standard error, especially in articles, or sometimes it could be covariance. quartile deviation and mean deviations are not used much in research because they are required for what you call classifying the population, especially the quartile deviation, where you can calculate 4 quartiles Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and you can take a difference of Q3 minus Q1, and that divided by 2 will give rise to QD or just Q or semi interquartile range. That's required for basically class what you call a kind of classification which you require below 25th quartile and above 75th quartile. You might require that. But as such, I have seen the mostly used measures of variability are the standard deviation or standard error. So standard error is the derived measure of standard deviation. In few of the articles you might have seen mean plus or minus, they give either SD or SE. So depending upon, because some journals expect standard error, some journals expect standard deviation in the form of mean plus or minus SD or SE. So you can use one of the what you call measures there. And covariance is sometimes some journals expect give covariance where you multiply the sigma into 100 and divide by the mean. So 100 sigma by mean, whatever the formula could be. So you use different kinds of variability. But one thing is more variability means more heterogeneous is your data. Once your data is more heterogeneous, we say again the data quality suffers. Why? Because the more individual variations means there could be what you call outliers which might spoil the genuineness of your data, because we say a good data should be what you call a quality data should center around or cluster around the measure of central tendency, not too far. So that's the idea where we are thinking about the measuring of variability. Then here onwards, actually we are serious about analyzing the data. Please understand in any other biostatistics or any statistics, this is the thing nowadays all the journals expect. Before you subject the quantitative data for analysis, please subject them to normality check. Please make a note of this also, because I could hear the previous person talking about the quality of journal and how to this one. This is also one of the thing where have you subjected your data to normality check, because this is required, because this will be what you call required to check whether your data is homogeneous or heterogeneous, because more heterogeneous data is, the normality will be not there. So that's the idea. So check your data for normality, but there are two types of tests are available, either online or offline. So one is the Shapiro-Wilk test. That when your sample size is less than 50, please go for Shapiro-Wilk test. When your sample size is more than 50, the other test you have to use called as Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. So for example, SPSS software generates what you call both the outputs, like what you call it generates both Shapiro-Wilk test as well as Kolmogorov-Smirnov test values, but you have to use one of them. So what is going to happen is here, if the test value which you obtained from Shapiro-Wilk test or Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, the test value which you get should not be significant. Please make a note of it. Whatever the test value you get from either of the tests, like Shapiro-Wilk or Kolmogorov-Smirnov, the test value should not be significant. The non-significance of these test values indicate that your data is following normality assumptions. So what is this normality assumption is your data should follow normal probability curve distribution. If that is not following normal probability curve distribution, that means you cannot use the regular parametric test. You have to use the non-parametric test. The alternative non-parametric test would be available. Later I'm going to show you the table where same parametric test, when it doesn't follow normality assumption, what is the alternative non-parametric test? There are tests are available, but there are some what you call drawbacks in non-parametric tests. For example, for all the parametric tests, there is no equivalent test for non-parametric side. That's one thing is there. So we'll go by one, but please remember, and it's a rule, that before you subject your data to analysis, subject it to normality check. Please do that. Then once you are clear with that, then you can start with the what you call static testing. If you are using what you call hypothesis and all, so you state what you call first there is a problem statement, then you clearly state the null or alternative hypothesis, and then once you state the null hypothesis and once you have collected the data, you have to choose the relevant test. That is more important. So what is that relevant test? We'll be discussing immediately after this. And appropriate probability distribution. Usually we keep at 5% level significance. Sometimes in medicine, they keep 10% level of significance. That we'll discuss later when it comes to the determination of significance levels and acceptance and rejection of hypothesis. Then you after collection of the data, you apply the relevant tests. Then from the table or from software, you choose what you call the critical value. And this critical value is already given or the software gives with the help of degrees of freedom. Those are statistics, it must be very easier for you. Then you have to decide whether it's a one-tailed or two-tailed test, because if it is what you call, if your hypothesis is null or alternative, you should go for one-tailed test. If your hypothesis what you call directional, you should go for if your hypothesis is null or alternative, you should go for two-tailed test. And if your hypothesis is directional, that means one-sided, then you have to use one-tailed test. So you have to determine the significance level at 0.5 or 0.1, but nowadays the software gives exact significance. So you can keep a cutoff of 0.05 and below. That's what we used to do. Then you have to check whether you are what you call the test statistics which fall into the critical region. That means whether test statistics is equal or more than the table value, then you are going to reject the null hypothesis and accepting the alternative hypothesis. Where if the test statistics doesn't fall in the critical region, then you are what you call not rejecting the null hypothesis, rather than you are accepting hypothesis. So whatever it may be, these are the steps which are followed through statistics, whether we use inferential statistics or the predictive statistics. So whether in the software or manual, so entire statistics goes under 4 headings. So your testing will be either parametric or non-parametric. So parametric is basically we refer it as the quantitative data. Non-parametric is qualitative data. Sometimes if your parametric data doesn't follow normality, now you have to switch over to the non-parametric side. So under parametric data, parametric statistics, you can go for a difference or you can for a relationship. The same thing can happen in non-parametric. Either you can go for a difference or you can go for a relationship. So we are going to discuss all these tests under 4 headings. So quickly we'll go one by one. But before getting into that, please consider before you put into the analysis, what kind of data you have. Whether you got a categorical data or whether you got a numerical data. Because for categorical data, you cannot apply what you call a parametric test. People applied and given what you call results which are may become laughable later. So be careful, decide whether sometimes data looks like what you call numerical, but in reality it may not be numerical, it will be categorical in nature. And what is required? Are you going for a difference or are you going for a relationship? So sometimes there is a confusion between difference and relationship, and people have done a relationship test instead of difference and other way too. So then whatever the obtained results are becoming funny and which are unwanted ones. So be careful about that. Again, going to type of statistics, parametric or non-parametric. Don't apply parametric in case of non-parametric and non-parametric in case of parametric, following the rules or assumptions. The next part is when you talk about statistics and performing statistics, are you going for a manual form of calculation or a software you are using, or you are outsourcing? Nothing wrong in outsourcing, but you should be knowing the what you call the steps behind each statistical calculation, because if you don't know the steps of calculations and if you don't know the process behind, because when you outsource, you directly get the tables and the p-values, They don't provide any steps. The software should not provide any steps for that matter. So you just directly get ready-made tables. And if you are not having any idea about what has been happened in the background, then in the Viva and other things, you may find it difficult to explain how these values have been derived. And furthermore, again, I'm reminding you, before you start anything, go for a normality check for a quantitative data. And if you don't do that, especially in the quantitative data, and if you don't mention the methodology in your article, journals might ask, the reviewers might ask whether the candidate has done normality or not. And sometimes they might get doubt looking into the SD values itself. If the SD value is too high or near the mean or more than the mean, that they might get some doubt that there could be non-normal data distribution. So if you are not done the normality check, there could be you have to redo it and again you have to resubmit. So there could be delay in your what you call publication process. So that's why go for a normality check. Having all this backdrop, we'll go one by one. When we talked about what you call difference-based test, parametric difference-based test, we start basically with the two groups testing. So the idea is very simple. When you talk about two groups, we basically think of t-tests. So t-tests are of three types. Basically, we see in textbooks and only two types, but there are three types of t-tests are available. One is independent samples. Second one is paired samples. Third one is one sample t-test. Please remember, independent samples t-test, earlier it was referred to as a student t-test. Sometimes it is referred as two samples t-test. Sometimes it was referred as unpaired t-test. All the four names for a single test, but now the latest nomenclature is independent samples t-test. The idea behind independent samples t-test is when you draw two samples randomly from the the population, you draw two samples from the population and you try to establish a mean difference between them and see that mean difference is significant or not. So two samples are drawn from the population randomly and you try to establish a mean difference and see whether it's significant or not. And I mentioned another thing as Z test or Z test. Independent samples t-test comes with a rider because your sample size should be 30 or below. Then only you can apply independent samples t-test. In case your sample size is more than 30, it's better to go for Z test. Of course, SPSS software will not have Z test. You may have to do manually or you may have to use some online softwares which are available. So that's about independent samples t-test. The next one is paired samples t-test. When the same sample exposed twice or more, I repeat again, when the same sample is exposed twice on the same measurement, like pre and post or before and after. I've seen a lot of Ayurvedic research. You have data on pre, post, sometimes follow up, sometimes you have got before treatment, during treatment, and after treatment. Whenever there are what you call comparisons between any two sessions, you can easily apply paired samples. But remember, here n must be same. Whereas in the previous case, independent samples t-test, n could be same or n could be different. That's why it's called as unpaired t-test. Here is paired samples t-test is 100%. The n is same and the same n has to be repeated second time or third time. Then only it's called as paired samples. The next one you have is one sample t-test. So the one sample t-test, the idea here is you check your group mean against a standard mean, a well-established mean. That means what? Most of the medical parameters have got standards, starting from hemodynamics or lipid profiles, which you see day to day in any lab or any what you call testing. You find standards are already existing. So if you have what you call any what you call anemic group with you for your study, you can check that group's mean HB count or HB value against the established standard, and then you can say this is equal to standard or more than the standard or less than the standard. So by having this classification, it's easier for you to check your group status. So one sample t-test gives a comparison of your group mean against an established standard mean. Now, what is the advantage of one sample t-test is you don't require a control group because the control values always are already exist in the guise of what you call standard values. So control values are nothing but standard values. You are checking your group mean against the standard value. Then your job is simple and you can avoid control group and you can invest more on the experimental group, increasing the sample size so that the reliability of the results will be higher. So that's the idea behind all the three types of t-test, whether it's independent samples or paired samples or one sample. But remember, that test to be used when your sample size is more than 30. Then comes more than two groups or ANOVA, or simply it's called as analysis of variance. So when you talk about analysis of variance, so basically it's the extension of t-test, independent samples t-test, because in independent samples t-test, we test the mean difference between two groups. Here we check mean difference between more than two groups. So that's the idea. Suppose you have got three groups, one control group, then dosage one group and dosage two. So three groups are there. Then you can go for analysis of variance, and it is considered as it's a what you call extension of t-test, because still you can do t-test, but what we do is by employing ANOVA, one can avoid multiple t-tests. So in ANOVA, there are several variants are available. One is one-way ANOVA, where one independent variable is split in two, minimum of 3 levels or more. So you have one independent variable and one dependent variable. So what is this one independent variable? As I said, control group, dose 1 and dose 2 against, for example, hypertension. So your SBP and DBP values would serve as dependent variables. Your dose 1, dose 2 and control group, the three groups are what you call considered as independent variable. So thereby the design will be one way. So one independent variable and one dependent variable. Next comes univariate ANOVA, where you employ more than two independent variables, but still your dependent variable is only one. So the same design I can extend it to. We set dose 1, dose 2 and control group against what you call hemodynamics or blood pressure. So the same groups I split into now into two levels. That is dose 1, you have male and female. Dose, what you call dose 2, again I split under male female. Likewise, control group I split under male female. So now I have got two-way design where I have two independent variables against a single dependent variable. So now you understand what is happening. So now we generate more F values, difference between the what you call dosages, difference between the gender and an interaction effect. So it is called as univariate. Why univariate? Because all the time you have got a single dependent and two or more independent variables. Whereas in multivariate ANOVA, we have several independent variables as well as several dependent variables. So we try to what you call identify the combined effects of all the independent variable over the selected dependent variables. But there is a condition in MANOVA. The MANOVA here, the condition would be the variables which are employed as dependent variable in the analysis, they should be moderately correlated, because you'll have several dependent variables. They should be moderately correlated. Too much of high correlation or too much of low correlation is not good for applying a MANOVA or multivariate ANOVA. But please remember, whenever you employ MANOVA or multivariate ANOVA, you should invariably mention an index called as Wilks lambda. Please remember, it's a Wilks lambda, an index to be what you call mentioned, which gives a lot of meaning while doing MANOVA. Then comes repeated measure ANOVA. If one-way ANOVA is the what you call extension of independent samples t-test, a repeated measure ANOVA is the extension of paired samples t-test, because in paired samples t-test, we have what you call only before and after design or before treatment and after treatment. But here there are more than two sessions. For example, before treatment, during treatment, and after treatment. Now you have got three such what you call sessions. Rather than applying multiple paired samples t-tests, you can go for simply we can apply a repeated measure ANOVA. So what is this repeated measure ANOVA gives that over the time period, what are the changes happening, and these changes which are happened is statistically significant or not. This can be done with single group, or this can be done with the two groups also. So suppose we employ 2 or 3 groups. Now the beauty is it says over the time which group is performing better from before to during to after treatment. So the interpretation part would be very much easier rather than going individual testing like paired samples t-test for each session. So you can have a comprehensive test called as repeated measure ANOVA, and you see over the time duration which group is becoming good or giving good results. So which repeated measure ANOVA can easily what you call give. Then you have got UNCOVA, another statistics under ANOVA. UNCOVA here refers for analysis of covariance. So this analysis of covariance basically employed to find out the influence or to balance out or take out the influence of intervening variable or confounding variable or extraneous variable. Sometimes your data with the data is what you call affected by some other variables which are not thought of and which might interfere in or while data collection process or while during the experimentation process, and thereby change the end result. So if they're changing the end result by interference, such variables have to be balanced or you have to remove that effect. So to do that, one has to use UNCOVA or analysis of covariance, where those variables which are supposed to interfere, they have to be quantified, and thus quantified data should be treated as covariates. Then you can balance or counter the effect of this the confounding or interfering or extraneous variables, so that still journals can accept. Because sometimes what happens, they say don't do ANOVA, they might say do UNCOVA, because they think that these variables are interfering in your process of experimentation, and thereby there could be change in the end result. So this is not expected, because that shows a non-standard methodology. So you have to use a good methodology to follow and good statistics. So that's the idea. So where UNCOVA plays a major role. And I'm going to talk about a post-hoc test. Whenever your F value is significant or ANOVA, the Fisher's value is significant through ANOVA, we get the F value. So, but what is going to happen is, if there are more than 2 groups, ANOVA gives, or it tells us that there is a significant difference across groups, but it will not tell which of the mean differences are significant. Suppose you have got 3 groups A, B, C. The F value tells, okay, there is a difference between A, B, C, but it will not tell whether difference between A to B or difference between A to C or difference between B to C is significant or not. But this has to be done through another set of statistics called as post-hoc tests. So several post-hoc tests are available online, offline, and even in SPSS, I think there are more than 18 such post-hoc tests are available. And these post-hoc tests are help us for multiple comparisons to see which of the what you call mean differences are significant. So when you talk about that, please don't use the first 2 one, that is LSD, that's the least significant difference, as well as DMRT, Duncan's multiple range test. These are relatively called as loose tests. Why? Because even for a small mean difference, they give significance. And most of the journals will be what you call not accepting if you use what you call LSD or DMRT. So depending on the condition, you can go for Sheffie's honestly significant difference test, or Tukey's post-hoc test, or Bonferroni test, or Dunnett's test. Because most of the articles, if you see in the international journals or index journals, these are available. Shefi, Tuki, Bonferon, or Dunnets. So use them so that they'll not send it back for again for one more analysis. But there must one F value significant. So in a way, if ANOVA serves as a macro level of analysis, post-hoc test serves as micro levels of analysis. Then we'll move on to the second set of analysis called as parametric relationship based test. So here, when you talk about the relationship, we talk about the mutuality or dependence of one variable over the other variable. So the usual test in statistics we apply or in research is Pearson's product moment correlation. So where the testing is used, what you call, we're taking the original scores into consideration. Will not manipulate the scores or will not assign the ranks. We directly use the score and we apply a correlation correlation test, and we get a correlation coefficient. Remember, a correlation coefficient cannot exceed more than 1, either on the minus side or on the plus side. So a correlation coefficient of -1, which gives the idea of what you call perfectly negative, whereas a +1 indicates perfectly positive, and a zero correlation or 0.00 says perfect no correlation. But remember, in reality, the idea is it's very difficult to get exactly +1, exactly -1, or exactly 0, because these are the perfect ones. Because somehow some correlations are related to each, some relationships are existing, some correlations are going to be there, and sometimes we get unwanted correlations, and these unwanted correlations are what we call as spurious correlations, because they are not required for us, but still they emerge based on the nature of the data. So if correlation gives a simple mutuality between two or more variables, next we'll move on to the regression part. Okay, in the regression, it's basically the prediction. So we talked about what you call scattergram, if you remember in the graphical displays. So a simple regression can be easily drawn through a scattergram, where if x unit is increased by 1 unit, what is the corresponding change in the y? So this will be easy for prediction. If 1 unit of increase in blood pressure, what happens to the what you call either cholesterol level or any other what you call respiratory level, respiratory rate, or SpO2 level, anything. So it is basically simple regression means you have 1 to 1, 1 x and 1 y, where y is called as dependent variable and x is called as independent variable. Change in the independent variable, how it affects the change in the dependent, or rate of change, which basically we calculate either increase or decrease in simple regression, which will be utilized for future policy making scenarios. Then there could be a multiple regression, where how several what you call multiple independent variables will affect the what you call the dependent variable. Suppose your multiple you are using multiple regression and your dependent variable is what you call optimal health. So we can regress so many parameters of health on optimal health as a variable, then you get few best predictors. So it could be what you call food quality, it could be sleep quality, it could be psychological well-being, it could be exercise, all that whatever contributes to health, you can regress onto the optimal health as a concept, and then you can derive few of the best predicting factors which will affect the health. Accordingly, later one can decide this is important for health because it's already predicted as these are the good health predictors, and you can improve upon that. So definitely multiple regression could be useful in such cases. So regression could be either simple, where you use 1x and 1y, whereas in multiple regression you have got several x's, x1, x2, x3 until xn, and you have got one major dependent called as y. So these are the parametric relationship based tests. Then you have parametric difference based test. Remember what I was telling earlier. Sometimes your data may be parametric, but if the data is not following normality check, you have to go for that you call non-parametric tests. And few of the tests are like this chi-square test. A chi-square test, what you call, of two types: chi-square test simple and chi-square test of independence. Suppose you want to compare the frequencies across a single row or across a single column, several types, then you can go for a chi-square test. Suppose you have got a cross tabulation also, you can go for a chi-square test, but having the frequency. That is more important. So chi-square test is basically used for frequency difference. So you can check the significance of difference between the frequencies. Then comes the Mann-Whitney U test. Remember, when you talk about Mann-Whitney U test, there we talk about independent samples t-test. So here we use Mann-Whitney U test, but only the difference is original scores are not considered as it was considered in the independent samples t-test. Here it will be the scores will be either converted into ranks or signs, and the recalculation will be done, and original scores will be ignored in non-parametrics. So that's the idea behind Mann-Whitney U test, the counter test of what you call independent samples t-test. There's a paired samples t-test in parametric side, whereas here we use Wilcoxon sign rank test, because now again ranks are given and tight scores are removed from the analysis. So that's why it's called as Wilcoxon sign rank test. We apply critical values one-way ANOVA in the non-parametric side, whereas simply we use one-way ANOVA in parametric side. So one-way ANOVA in parametric, critical value is one-way ANOVA in non-parametric side. But all the time, please remember the original scores are ignored and they are converted into either signs, either plus sign or minus sign, depending on the criteria, or they'll be assigned rank based on ascending order or descending order, and further calculations will be based on the signs and ranks, but not on what you call the original scores. This could be one of the drawback of a non-parametric test, where they don't use original scores, rather they use the transformed scores. So there are several such types of non-parametric tests are available. Depending upon our requirement, we can use them. Then we have non-parametric relationship based tests. So when you talk about the this one what you call relationship based test, when you come to the correlation, we use Spearman's rank difference correlation. Remember, in parametric side we used Pearson's product moment correlation. Here we are using rank difference correlation. There is this variation for the same data if you calculate the correlation from different methods. Sometimes one could be more than the other, but it's impossible to get both should be the same, because one is calculated by ranks and other one is calculated by actual scores. Then there is a contingency coefficient test. When your data is in the form of 2 by 2, 3 by 3 or 4 by 4, when number of rows are equal to number of columns, then you go for a contingency coefficient test. Then sometimes we use Cramer's V, where you can check the strength of the what you call chi-square test by using Cramer's V, and some other places also where your data is into 2 by 3 form or 2 by 4 or what any design. Then some people would use even Cramer's V test also. Apart from that, there are regressions, mixed regressions we call, and when the data is mixed, both parametric and non-parametric, you might end up with the logistic regression. So logistic regression, one specific thing is in logistic regression is your dependent variable is in categorical form. That means what? Your dependent variable either is dichotomous or trichotomous, or the number of categories would exist. For example, in binomial, your dependent or the target variable is split into only two levels. For example, infant mortality, yes or no. It's a binomial now one, where and all other variables would be regressing over that to predict which of the variables are contributing to infant mortality or infant survivability. Or there could be multinomial logistic regression. So in multinomial logistic regression is you have several what you call categories, more than two. It could be three categories of dependent variable, like highly satisfied, satisfied, not satisfied, or partially recovered, partially recovered, and not recovered. These could be the categories in multinomial logistic regression. And what are the influencing factors can be used? Both quantitative and qualitative data form can be used. That's why we call it as mixed regressions, where such regressions are called as logistic, and under that you can have binomial and multinomial logistic regressions. Please remember, all these tests cannot be done manually. It's quite difficult, and they might take more time, and we might end up in some problems in calculation of data. So usually we use softwares for that. One simple what you call logistic regression model I want to check. Suppose you are what you call being in a hospital. If you ask what you call what makes them happy or what makes them sad, so there could be several variables, x1, x2, and x3. Definitely some of the features or some of the facilities in the hospital can make them very happy. At the same time, dividing of what you call some of the what you call facilities might make them sad. So there could be inputs like x1 and x2, x3. The weightage you'll give, then output will be happy or sad, and this can be easily used as a logistic regression model. By that, definitely you get a very good predictors like what makes them happy or what makes them sad. So thereby the concerned authorities can what you call take a call, and it can be used as a applied statistics to make them happy. So along with that, what you call there are multivariate statistics which really requires more time. For example, factor analysis, discriminant function analysis, cluster analysis. Varieties of such things are available, but they are beyond the purview of discussion right now because it takes more time. But please remember, there are statistics available like factor analysis to what you call derive the components, discriminant function analysis to see whether to based on the available parameters whether you can differentiate between the groups. So that also can be done, or there could be cluster analysis. There are many such analysis are available, so that can be also used. And another technique what we do is ROC, or a receiver operating curve, which is used to differentiate with the area under curve, and you can calculate sensitivity and specificity, but under special occasions. But whatever it may be, there are a lot to discuss about the statistics in detail. But before testing, please check the data for normality. Again, I'm reminding you, you have to apply non-parametric test if your data is parametric but non-normality is assumed. And whenever data is less also, please don't go for parametric test, go for non-parametric test, because less amount of data may not be representative data from the population. So it's not good to use parametric data. Then it is said that if data is less than 5, please don't apply any statistics, just what you call give descriptive statistics, because when the sample size is too less, applying what you call statistics like inferential or predictive statistics could be abuse of statistics. So that's the idea. Then quickly talking about the significance level, this is where we have a lot of confusion. We talk about significance at 0.05, 0.01, and 0.0001, and it all will be given by software. Sometimes specifically it says what level it is. So idea is 0.05 means what? Suppose you repeat or conduct the experiment or survey 100 times, you are bound to get 95.95 times same result. 5 times you can miss. Then it's called as highly significant. Sorry, significant. When it is 99 out of 100, then it's called as highly significant. Then it is 999 out of 1000 on a simple level. Means the severity of the significance would increase. That's why it's called as very highly significant. The idea here is the pass criteria or significance pass criteria in statistics is very high. Unlike 50 in regular subjects or medical subjects, now in statistical pass criteria is 95 out of 100. It's not 50 out of 100. And this applicable only for alternative and null hypothesis. And when it comes to direction hypothesis, all the significances will reduce by half. So please keep in mind. And verification of the hypothesis would be like this. You have formulated the null hypothesis, your results are significant, you reject the null hypothesis. You have formulated the null hypothesis, your results are non-significant, you are accepting the null hypothesis. By thereby you are creating or committing a technical error called as type 1 or type 2. Then you have what you call formulated alternative or direction hypothesis, and your results are significant, you accept the hypothesis. Whereas you have formulated alternative direction hypothesis, but your results are non-significant, you are going to reject the alternative or direction hypothesis. By accepting null hypothesis, by rejecting alternative direction hypothesis, you are committing two types of technical errors called as what you call type 1 and type 2 errors. Before getting into that, I have already given what you call what are the tests to be applied when your data will be at different levels. I think I'll pass on this PPT to Shanai sir later so that you can collect this PPT from him. So there is a what you call I've compiled everything in a single table. What are the tests to be applied when your data nature is different? So right now we are running short of time, so you can refer this anytime later also. So type 1 error, okay, is what happens when the tested hypothesis falsely rejected. What you call the best example could be the type error is what happens when a false tested hypothesis is not rejected. So we say type 1 error is a false positive error and type 2 error is a false negative. So what is that? A false alarm for a bogus effect. Okay. What you do is bogus alarm effect is when we talk about testing part on a simple side, I'm going to give an example. Okay, a test that shows a patient to have a disease when the fact that patient does not have the disease, the lab says yes, the person the person doesn't have the disease, but the test says yes, something which is not there being what you call shown as the person has that. The opposite is type 2, a blood test failing to detect the disease. It was designed to detect in a patient who really has the disease. Remember what kinds of disaster can be done. In the first case, person doesn't have, test says positive. In the second case, the person has the disease, but the test says negative. These are the best examples for type 1 and type 2 errors. Then there could be type 3 error where what you call it is basically from the researcher side, the laziness in the researcher, incompetency, or willful ignorance of the truth, where you're trying to what you call delete few of the data, add few of the data, manipulating the data, all that amounts to type 3 error. Try to avoid all these three types of errors so that it will be good for you. And then quickly, how you present what you call your results in the article, like use graphs and tables if appropriate, but also summarize main findings in the text. It's not necessary that okay, if you present a graph, don't give a table, and if you present a table, don't give a graph, because general people says we don't have enough space to publish whatever you give. So again, do not discuss the results or speculate as to why something happened. Okay, this has to be done in the discussion. Then whatever you have got the data or analysis, don't put everything, only put what you call important ones, and don't repeat the what you call the values which are there in the tables. Rather than giving the description of the values in the table, I would prefer you give the meaning of those findings. That makes the sense rather than just repeating the what you call the values. And go by, as the previous I said, go by journal style, how they expect the data or analysis to be shown, whether we're following APS style or any style. They have a specific styles, go by that. And sometimes we do this mistake, we manipulate the data which is ethically wrong just to get what you call significance. So you can report as it is, because in the later researchers when they refer, you are reported actually wrong result by manipulating the data, and they go with the truth that whatever reported is right. So by manipulating the data, the truth will be hidden, so be careful about that. So just don't give the what you call, no need to use the table or graph just to become fancy in the publication, because they are very rigid. Okay, so be careful. Even if you give a graph, it should be very clear, and if the graph is given, don't provide tables. Okay, and give a proper titling and all, X and Y, very important. And lastly, the softwares are being used in what you call data analysis in any of the research, including Ayurvedic analysis, is especially the software is being used, but license bound. There could be Systat. There's R and R Studio, which is now used, but R and R Studio are in a different platform. You require some other language to operate this. The regular ones are available is Minitab, NCSS, Epistat, and StatView, and there are many other softwares are available online. Some are free too. Some of the portals allow you to directly enter the data and generate the output. So you can use any such softwares in research, but please see to that you use what you call a good software and a good what you call which generates a good output and non-misleading output. That is more important. Sometimes the interpretation also could be little tricky. So you may have to take the advice of others so that you can make a good interpretation and meaningful intervention. So with this, I stop my talk now because it's already 4:10. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to interact with you. And I expect, or if there are any questions on the chat box, feel free to ask the questions. Over to the Dr. Subhashivalakshmi. Over to you.
Sir, I will request you to join for panel discussion. Thank you, sir, for giving good insights about biostatistics. Now it is the time to start panel discussion. I am glad to welcome Dr. Kaustuba Upadhyaya, sir, Advisor, Department of Ayush, Government of India. I welcome you, sir, for this session. Also, I would like to welcome Dr. Srinivasulu, sir, Honorable Commissioner, Department of Ayush, Bengaluru. And I also welcome Dr. B.S. Sridhar, sir, Joint Director, Department of Ayush, Bengaluru. Also, I welcome all the principals and teaching faculties who have joined for this session. I also welcome Dr. Srivasa sir, Professor HOD from Samhita Siddhanta Department, Government Ayurvedic Medical College, Mysuru, moderator of today's panel discussion. Also, I welcome all the panelists of today's session. Dr. Somit Kumar sir, Professor Dr. S.N. Omkar sir, Dr. Hanumantacha Joshi sir, Dr. Lancy D'Souza sir, Dr. K.V. Harish Prashant, CFTRI, Dr. Ramakrishna sir, Dr. Anjaneya Murthy sir, Dr. Mahesh Vyas sir, Dr. Devraj sir, Dr. Gopal Marathe sir, Senior Professor Dr. B. Basavaraj sir, Dr. Sulochana Bhatt ma'am, Dr. Pratibha ma'am. Over to Dr. Srivasa sir.
Good evening, one and all. Nahi jnanena sadrisham. The greatest treasure in this universe is jnana, the knowledge or wisdom. Jnana mulo nanashyati. Bhagavad Gita rightly says, knowledge itself is eternal. One who is endowed with knowledge will be able to maintain the homeostasis. We all gathered here for gaining such knowledge. Such knowledge-based Sambhasha, Tadvidya Sambhasha, the panel discussion. Respected Commissioner Sir, our beloved Joint Director Dr. B.S. Sridhar Sir, with your permission, we are moving further for panel discussion. We have few challenges while writing article from the point of Ayurveda field. Let me know about the research areas or areas from which article can be written in the field and from the field of Ayurveda. On this area, I would like to request Dr. B.S. Sridhar sir to throw light so that we can get few ideas regarding the same. Over to you, sir, Sridhar sir.
Thank you, Dr. Srivasa, and all respected panel members. My guru, Dr. N.A. Murthy sir, is
You
there.
are not audible.
Audible? I have unmuted. I am audible? Please say I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Respected Anjaneya Murthy sir, Dr. Guru Basavaraj sir, respected Commissioner sir. Since morning we are hearing all the speakers, elite speakers who have given very good lectures on different aspects of the scientific writing. But as far as Ayurveda is concerned and Ayush department is concerned, Ayush systems are concerned, we are planning to bring out online journal in which all types of studies can be accommodated, starting from survey studies, review articles, case study, and research studies. Of course, for research study, it takes a lot of time. Research has to be conducted. Any facilities are required. For dissertation level, facilities are available in our college hospitals. But for medical officers, it will be difficult to attach with the research facilities. Their working place is near to the colleges where research facilities are available. They can do in collaboration. But independently, research study will be difficult in a remote place. So they can come out with the case study articles and review articles. Actually, in Ayurveda, what is required is review articles. Because many times the modern diagnosis is there. We give Ayurveda medicine in the Ayurveda line of it. But the Ayurveda equivalent has to be studied properly. Because Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbata, they give different analogies for these kinds of conditions. In such cases, a firm diagnosis is very much required. In that case, review articles are very much required. Then survey study is also required to plan the development of the system. To make a roadmap to the development of the system, a survey study is also very much required. So in this lines, different types of scientific writings can be accommodated in the next online journal. I think over to Srivatsa.
Thank you, sir. I welcome our Honorable Commissioner Dr. Srinivasulu, sir. We have more scope in literary review article writing. We have very renowned person, Dr. K. Vivedi, Professor, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. I would like to request sir to throw light on writing literary review article from the point of Ayurveda. Over to you, sir. Due to technical issues, Vivedi sir is unable to join with us. I would like to pose this question to Dr. Kaustuv Upadhyay, sir. Over to you, sir.
I think literary review, we have abundance of articles in Ayurveda. We are more in Ayurvedic people, generally Ayush community, entire Ayush community. Am I audible? Am I audible, Srivatsa ji?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So we are more keen in writing literary reviews rather than doing basic research. So trend has to be changed for the need of the hour, because our Honorable Prime Minister has given 4 points: Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vijnan, Jai Anusandhan. Jai Anusandhan is possible only when we take up new and new areas, new and new research questions, and we have to do basic research on all the points and give innovative and new thoughts, rather than literary engaging, confining ourselves to literary review. That is my point of view. I want Dr. Anjani Murthy and other seniors to respond to my comment.
I think it is very essential for us to do a literary review and have a compendium of our knowledge. For example, very simple things like Ahara, Swapna, Brahmacharya, Ahara, Swapna, Abrahmacharya. Ashtanga Sangraha is mentioning of Brahmacharya, Ashtanga is mentioning of Abrahmacharya. Okay, I'm just telling. Similarly, as per age and as per Desha, some things are going to change. The UG students and PG students do not have the capability of compiling, collating, and editing and coming to the conclusion about the different textbooks. So now, in the context of the so many researches that are taking place, Sarpir Masa Vajjatailam Sneheshu Program Matam. He is telling these particular things. Among all these things, Sarpi is better. And now, using the statistical formula, I think he is using very advanced statistical formula. I was following Lance's lecture. What he is telling, those things are very useful for proving or disproving even the literary point of views that have been mentioned in Ayurveda. He's asking about regression coefficient and other things. If we apply these aspects, I think the Charaka was the best statistician. Atreya was the best statistician. He's telling
when he is describing about Atreya, he is the head of Sankhya people. Means it is most essential and urgent need of the hour to do a literary survey in the correct perspective.
I beg to differ. If we scan entire, because in Ayush Ministry website only, we have more than 40,000 plus articles available in the public domain on various research topics. Out of this, 70% is literary review articles. We may hardly get 30% of the article which are basic research. So we have to put our endeavor in basic research works and give up on the basis of facts what we have learnt in our research projects. And we have to take up new research projects and we have to work it on and keep it in public domain. Rather than keeping on literary review for past 70 years, we are doing that. But the trend has to be changed. That is the need of the hour.
I definitely accept your version. What is there already in our domain, what you have already done, those things need not be researched upon. New points which are not been touched upon, they can be explored. And as you are telling, what is not covered has to be covered, and it is essential.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We have renowned researcher, renowned scientist, Dr. Gopal Marathe, Professor, University of Mysuru with us. Sir, we have a question for you. What are the rules and regulations to be followed while developing or while publishing bilingual research journal? Because you are working in university, Mysuru University is bringing up with scientific journal even in Canada. So if we are planning to have bilingual research journals, how we should move further? What are the rules and regulations to be followed? Over to you, Sir Gopal Marathe, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Now, I'm a biochemist by training. So what I notice the problem with the Ayurveda is lack of good controls. For example, you say some drug is effective in lowering the cholesterol levels. So we need to have a good positive control and a good negative control. Those kind of tight controls are lacking in Ayurveda. That is one thing I notice. Second thing is both in vitro and in vivo experiments have to be validated with the clinical data. So many times this is lacking. If it is all put together, then we can have a publication in an international scenario, and the international community is also going to accept. For example, other day I had a visitor from US, and I was talking to him about the Live 52 drug, which is widely used in Indian Ayurveda for about 1955 onwards. And what they suggested, if Live 52 works in your country, why not in our country? So we need to have a good, proper animal experiment, cell-based experiment, and also the clinical data. That is something I think is lacking in Ayurveda. In vitro, in vivo, animal experiment, and then validation with the human sample, and that too with the different ethnicity. So people should not think this works only in India, but it should work elsewhere too. So for that, we may have to have a memorandum of understanding with other universities also. So I think that's my understanding. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We have renowned academician Dr. K. Dwivedi sir with us. Sir, can you throw light on review article writing from the point of Ayurveda? Over to you, sir. We have renowned scientist, senior scientist from CFTRI, Dr. Harish Prashant. We have a question for you, sir. How we can develop integrated approach while writing research article? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank all the organizer and the panelists. Good afternoon. Yeah, actually, writing integrated means, can you please more elaborate, like which point you are mentioning? Like integrated means? Hello? Dr. Yeah.
Yeah, sir.
Dr. Srivastav.
For example, when we are talking from the point of Ayurveda as well as food science, so this type of integration, whenever we are doing, at that point of time, what are the requirements to be followed while writing the article? It might be from the point of review article, or it might be from the point of applied study articles.
Yes, yes. Actually, that's what I would like to suggest here is, the point is when we are working with one sort of a compound, designing is very different when you want to do the research on the some known synthetic compound or the drug. But when it comes to the Ayurveda or the food system, it's a little bit more complex, and the design for the same, the experimental design and the parameters to look into the to publish a research article or to do a insight of these research is very different. And so many factors has to be encountered, and it has to be taken care. For example, if you are just looking at some antioxidant activity, means it can have a complexity in its approach. When you do the in situ experiment, cell culture experiment is very different. When you are next level preclinical with the animal studies, like the dose, how much it has to be given, and how much dosage altogether. That design is a little bit like you should aware, like what is the safety evaluation before that, like what level the whole sample or the compound or the complex system which you are working is a very important mandate. And moreover, again, it will be extended again into the clinical. For example, if you want to look into the human samples, the approach might be a little different in the sense, again, the parameter might be some way the same, but the threshold and the interference and many other factors may be very different. So the integrated approach here, especially with the Ayurveda and the food, like almost most of the compounds in Ayurveda is been used for a long time in the food. So in that way, the safety evaluation of the same safety aspects is like it is already been known. And the point which has been raised as a review article, so here the things comes into picture, like how much to really take care through these literature, which is already been published. So the new insights always happens when there is an experience on that particular where they are working. For example, in one of the subject, if they are working, after few years only they could able to be in a position to write a review article. So it is like when they get some deviation and some results, which is very important to publish. So that I just wanted to give this thing. And about the bilingual, of course, bilingual is a very challenging. Bilingual articles to we bring through English and is even in Kannada. Kannada, it's a very challenging. and the words which we wanted to put forth to know to the audience or the readers. For example, if some technical words which is in English, let it be in English, and we have to look into very near meaning of the same in the what we call it as a language of which for example, if it is Kannada, it has to be very near to that, and it should be normally be accepted by the readers, and they can really see that it can be readable. I mean, they can understand very easily. So that is a little challenge in bilingual articles to be published. Yeah, over to you, Srivastava.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We have our dynamic commissioner, sir, with us. Sir, we expect you to talk about an model, an ideal journal, how it should be, and how we should proceed further towards developing an ideal journal or model journal. Over to you, sir.
You are posing to whom, Dr. Srivastava?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
It's me here. I was mute. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Srivatsa. Thank you, panelists. And then thank you all the members, scientists, doctors who participated in this workshop since morning. I was listening a lot of presentations, lectures here and there, and then some panelists speaking. Now, I basically come from now a completely outside Ayush family, so to say. Okay. So I'll bring outside perspective of Ayush. So that is what is public is expected. Wherein, see, research is a very vast thing. Okay. We have fundamental research, we have applied research, and we have scientific research, and we have economic research. It is not as simple as we say simply research. Actually, so to say, in Ayush, are we really looking for fundamental research in Ayush sector, or we are looking at applied research in Ayush sector, or we are looking at writings in Ayush sector to educate people about Ayush? If you ask me, fundamental research is not so easy. If we Indians are not very comfortable with it, even so-called allopathy, modern medicine, fundamental research happens somewhere, and then we simply get those inputs, and then we try to apply those fundamental research in our things. Second is, to some extent, applied research. Yes, we are good, but when it comes to Ayush, because our literature is thousands of years old, actually at present we are not actually utilizing the full potential that is already documented in Ayush. When we look for fundamental research is when you have applied all the things that is available with you, and then there are some unanswered questions, and then you want to go to fundamental research to enrich your fundamentals, to enrich your knowledge base. That is where it is fundamental research comes there. But from Ayush family, where I see is, Charaka, Sushruta, thousands of years have written, documented a lot of things. And the other day I was in SDM, they were showing me big library, Talegarigulu Avella. It was mind-boggling. So much of literature, research is already available. The point is, we Ayush community here, are we actually applying all that is already available with us for public good? Not it. In that case, applied research will be of utmost important. Next is, because the literature that is already available in English is in Sanskrit, Persian, these languages, Unani kind of a thing. Common man is not aware of that. So we will be doing a Herculean task just by converting the heritage texts the documents that are available in our repertoire into simple, readable, understandable package and communicate it with public so that Ayush grows. See, at present, if you have 100 rupees, whether administrator would like to put this 100 rupees in fundamental research of Ayush or 100 rupees in applied research and promotion of Ayush. Definitely, an administrator would like to put the first money in promotion and bringing Ayush to mainstream of health sector rather than really getting into fundamental research. So here, in the name of research, though there are many issues that actually public do not know where our intervention is required. For example, I'll tell you, you people are studying Shalya Tantra for 5 years, and then you do PG in Shalya Tantra for 3 years. So you are a accomplished surgeon, okay, in Ayurveda. But whether you are able to do practice Shalya Tantra in real practice, no, because government or so-called system is tying your hands by not allowing you, anesthesia, even you are not supposed to be local anesthesia. Then that is the scenario. The first paper that is expected from the academic community intelligence of Ayurveda is, see, Shalya Tantra is a well-established fact. Shalya Tantra is not today's thousands of years old, documented, and we study it, we are competent to do that. Now, to do this, the limitations that the present system is setting, these are the limitations, and if these limitations are addressed, Shalya Tantra will grow. Public do not know this. Public actually take it from me, public even do not understand what is Shalya Tantra. It took me for 1 month to understand what is Shalya Tantra, and I am talking now. Otherwise, common man, it is Greek and Latin to me, Greek and Latin to common man. So these kind of educative, simple documents can make big changes. I am not actually expecting big fundamental research in Ayurveda coming out and then I'm going to publish it in international journal. No, it's a long way to go. First, let us establish, let's perform, let's get the confidence of people, then build on that. So today, the practitioners, the academicians, the teaching faculty, everybody, we have to document those things which is already there in simple language for common man to appreciate, understand. Second, in the process, when we are treating so many patients, if that itself will be a clinical trial, okay, document it. One panelist was wonderful telling, because clinical trials is not as easy as we actually comprehend. Okay, so doing research in a clinical thing will be all the more difficult. So working in those difficult scenarios, if we are doing some treatment to some patients and with proper controls and then documentation and then results, if these things can be brought out in a methodical way, where our gentlemen or scientists were mentioning how to document. If these things are documented, this is simple for you. It is also not available in public domain. For you, it is simple, but it is not available in public domain. So, actually, if we, in this journal, what actually we are looking every month when we are bringing in this digital journal kind of a thing, even if journal highlights simple thing like diabetes, this is what is told in Charaka Samhita, this is what is told in this one. This is the ancient literature. This is what we are doing. And with this, the people with this kind of ailment, even if it is only helping Indians, okay, we are 1.5 billion. It's not, if our Indian system of medicine cater the requirement of India, it's big thing. Okay, but at least first let us make it happen in India. So this journal, to basically, first, the objective is to bring Ayush to mainstream of society through various means, and then this journal is also one means. Afterwards, we have big opportunity to do fundamental research. We will definitely do it, but to start with, if we even limit ourselves to this endeavor, maybe first 1 year or 2 years, then definitely once Ayush gets its foothold in Indian health system, many people, you may not be aware. I'm giving you facts. I'm telling you statistics. Karnataka government already budgeted 10,000 crores for health. What should be the out of 10,000 crores? What should be the budget that is earmarked for Ayush? I asked some simple question to somebody. They were telling, sir, at least 20% ಆದ್ರೂ ಬೇಕಾಗಬಹುದು, sir. 20% should have been kept for Ayush. That is the scenario people think. But you know what is the reality? It is not even 1%. Nature. We will be doing immense task for. Then I'll stop here, and then after permission, I'll come there.
Thank you so much, sir. We are fortunate enough to have scientist and researcher as our administrator. Sir, you have also published many articles. You worked in scientific forum. You have published many documentaries. Can you share your initial phase of experiences with you regarding this particular area, which will be very helpful for us to start writing article? Over to you again, sir.
Yeah. This may look very silly to you, but I'll tell you the power of research. In my initial tenure, when I was in one tiger reserve, simply every day tourists go in forest and see tiger. And luckily, there was a register that was kept, that who saw tiger, where they saw, when they saw. This is the only simple registry that was kept, in tiger reserve. Just see me. When I took charge, I just got hold of that register. There is no research. It is only tiger sighting register. And when I saw it, so many thoughts started flowing in my mind. What a wonderful data this is. And then if this can be analyzed scientifically, what kind of beautiful analytics we can come out. Telling me honestly, I didn't go inside forest. Simply taking the register with me, I wrote a beautiful article saying, see, for last 5 years, people have seen so many tigers at different places. Now you simply say, if in which place the tiger sighting is more significant, then it shows that is likely the habitat of the tiger. Number 2, in which month the tiger sighting is more based on 5 years data, that shows I analyzed, and then it is in some months, January, February, tiger sighting is more. The reasons were obvious, because at that time the forest is open, there is more sighting, and then it's a breeding season of the tiger, so they move very randomly inside forest, so that is why the sighting is more. Third, simply based on the statistics of this, I calculated carrying capacity of forest, tourist potential. That is, if 10 people are going, the tiger sighting is more. If 20 people are going, the probability of one person seeing tiger is more. But when this 20 becomes 50, the probability of tiger sighting falls down. The point it falls down is the point of carrying capacity, because till that time people are seeing tigers and then there is no disturbance. The minute the number of people exceeds that, the probability of tiger sighting gets down. That indicates that there is a disturbance in the forest, and then tiger is moving away from tourism zone. So that is the carrying capacity. Like that, it's simply one register of tiger sighting for 5 years. With that, I could analyze these kind of things. So research is here, okay, not necessary lab, not necessary here and there. you are bestowed with beautiful, enormous literature. You go, I don't know, you go to the other day I went to SDM library. It's beautiful. You go to SWASAP, there is beautiful. So there is so much of information. Only thing is we have to look at scientifically, put it in scientific package, and then at the end of the day, we are there for common man. For me, common man and health is the focal point. Whatever I do that will help common man, whatever I do that will help improve health system, that is where I am. After this, next research. Okay, so I once again urge, okay, it's good that we are all discussing, but then, the information that we have, even if it is the simplest information, if it can be packaged in a package that is acceptable by public, acceptable by policymakers, acceptable by economists, okay, that is where this kind of literature is required. And with that only Ayush as a community can grow, Ayush as a community can come to mainstream, and that is the major objective of this journal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational as well as informational words. We have Dr. Devraj, cardiologist, Jayadeva Cardiac Institution, Mysuru. Sir, we have a few questions for you. Can you share the challenges what you faced during your article writing phase? That's first question. Second question, how integrated articles can be written from the point of cardiology as well as Ayurveda? Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my views. First question you asked is challenges faced when publishing an article. So we have many challenges like international journals. They have specific formats and submission guidelines that needs to be followed precisely. If you don't adhere to such guidelines, then resulting in rejection or delay in publications can happen, and that also actually pressure on academicians due to these timelines, and also there is a peer review process that also takes long time. Experts will review the quality of the work, then that is actually lengthy and rigorous. That also sometimes long time takes a long time. And another thing is that some journals may require payment for publication. That author needs to bear that cost. Sometimes institute as limited funds, and they also journals also receive plenty of articles. So our articles needs to stand out among others to accept that because it should be originality and innovative. Then only chances of accepting the articles are more. And they have also as like ethical consideration for plagiarism and all many things. And then again, you asked about integration between cardiology and the Ayush, and collaborating between cardiologists and practicing Ayush, all and then scientists, research scientists, all if we come together, definitely we can improve the efficacy of traditional and these all complementary therapies in managing cardiovascular conditions. And then we have also done many studies currently also we are doing yoga care for heart failure patients. One group actually rehabilitation and conventional therapy, and for another group yoga, rehabilitation, and conventional therapies. And for previous, we have got some better results also in acute coronary syndrome patients. So those who patients have received this yoga along with rehabilitations, we have got some good results. So that is the only thing is we have to sit together like all scientists, research scientists, cardiologists, and then Ayurveda practitioner. Definitely, we can improve the efficacy of these traditional complementary therapies. And also we can also preventive cardiology also, like all lifestyle modifications, and then integrating with yoga, dietary recommendations from Ayurveda. See, these all definitely will help the patients. This also we can we can make trim according to the patient's needs, personalized treatment, and these are and again actually collaborating with all these cardiologists and Ayush practitioner. Definitely, it's an opportunity for us to learn, like conferences, workshops. All this definitely helps actually to develop programs, develop the knowledge sharing and skill development. So that is how actually we can, collaborate and work always actually better for the research and the community and society. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We have renowned clinician, academician, researcher, former CMO, JSS Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru, with us, Dr. Guru Basavaraj, sir. I request, sir, regarding the challenges that we are going to face while designing the article from the point of clinical research. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the most relevant question. Today, we are living in the era of super specialty, and that too in the evidence-based era. So as just I listened to some of the previous panelists. In Ayurveda, we have concepts which are well established. One, and many of them do not require revalidation, and many of them require proper validation. The reason being, regarding the presentation or documentation, one, it requires on the two domain. One in the public. Today, the allegation made about the medical profession is definitely not about the knowledge, definitely not about the skill, definitely not about the gadgets. So therefore, when we are going to write article, definitely the attitude of the professionals towards the patients is a big question, and also the patients are at crossroads. So in this scenario, the writing an article from the point of only for research or only for the purpose of credentials, and also from the point of making the public awareness. So this is a responsibility, this concern. This is a need because now we have WHO taking care of several precautions to overcome the tuberculosis. They have got a DART approach is there, DART approach to treatment. And there's a drug resistance has come into the fact. Drug resistance is there, and there is a need for unconventional antibiotics. Also, the need. The synthetic molecules are reduced. The unconventional antibiotics, which are with the help of the antimicrobial properties of the herbs and some of the minerals, is also the need of them. So, keeping these three things: one, public domain, then for the credentials, and one for the validation. So our purpose, when you want to focus writing articles on these things to be considered. This is about my answer for this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We have Dr. Ramakrishna, Senior Scientist, DFRL, with us. Sir, can you share your experiences related with article writing, the challenges what you faced in article writing? Over to you, sir.
Very much for the your introduction. In fact, from morning I have so many learned speakers who are given a lot inputs to the article writing. But nevertheless, what we need is how we can able to guide the students starting from their research. For example, we should know their capabilities, which field of interest they are having. For example, they should start with a research mode, a small research mode, so that can be given a impetus for those students to write for the bigger articles. That is number one. Number two is about the poster presentation, especially any research articles. The first impression, if they able to give the poster presentation to the 3 or 4 people in the some of the seminars or symposiums, that will give also a value addition to those people also, students. Then writing a review articles, that is also one of the important thing which we have to look into. And then we have to go for a patent writing, because it is a skill. Patent writing is a skill, so that they can look after the prior art, what is there elsewhere in the country, and also the introduction as well as the novelties, where they can make a process or a product or a systems, whatever they feel like in the Ayurveda. So I feel that Ayur, Ahara, then Arogya is very, very important. We can tell each other. We have a lot many things to discuss, and definitely, I'm sure that with the budding Ayurveda specialist as well as the budding students, we can make a lot of things. And applied research also is very, very important. For example, see, if you develop a product, then go for a technology transfer. That will also add to your what we call the research center, so that they can generate some of the resources. That's what we made in our DRDO, DFRL, because till now almost 850 plus technology was transferred to a nominal cost to the public, so that they can prepare a product. For example, it may be a medicine, it may be a process, whatever it is, they can do it. That will go a long way. And as you know that we say that Thai food is Thai medicine, because take food as a medicine, don't take medicine as a food. So Ayurveda, from its inception, Ahara and Ayurveda is all interrelated from its base, from the so many Rishi Munis. So I cannot again give a lot of lectures about the food and Ayurveda, but everybody knows that. But nevertheless, for the younger generations, we should encourage in writing a small research, as I have discussed earlier. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, and I should thank the Commissioner, Dr. Shanai, as well as Dr. Anjay Murthy and my friend Shashi also, for these wonderful sessions. And we are also in touch. For any students who want to do the research, we are always there to support them, because experience is the main thing which we can able to give a lot many things to those students. So with this, I will conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. We have Dr. Pratibha Pereira with us. She's senior most geriatrician professor who is working at JSS Medical College, Mysuru. Madam, you have published many articles related with many areas. Can you throw light on the types of articles that can be published, or on which we can focus significantly, and your experiences in relation with article writing? Over to you, madam.
Yeah, I have listened to all the speakers who are on the panel, and there was excellent discussion on that. Frankly speaking, as undergrads, we are not taught at all to how to write a research paper. And neither we are oriented towards research. That is where the most difficulty is. But we, those times who went in for research, was just out of sheer passion and to get something to it. Today, what vogues the research paper is statistics. And you have to get the statistics right. I can't really vouch that the statistics is correct all the time. But you need a good statistician. So the confusion for anybody like me, hardcore clinician, it's very easy. It's more easy for people who sit in the lab, like who are doing in a biochemistry lab or something, much easier. But for us, to convert a clinical query, a clinical worry, or a clinical problem in where I need answers, and I know that it's very, very tough, because we are at bedside. Bench. We are at bedside. So get the bench people of statistic to understand what we want. That's the gap I feel where most of we clinical clinicians face difficulty in publishing. So I advise everybody that whenever you want to publish, it's always nice to take two criteria. Whenever you want to think of an idea, I put into process what is called a pick out criteria. So you should, first of all, you have a problem. and see whether the problem is really something where you have some solution for it to get an outcome. And then you sit and brainstorm yourself by putting a Picot criteria. That is called as, do you have a population? Do you have an intervention? And do you have something to compare with? And do you have time? And do you have the resource? So the Picot criteria is very, very important when you're thinking. If your hypothesis or a research idea fits into all these three criteria, then you can develop clear-cut objectives. Once you develop clear-cut objectives, you have to apply the finer criteria. That is it really feasible? Is it novel? See, there's no point in taking somebody who's already done work and then putting it. Most often that happens to us. We take somebody's work and we try to adjust it to the Indian settings and then try to manipulate something. So that will not work. So once you get your Picot criteria right, and you're very, very sure that, yes, this is a good idea, put the finer criteria. So is it feasible? Is my idea novel? Well, I know what is the end result that I'm going to come. If the final criteria gets fixed in, then we approach a statistician why every article can get published. But as someone had remarked there, that today we don't know which are the predator journals. Now every journal wants to. The other day we have done a very, very nice study of subcutaneous tissue thickness in elderly and its effect on insulin absorption when we give subcutaneous, and that reflects uncontrolled sugar. And we also brought in a concept of insulin dependent diabetes of the elderly, just we have in the children. Now that was Elvizier, one of the top thing they accepted. Then they pushed it to their sister concern. Now the sister concern has published it. Now they're saying to continue publication, you pay 90,000. Now from where we are going to get that money? See, it is come out with a good impact factor, scopus, indexed, everything. So today it's very, very difficult, to push publication in spite of having a very good idea. And in spite of fitting the Picot and finer criteria, having the statistics in place and something very novel coming out also, publication is not very, very easy nowadays. I think we need to, kind of have brainstorming session, teach the undergraduate and students right away how to write publication. And to me, I'm very thankful for Dr. Shana for putting on this, because I'm for one it's called as interdisciplinary, treatment, especially elderly. I love yoga in elderly. I love bit of Ayurveda in elderly because everything helps them. Allopathy really does not have much. So I would like to do a lot of studies with you people so that to find out, how best we can improve the quality of life, especially when you take about, say, osteoarthritis of knee, all the aging process. There's a lot Ayurveda can offer. And with the background, I'm really looking forward to doing a lot of studies with you all. So this is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your inspirational words. Let us have integration soon.
Yes.
We have renowned academician, Professor K. Dwivedi sir with us. He is from Banaras Hindu University, BHU, Varanasi. सर हमें जानकारी चाहिए लिटरेरी रिव्यू आर्टिकल के बारे में. आप इसके ऊपर थोड़ा बताएं तो हमें अच्छा रहेगा. ओवर टू यू सर. Over to Dwivedi sir.
Dwivedi sir, please unmute your speaker. I mean mic, sir.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Shinoy, and the anchor and all the organizers for incorporating me in this panel discussion. For literary research, one has to find a topic, which is very difficult work. That how to express your topic. Your topic should be well defined and precisely formulated with arguments. Your approach should be recognizably systemic. Your arguments should remain relevant and clear-cut, consistent throughout. Your secondary materials should be discussed critically and documented accurately. Writing is a process. You should constantly visit and revisit and revise your article. I'm a man of Dravyaguna, a student of Dravyaguna. In Dravyaguna, the literary research, literary papers may be started on drugs, on Siddhantas. So, if we, and where is a drug, then only literary research is not enough. We have to do literary research as per our points I have mentioned. And after, apart from literary research on a drug, we can conduct experimental and clinical studies. Actually, after title, you have to write an outline of the work which we want to do, because science is clear cut. It has boundaries. Every subject has a boundary. So you have to write an outline that your research starts from here, and it is limited on these research points. Then in literary research, you should consult the encyclopedias, literary histories, bibliographies, library catalogs. You have to also explore internet, and you have to make table of your contents, and you have also to do the works cited upon your research topic. Then commentators' views. If you are doing literary research or research on drugs, you must quote there what is the view of commentators, and to know the context of the line or the verse. And you can also mention your ideas on footnotes. And after conducting this literary research, if you want to do some lab works, clinical works, so for that, very precisely, the author of Rajnikhantu has said, Kirat Gopalak Tapasadya Vane Charasta Kushlastasanye Vidanti Nana Vidbheshajanam Pramana Varna Kritinam Jati Tebhyah Sakasat Uplabhya Vaidya Paschat Shastreshu Vimrishya Buddhya Vikalpayet Dravya Saprabhavan Vipak Viryani Tadha Prayogat. Means you have to contact the tribal persons, Kirat, Gopalak, Tapasa, Vanechara, and other people like that, who know the types of the bheshaj, the medicine, their standards, their varna, even colors, and their akriti, their morphology. At Tebhya Sakashat, after gaining the knowledge, after acquiring the knowledge from those, we have to assess it on the basis of our Shastra. Paschat Shastreshu Vibhrishya Buddhya. On the kasauti जानते हैं ना, on the basis of verses and the matters of the Shastra, we have to do a very good context and एक ताल मेल बिठाना है कि what the nature know and how it should be used in the Ayurveda or in medical science. And after that, experimental and clinical reviews, clinical studies, one has to vikalpayet dravya saprabhavan vipak virya tatha prayogat. And after observing the result of that on the animal or on the human body, one should fix its roop, its rasa guna viri vipak. You also keep in notice always that karma bhistu anumuyante anadravyasyā guna. If it is a folklore medicine, then we have to do a clinical study, and before clinical study, we have to perform a toxicological study, acute and chronic at least, and then clinically, and then we can make a paper and we can publish that paper in peer-reviewed journals. If you don't publish it in the peer-reviewed journals like Scopus, PubMed, Web of Science, and other journals which have a good impact factor, then it will aid to your future. It will aid to your personality. Otherwise, publishing the research paper after doing such a lot of labor, after if you publish in the local or not recognized journals, it will not add any glory to your personality. Thank you. With these words, I again thank you the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. We have a question to Dr. Lancy, sir. Man-Whitney U-test, where it has to be applied. Wilcoxon rank test, where and how it has to be applied. Over to you, sir, Lancy, sir.
Sir, can you repeat, sir? I have a little problem, sir, here. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat? I'm not able to hear properly.
Where and how to apply Man-Whitney U-test.
Okay.
And where and how to apply Wilcoxon rank test.
Okay, sir. Man-Whitney U-test is used when your data is non-parametric and it's for two groups difference. So either it could be the data will be converted, or you should have what you call ordinal scale data, or the data should not follow normality. Then in such case, you can for two group differences Man-Whitney U-test. Whereas Wilcoxon sign rank test is for the paired samples, same group exposed twice. So the same what you call data now either in terms of ranks or what you call signs, it will convert. Then the data will be for paired samples before after design or pre-post design. So these are the two major things. Actually, I wanted to add when the panelists spoke, what I found in the last my 15 years or 20 years with the Ayurveda connection, I find a lot of problem in the documentation aspect. Because a lot of research is being done, but documentation is very weak, sir. This is what my observation is, sir. So since there is no proper documentation, there is a problem in publication too. I hope you understand, because I think the amount of research is done in JMC only. I think it could be voluminous, and how much we are really concentrated on them. I think at least now onwards, a proper documentation and publication in good journals, I think is the need of the hour. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We have a last question for Hanmantachar Joshi, sir. Sir, we get awareness regarding getting the grant for research, but nowadays we have provision for getting grant even for article writing and publication of the article. Can you please throw light on this particular issue? Over to Joshi, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Srivastava, like before Sir takes, Dr. Joshi takes, I just want to add about this.
Sir. Sir, can we get few guidelines regarding getting the grants even for article publication?
Yeah, actually, that's what in the mainstream, there is not much avenue for the grant when the funding agency gives the grant for the publication. But before putting forth the proposal to the funding agency, if you put like for any, because this is happening right now, since there are two things that is if it is subscription journals, we can publish without any payment. But if it is open access, obviously you have to pay for the what we call it as a print charge or article charge, processing charge, whatever you call. So, but that is not there in most of the funding. But it has to be initially only before putting the proposal. It has to be in one of the budgetary place. You have to put that for any publication with respect to that project, it has to be borne by the funding agency to publish. And this always vary. I mean, journal to journal, the publication processing charges varies. So we should be well aware, like what will be the average processing charge it costs when you want to publish an article. So this is my point. Like, for publishing through this open access, obviously, when you want to give the money for publishing the same through your project, it requires some prior budget for the same. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We have renowned resource person, PhD Dean of All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, Professor Mahesh Vyas, sir. I request Mahesh Vyas, sir, to share his views and his experiences in the field of article writing and article publication. Over to you, sir.
Namaste and good evening to all. First and foremost, my sincere greetings to the dignitaries who are joined today in this session. I'm really feeling very happy that I got the chance to share my views with today's learned panel. Along with that, I also congratulate the hardworking team of the organizers for taking up this very relevant Karma Nepunya Ayurveda skill development program, and moreover, including this topic of discussion over article writing made easy in this skill development program is worth appreciating. I believe that the questions covered in this session would have been fruitful and enriching to the listeners and will be able to fulfill the main objective of this skill development program.
Thank you, respected Vyas, sir. We have Dr. Hanmantachar Joshi, sir, with us. Sir, we have a question for you. Can you just throw light on few types of articles from which or on which we can work on or we can publish articles? Over to you, sir.
I think you're asking me about the types of papers, sir. Hello?
Sir, type of article, not types of research, types of article.
Yeah, see, actually, thank you, Dr. Srivatsa, sir. See, if you remember, during my talk, we can broadly classify into two types. One is review article, other one can be preliminary research paper or research article. But looking at the students here, the delegates mainly, to start with, they can have a review article. I think they would have not started any research work, I think, at the moment. So they can start planning a review paper in a group of 4 or 5 people. They can start gathering the literature research from various, the platforms. They can come with, a review paper. So that is what I opine. Hello.
Namaste, everyone. With this, we are ending the panel discussion. I would like to thank all the dignitaries who participated in this panel discussion. We will move on to valedictory function. I would like to welcome Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyaya, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, who is basically from Karnataka. I would like to welcome our Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Srinivasulu, sir. I would like to welcome our Joint Director, Dr. B. S. Sridhar, sir. It's time to listen to Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyaya, who is a well-known personality all over India. So we are eager to listen to you, sir. Over to Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyaya, sir, for valedictory speech. Sorry to interrupt, sir, you are not audible.
Now am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Okay. I just removed my headphone. That resolved. Okay. Now the policy of the central government is to encourage Ayush on the basis of evidences. Not just because something is written in the textbooks, we will not design any policy. So we have to generate evidence. Consciously, we should put our efforts to generate evidences for whatever our observation claims in the textbooks or in our practice, experience, all those things. We should be able to capture the data and properly capture the data, methodically organize the data and present before the policymakers. When that data is available, based on that, we can design the policy, devise the policy. For example, in Belagavi, we have conducted a pilot study from the support of the Ministry of Ayush regarding effect of Punarnava Mandora and Drakshavalehya on anemia. Anemia is a very problem for our entire country because for many people, because of the issues in taking iron tablets and folic acids, they will not continue with the modern medicines. So therefore, handling anemia is a challenge for the government. So we have taken this project of Punarnava Mandora and Drakshavalehya in Belgavi. We have generated some data which has given a wonderful results. Based on that pilot study, we have incorporated now Women and Child Development Ministry in collaboration with Ministry of Ayush has taken up a project, pilot project again in 6 districts across the country. So this is how a research input will be converted into policy. Just if we keep on doing all those things, it is there in the literature, it is there in the literature, that will not be sufficient. So my request is we have to concentrate on training our manpower in developing the protocol and methodology of capturing data, everything, so that the same thing is put in the research article, which can be employed for policy initiatives. For example, we have very good results across the country on chikungunya. Ayush practitioners as a whole, everywhere in the country, they were very successful in treating the chikungunya patients, and people are rushing to Ayush practitioners. But how much data we have generated out of our experience? Not much. And during COVID, Ayush has created a lot of hue and cry and confidence among the entire country, and country's death rate in COVID was very much minimal, mainly one of the attribution to Ayush sector. But what is the research generated during the 2 years tenure of COVID. COVID, we have a very good experience. We have generated confidence among the masses. Everything is there. What is the data available? We, from the government of India, we have conducted we have amended the rules, not amended the rules, we have made it compulsory that state has to give license for any COVID claims only after vetting through interdisciplinary panel established by the center, and after central government gives the clearance, then only you have to put the claim. So we received almost about 90 research studies for COVID claims. Till as on date, we could able to pass only 3 research studies. It's not that all the research studies are futile. They had a very good data, everything, but there was a problem with methodology. There was a problem with drugs. There was problem in designing the protocol. And so many issues are there, which are basic. And if we train our manpower in catering to all these basic issues, I think that will be more productive to the sector, both the sector and the society. Further, government has now taken this evidence generation as a major task. We have established research consortium with all the aligned science ministries, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, ICMR, every ministry. As a together, as a government as a whole, we are involving in the research studies. We want to generate a evidence for all our Ayush claims, whatever it is, so that we can go across the globe saying that we have evidence, we have enough data which can be acceptable everywhere. So that is the major policy of the government. And in under Ayurveda scheme, we have 2 components. One is EMR. EMR is a small scale where 70 up to 70 lakhs we will fund for the research project. We have one more Ayurveda biology where up to 10 crore we will give for the project, where we are aiming to develop at least 3 botanicals by the end of 2030. Even though India is a big country with a very good scientific, medical as well as Ayush manpower, what is the contribution, whether we have come up with any single molecule to the world as a contribution of the India? Past 70 years, we have none. That was a very sorry figure. So what we are aiming, at least 3 botanicals. It requires huge resources. It requires a very robust investigations into all aspects of the drug. So we have taken up 3 botanicals. We are aiming, and before 2030, we want to come out with these 3 botanicals. And by the end of 2047, where we are aiming to become a developing country, by that time, at least 25 botanicals we want to establish. That is the policy of the Ayush department, Ayush ministry now. Second, we are bringing global, WHO has opened up Global Center of Traditional Medicine at Jamnagar. This is a major achievement for Ayush sector. In 2022, it was being declared. Now the construction is going on, and the country office is there in the temporary structure there from the WHO. This is the first center of the global organization, the UN organization outside the developed world. And this is one of the major achievements. India wants to take lead in the traditional medicine across the globe. And we are aiming to take Ayush to every nook and corner of the world. For achieving this, we should not just keep on talking. We have to put our resources in enabling our skill development. We should learn how to capture the data, how to maintain the records, how to present the records, how to devise the protocols of the research study. All these things, small things, but they are basic because we are doing a lot of work. But once it comes to public domain, when it will be reviewed by the elitists or the experts, they will point out so many basic issues which are lacking. So this lacking is because of lack of training. So we should train our manpower in all these things, small issues. And one more thing, what we have to concentrate, scientific community and Ayush, when we are interacting, Ayush practitioners will not have enough confidence to present their views. This should come, we should come over of this lack of confidence. We have to put forward what is our point of view, what is the view there in the Shastra, and because reductionist methodology is there in the modern medicine, we may not always fit into that. But unless we tell, they will not put their thoughts how to design the protocol for this problem. So we have to devise our problem very clearly. This is our problem area. These are all the aspects which is involved in this problem. If the entire team of research, including Ayush practitioner, the microbiologist, chemist, botanist, who are involved, all of them should know what are the various aspects influencing our design problem, research problem. Unless we communicate properly, they will not be aware of all the issues. For example, I will tell. We put standardization data. It is there in pharmacopoeia also. We will say marker compound. Marker compound, which is fat soluble, we will say that this is the marker compound, and all our formulation will be water extracts. So how do you expect a fat soluble marker compound coming in the water extract? Kashayam, for example. So this is the basic problem. When you don't communicate to the chemist who is involved in the study, they will not understand what is the nitty-gritties involved. So these type of issues, small issues, but we should be interacting and we should design our protocols properly and we should come out with the evidences. Now government is very serious on this business. All new upcoming games, we are having integrated department of research where Ayush practitioners will be part of the Academy of AIMS and they will be involved in the research activities. And we are encouraging Ayush in all the sectors, including insurance sector, other sectors, so that they should have equal participation. Further, NCISM has come out, Srinivasuluji has telling about the Shalya. NCISM has come out with the notification that the Shalya practitioners can do these many procedures. So that clearance from the government side also is being given. So these type of whatever issues we are addressing, one thing we should be serious, we should talk less, but work more. That is the main requirement for our entire fraternity. I think we will all accept the seriousness of the problem and we'll work together to achieve our target to reach entire globe with Ayurveda, yoga, and other Ayush systems with proper evidences in hand, so that we can confidently tell the public and the globe to accept our science as such. For example, I will tell about the TB program. I'm interacting with the TB divisions. We want to incorporate certain Ayush intervention in the TB, which is a challenge for us. But very few pilot studies are available with us to showcase and to take it further for the public program. So these things are there, and that's why we should design the small programs where we can create the evidence and we can take it into the implementation aspect in the policy level. So focused program for training the manpower and doing actual research, that is the need of the hour. I think all of us will work together for achieving this end. Thank you.
ನಿಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮದೊಂದು ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಮನ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. As you are from Karnataka, it's our privilege to salute through the words in Kannada. Thank you so much.
ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತಿದ್ದೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ನವರು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಋಷಿ ವಾಕ್ಯದೊಳಗೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಲೆ ಮೈಳವಿಸಿ ಜಸವು ಜನಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ನಾವು ಇದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿರತ್ತೆ, ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಮಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
We have our dynamic honorable commissioner sir with us. We heard about his scientific words. We heard about his informational words. Now it is the time to hear about his administrative words. Over to you, sir. Sorry to interrupt, sir, you're not audible.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. Sorry. I think now
yes,
I'm
sir.
audible.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay, and thank you all the panelists for putting a lot of valuable input for all of us. I'll just take from where Dr. Upadhyay has left. He subtly mentioned some few important things for all of us. He simply told, Namage, what we need is data, what we need is evidence, and what we need is public validation. And fourth important thing is we should talk less and then work more. I think this is very important, apt for real Ayush community. I would like to elaborate on these things. See, I keep telling, data speaks in modern day. Data speaks. When I go to minister and tell, sir, all my Ayush doctors, GAD doctors are attending hospital in right time. This is a statement I'm making. Now, as Ayush commissioner, I might believe what my people tell. But then if I tell same thing to my minister, his first question will be, I don't believe you. You tell me with data. How many doctors? What is their attendance? How many are attending and how many are not attending? Even if out of 199 are attending, one is not attending, is data. Majority of the doctors are attending clinic is not, nowhere it will be admitted and it will be accepted. So what we need is data. And generation of data is not very difficult. In fact, I was going through some of the chat box comments that GAD ನಮಗೆ research ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ, research ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ time ಇಲ್ಲ, kind of a thing. See, I am really surprised because what are we actually asking the research from GAD? Am I asking a research on quantum mechanics or biomolecule structures? Definitely not. The simple research that we're expecting from GAD is, now in a particular GAD, if majority of the patients are coming, let's imagine diabetes, and you are treating them. In 1 year, you had some 200 patients coming with these kind of diabetes complications. And then this is the general pre-diagnostic condition that was there. And they were treated with XYZ prescription treatment medicine. And after 3 months, 6 months, or whatever it is, out of 500, 200 people or 300 people were out of that danger zone of diabetes. From diabetes, they got into pre-diabetes, whatever it is. Here, essentially, a GAD person is simply mentioning for a particular problem, how many people came, what was the treatment, and out of that, what was the result. This speaking with data gives you confidence. I hear a lot of my doctors mentioning, like Dr. Upadhyay mentioned, no, I am specialist, somebody is specialist in diabetes management, somebody is specialist in weight management, somebody is specialist in backache. These are qualitative statements. I take them as Ayush commissioner, but public will not take these statements on their face value. They want data. That is, how many patients were there? What was the treatment? What was the problem initial kind of a thing? And then out of that, out of 500 people, 100 people got more than 50% relief. 100 people got less than 40% relief. We should get away from this making tall claims that I cure everything, I do everything. No. The results are, these results are phase wise. So that is where actually data speaks, and data is very important. Next important thing is evidence based. In fact, Ayush today, Ayush, you are the masters of non-communicable disease management. It could be diabetes, it could be anemia, it could be infertility, it could be psoriasis, it could be other leukodystrophy kind of a thing. You just see in Bangalore, IVF centers are mushrooming in every ward. Okay. Now, when Ayush people are telling they are the masters of infertility management, I see similar mushrooming of Ayush infertility management centers in all wards. Why we are not actually able to open in all wards, but allopathy or modern medicine is able to open? This is simply because we are not coming to public with the data, with specific paper or kind of a thing. Like if you say now, there are people, I hear a lot of doctors that sir, he is infertility specialist. To me, 100 couples came and they were under my supervision for so much period. And this was the medicine given and this was the observation kind of a thing. After 6 months, out of these 100 families, there are 60 families with children. Now, this is a wonderful data, wonderful. Nobody can claim 100% success. Significantly achievable thing is much bigger. Out of 100, if you are able to make 60 families smile, you become gods. Okay, but nobody is coming with this data. Our public, this is where today, in fact, this workshop is actually made to educate or sensitize, Ayush community that today society needs data, and for generating data, you need not do big research. Earlier I told my personal example of writing a beautiful article on carrying capacity of tigers in a tiger reserve. Even without entering into forest, I just simply took a register of tiger sighting register for 5 years, and then I was through with my paper. So the minute you have data, it can be interpreted in a number of ways, and then you should understand how to collect data, and that is very important. Next important thing doctor told is public validation, evidence. Now, what is bigger evidence than public validation? And you get n number of public validations. When I see that Ayush GOK WhatsApp group, so many patients are coming on camera and telling that I was suffering with XYZ, and then this doctor took care of me for this much. Afterwards, I am feeling better now. When I came, I was not able to walk. Today, I'm walking. Now, this is the biggest validation. It's not easy to get that kind of validations in any other field, because you are handling with human beings. For example, if at all, if Ayush doctors were working with plants, because I am a plant scientist, I can watch with this statement. If you are working with plants, plants won't speak. Plants won't tell you that they are feeling comfortable. Plants won't tell that I am fine by your treatment. It is for you to identify a problem. It is for you to identify or document the cure, and then tell public that this plant had this problem, and then I did this, and this is the result, and this looks good, and that is why this chemical or whatever treatment is working. That is not problem with you people. You are working with human beings. They can speak, they can express. So you have at some point of time, I feel very comfortable that you are working with human beings, where validation you can get instantly, because if the results are good, immediately you'll get validations. So, but it is for you to document those validations, public validations, in appropriate format with appropriate information, in simple language, understandable, appreciable fact, and then that you have to put it across. So data, evidence, public validation, these are all with every GAD doctor. You don't need additional manpower. You don't need research associates to work with you to do research. Forget about that. You never get, and government is not even expected you to do that. You take care of patients. But my point is, when you're taking care of patients, please document what you are doing. That documentation itself will generate data. That documentation itself will generate public validation. That documentation will itself generate evidence. And with that, you will be able to do much publications. Finally, I know how difficult it is to, it is easy to write but difficult to publish. Take it from me. It is easy to write if you are a scientist, but it is very difficult to publish, because in the international journal, this one, it's very competitive field. Many times you'll have to finance to get it published. That is why I know it. That is why I'm coming out with my own journal. Ayush government of Karnataka will have its own digital journal. Then afterwards it will have its own hard copy journal. And we are not expecting any funding from you people to publish in my journal. That is why we are having our own journal. This is a blanket platform that Government of Karnataka Ayush Department is providing to all my doctors, academicians to write and publish. You need not go to international journals. Tomorrow, if we become strong, then we might get international writers to come and publish in our journal. Why do we should go to international for public validation of my things? Because that is where, because Ayurveda is born in India, Ayurveda is nurtured and revered in India, and this is our thing. If we publish in our national journal, if I publish in my journal, that's okay for me. I'm not I'm not interested in scientific accolades from Western world for this. No, I'm sorry. Okay, so let's move forward. That is why we are thinking of having our own journal, so that it will help, it will motivate, it will encourage lot of my doctors, academicians, students, friends to write and then get them published. The other important thing of having this journal and then motivating or asking you to publish is, even for Ayush to grow, we need public support. Take it from me, as an administrator, I'm telling, unless we have public support for Ayush, Ayush cannot survive. Ayush cannot flourish. Okay. To get public support, we have to communicate with public. And this journal is one means of communicating with the public, with policymakers, with the government on issues of Ayush, not necessarily biomolecules, not necessarily research, fundamental research, and then enzyme structures, molecular biology things. If we do, fine, but if not, this can be a wonderful medium to communicate with policymakers, communicate with administrators, communicate with government, and communicate with public at large. That what is Ayush? What are the issues of Ayush? What are the strengths of Ayush? Even what are the problems of Ayush? It's not necessary that we only tell good about Ayush. There may be some shortcomings. Let's admit these are the shortcomings of Ayush. This is the strength of Ayush, because we have to communicate with open heart, open mind with public. And for communication, this journal will be the wonderful medium, apart from other mass medium that we are looking at, radio, YouTube, social media handle, digital kind of a thing. Apart from them, this is another medium, because here intelligentsia will speak, academia will speak, professionals will speak, and this is there forever. And anybody and everybody will be able to take note of it. Maybe 1 month we dedicate this journal. This month journal is dedicated to anemia. All anemia related outputs, all anemia related literature, anemia related evidence, validation, data, examples here and there, XYZ of that can come. That then at least government will speak, wow, for anemia there is something in Ayush, and then why not we take a look at it. Then 1 month we can think of another infertility. Like that, out of 12 months, in each month we can dedicate this journal to one problem and bring out everything that we want to say about it, that issue to public. So this is an effort. This journal is an effort to bring all of us think alike. And more importantly, I have one point also, because at the end of the day, today, we need to have some intelligentsia even to lobby things. Okay, allopathy, modern medicine is a powerful lobby. It's good. I think they are doing wonderful work. But parallelly, we have to learn from them also. We also have to lobby for ourselves. Today in Karnataka, if the budget is 10,000 crores for health sector, and if people randomly thinking 20%, 25% should have been for Ayush, and I'm telling it is not even 1%. That is the reality. This should come out. If this is a state in Karnataka, this may be elsewhere also. It may be at national level also. But this itself is an issue. How it can be brought to public domain through these journals. Okay, I might not be able to write, but then scientists will be able to write. Similarly, there are many other issues. I was thinking about Shalya Tantra. I was talking about other issues. Okay, right to health is a fundamental right. Okay, and these kind of issues. We all have to think, we all have to debate in our community and come out with something that we all agree on. Whether personally I agree or not, that's a different thing. But if collectively we agree on one thing, and that note and that information should go loud and clear, loud and wide in public domain, so that at the end of the day, public look at you, community looks at you, country looks at you, state looks at you, the state leadership, country leadership looks at you. That is what is required. And this journal is also one tool that actually we are looking to accomplish that bigger task. And I am immensely rejoiced that wonderful speakers across the country have come and shared their valuable inputs. And definitely your inputs, your thoughts, your time have reinforced our faith in all my Ayush Karnataka members, family members, and I'm sure they are geared up to take Ayush to a different level. Thank you. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you so much, sir. We respect your words. We follow your words. I would like to thank Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya for providing us a valedictory speech. We are very much thankful to Honorable Commissioner, sir, who is the backbone of this particular function. Let us go together. Let us grow together. I take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Joint Director, Dr. B.S. Sridhar, sir. I would like to thank all the principals who have supported this workshop. On behalf of Government Ayurveda Research Center, it's my pleasure to thank each and everyone who participated in this workshop. Again, let me say, let us go together, let us grow together. Thank you, one and all. With this, let us conclude the program. Namaste.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello,